Okay, started the YouTube stream here. And yeah, let's go and see how this goes. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the gift subs and the Prime subs. I really appreciate that. Like I said, we're just waiting on people to get here. We'll get it done. Machine Soft Engineer, welcome. Jenny Burns, always a pleasure. Sad Kit Kat, nice to see you. Grackle, pleasure. MSRRP, hello. 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, welcome. Fendar on a 3 consecutive stream this month watch streak. Nice. Mantis Repairman, I would always say hello to you. I will always. Again, we're waiting on people to come by. We're waiting on people to arrive. Everyone's doing their technical things. We will get it done, and we will be getting started as soon as we can. But yes, I guess Pxie should be here momentarily. Mindwaves said he was going to be about 10 minutes late. Hopefully he gets here very soon. And I'm going to DM KellyJean and see where she is. So, okay. And then we'll just kind of get started. Okay, let me make sure everything's working on my end. YouTube's going good. Everything's going good. I think it is. Guess we'll find out. Portland is burning. Big brain politics. Hello to both of you as well. Will Erudite undeafen? That will be the question. Will he be able to hear us? We're going to find out soon. So how's my chat doing? How's everyone in chat? Everyone in chat doing good? Everyone's keeping busy, out of trouble, I hope. The hood is down today. It's going to be a special day. Oh, you passed it though, Leontis. Nice to see you. Portland is burning. I hope it is profitable. And you know what? Give me another minute while I answer this DM. See, this is why we have editors, to cut this out when it comes to the VOD, things like that. But Nire Socks, always a pleasure. Ah. But yes, chat. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for being here. It will be a fun discussion. It will be an excellent talk. It will be a grand topic. We just got to get everyone in the room. We just got to get them all together, all playing nice, and then we can get things going. For those of you who are here, are you all familiar with the quote tweet threads that started this all, the back and forth between Pxie and Mindwaves? Were you here for that? Did you watch that? I hope so. That will add a lot of context to tonight's discussion. I don't have them bookmarked, unfortunately, or I'd link them to you. But the concept has been discussed before. If you're on YouTube right now, please like, subscribe, get people rolling in. But yeah, hopefully this will be a fun discussion. Again, we're just wait. Everyone's like, we'll be there in a second. 2 more minutes. KellyJean and Pxie. Once one of them gets here, we'll just
Okay.
start.
I don't know why.
What's up?
Oh no, sorry. I just couldn't hear you for a second, but now I can.
Oh yeah, I was talking to my chat. I didn't want to bother your chat.
No, no, you're fine.
Yeah, but
No,
if
no,
you
no.
want to start turning cameras on,
Oh
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
Start. Even though people are late, right? I think there's been enough just waiting around. MSRP, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you.
Hold on one last second.
Sure. Man, it's been a minute since people have been late. But
for me, it's been a minute.
it's just been a minute since we've had you on period. That's true.
Yeah.
Is that 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙? it is not 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. This is not 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. He used to be a regular on my show for a while.
I don't know if I call myself a regular, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just get started. Let me DM Erudite so she knows to undeafen. And then we'll just kind of go with it. And when they get here, we can pull them in. They're all on their way. They keep claiming they're on their way, but
I left work early. But I do that often, so.
Fair enough. Oh, well, there's one of them. We just need one more. Pxie's working on it. Hello.
There we go.
My webcam working.
So. There we go.
Let me turn you up. You're a little low on my end. Okay. Give her a minute, gang. You'll get things going. Okay. Yeah, just waiting. Okay. How you doing, Kelly? Keeping out of trouble?
I need to turn everyone off. Everything is quiet on my end too.
Oh, no one's really talking. Yeah, we're all waiting.
I mean you. You're
fair enough.
Can your chat hear us?
Yes.
Wick?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm gonna turn my shit on too. Can your chat see us?
They can see you. They can hear you.
All right. I'm gonna turn my shit on then as well. Just making sure. All right.
And once that's Erudite undeafens, we'll just start the show. And when Mindwaves gets here, when Pxie gets here, we'll just pull them in and they can join the discussion. We'll give Erudite another moment. I did DM her. I don't know. She's busy with her chat, I assume. Having fun. You doing okay, Ahrelevant? Haven't spoken to you since the kidology talk. How'd that go for you?
It went well, at least from my point of view. Yeah,
Good.
A lot of people liked it and got a lot of good support from it.
Awesome. And 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, you said you've this will be kind of your return to the streaming thing. What have you been doing in the meantime? Like what you been up to?
So I was working 2 jobs. That's what it was. So basically, the way my life goes is the way my life is going to go going forward, I guess, is from August through December, I guess, I'm gonna be a two-job kind of person. And even though I love both of my jobs and they're two things I've wanted to do with my life for a long time, it still takes a lot out of you. So streaming had to be placed on the back burner. Content creation in general had to be placed on the back burner while I, worked two jobs. So, but it's fine because I don't regret my life right now. So it's I don't have anything wrong really, except for maybe slight car problems, but besides that, everything's
Well,
like
I'm
smooth
glad
sailing.
that your life seems to be going fairly good for the most
Yeah,
part.
at the very least, decent. And I don't really have much problems with it. I could just be a little
Got you.
taller, but that's about it.
Got you. Pixie, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, let me turn you up just a smidge. I don't know why everyone's so quiet today on my end. I don't know. Okay, we can hear you. We can see you. We have audio and visual connection to everyone. Erudite, can you hear us
Hi.
now?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Mindwaves said he'll be a little late. So when he gets here, we'll just pull him in, but I'd like to start the show. Welcome to yet another episode of WhickTV, a cross-ideological space where we come together and discuss issues of the day, political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today we're going to be talking about boundaries, asserting one's boundaries, the importance of doing so. We're also going to touch on consent. We're going to touch on rape culture. We're going to touch on a wide variety of topics, all related to the concept of interpersonal communication with the romantic and sexual interests. With that, we'll kind of get started. I want to give each of these individuals just a brief introduction, concise if you will, and then we'll just get into it right away. And we'll kind of get into why there is this tension of how we go about fixing some of the problems we have when it comes to interacting with each other in a sexual sense. We're going to start with Ahrelevant, please.
So I'm starting with an introduction of who I am.
Yeah, and just opening thoughts on the subject, just concisely.
I'm Ahrelevant. I am typically talk about dating, relationships, and also like to meme on political drama whenever it's relevant. No pun intended. On this topic, I hope that we're going to find that there's going to be a mixture of responsibility between men and women on how to not only affirm but respect boundaries when placed. That's probably going to be my entry.
Well, we'll see if if your wish comes true. We'll find out. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, KellyJean, please.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with some settings on my computer. So I'm not entirely sure how this conversation is going to go, but I hope that it's more productive than the ones that have been done beforehand. I've been sharing all of the statistics and like data and things that I was looking at. Because I think we've had a lot of like screaming matches, right? It would be nice if we could actually have a conversation where we can help people. Yeah, beyond that, I'm not entirely sure which direction this is going to go in, so I guess we'll see.
It's up to you, gang. Wherever the crowd wants to go, that's where we'll go. So if you don't want yelling and screaming, let's not yelling and screaming. But we'll find out, right? We'll see how it goes. Thanks for being here, Kelly. I really appreciate you. And we'll see. Next up, it's been a while, but no stranger to the channel. Not 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. Please, what are your thoughts here?
Hello. My name is 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, or not 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖎𝖙, and my general thoughts on this are, well, I think for the most part, yes, boundaries are important. Obviously, boundaries are very important, especially when it comes down to like sexual stuff, dating, and what have you. I think for the most part, for both parties, both men and women, just the simple word of like, no, or I'm not interested should suffice. Like for the most part, it should just be, just cut and dry. If someone says no, that they're not interested, then you should just, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, or anybody in between, you should just kind of turn around and keep it moving. If they are interested, great, cool. Keep it going go from there. I think a large part of like when it comes down to the ways in which men versus women interact within this confine, I don't think men truly understand not necessarily that they don't respect, but that they don't understand necessarily what boundaries are, even among like other men, not even just with women, but even with other men, because there's a ton of times, and like speaking from personal experience, where like my boundaries have been, you know, violated or overstepped by other dudes, both women and other dudes. So I think just, you know, people understanding, like I said, no means no, and to honor and respect people's boundaries and truly understand what they are. That's something that we do need to talk a bit more about. But with that, I'll yield back.
Yeah, what is a boundary? I guess we'll start with that. But first, we got Not So Erudite is going to weigh in. What do you think, Not So Erudite? What are your thoughts?
Yeah,
Do men
I think-
understand boundaries?
Oh, do you want me to respond to
No, just do
Eli
your
or
intro.
broadly?
I'm
Okay,
just
okay.
putting that out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to stuff like sexual negotiation and navigation, the reason that we're at the place we are makes sense to me. I don't really find like any specific group at fault. We had a long history of like extremely puritanical views on sex that basically viewed sex bad pretty much holistically, and there wasn't much nuance past that. And so ever since like the sexual revolution and the like greater indictment of casual sex and hookup culture into our society, we are kind of having to reinvent scripts, and unsurprisingly we're unsophisticated on it. My goal in this conversation is not to gender balance, it's to get sexual assault rates down. That's exclusively my goal. That is the only thing that I would like to see. And then a secondary nice goal would also be to see people having good relationships as well.
All right, well, thank you for being here, and hopefully we can achieve those goals together, gang. But we'll find out. Next up, we have Pxie. Thank you for being here.
Hi. I'm gonna apologize that my background's a mess. I just came back from Colombia, so I haven't unpacked or anything like that. But yeah, my name is Pxie. I like talking politics online. My goal here is to just spread chaos and destruction. No, I'm joking. My real goal here is similar to what Erudite said earlier. I want to create a healthier conversation. I want to be able to reduce the rates of sexual assault all over. I want to be able to empower women to say no, but also be realistic about how this is going on, right? Not just be simply like, oh no, just say no, that's it. Because obviously there's a lot of factors that go into why our society has developed into the way it currently is. And we should definitely change that because it's not healthy right now. And yeah, that's my overall goal. I think we're all going to agree at the end of the day. I don't think anything I'm about to say or will say is like particularly spicy, but we'll see what happens.
Who knows, right? But with that, we will go to Mindwaves, please.
Hey, yeah, everybody's talking about their goal for this conversation. I really just want to bring the idea that communication and consent is important. Well, communication in relation to consent is important. This shouldn't be really a controversial idea. In the sort of, I guess, political or cultural zeitgeist, it seems very common that we oftentimes have conversations about how men need to do better, men need to communicate more, or men need to pick up on, certain cues from women more, et cetera, et cetera. But we very rarely have conversations about, what are ways that women could possibly communicate better when it comes to consent or sexual relationships or, stuff of that nature. So yeah, that's the gist of it.
We'll find out how this goes. I'm curious too. I'm curious how productive this will be. I'm fine either way. With that, I guess I'll start off with a question, right? Like, and it's one that 𝕾𝖍𝖙 brought up, and I'm curious what everyone here thinks. Do men understand what boundaries are overall, in general?
I'm confused by the question and by 𝕾𝖍𝖙's statement, so maybe I could respond with other questions.
Please, go
when
ahead.
you say that, like, you think that men don't understand boundaries, could you clarify for me, like, which men, who specifically, what don't they understand? I'm just not sure I'm understanding the statement itself. I think you're muted.
Uh-oh.
Still muted.
Well, his mic's not
Sorry, I muted both
There we
my
go,
mic
there we go.
and myself in Discord. So yeah, I mean, it's not even just like I'm not even talking about like heterosexual men, and I, by all means, I don't want this what I said to be like a, or anything I'm saying on this panel today to be like, okay, men bad or anything like that. That's not what I'm going for. But like in my experience with both hetero and non-heterosexual men, there's not necessarily, I feel like, an understanding of like, okay, like when someone sets a boundary, like there's like a disconnect, I feel like, with a lot of dudes. And like I said with my opening statement, even among like just man to man relationships, even like two heterosexual men, when people are just joking around or what have you, and like one dude says, "Hey, can you not do that?" And then the other dude responds with, "Oh, well, just don't be a pussy," or something stupid like that, right? Like I feel like that like falls under it, right? Like um that person said that they did not like the way in which you behaved right then and there with them, but you somehow that didn't compute. Like what's going on there?
Okay, so when
So
you're saying they don't understand boundaries, what you're really meaning is you're talking about men who don't respect boundaries, because them saying, please don't
well,
do this, they say don't be a pussy. It
but then
doesn't cue to me that they don't understand what you're asking for. They're saying, I don't want to respect your boundary.
but
That's how
then
that response sounds, right?
right. So then we get into like, and this is something I've been thinking of and talking about on my platform a lot lately, and that is the way in which a lot of men, like nowadays, especially Gen Z and millennials, have been raised by previous generations, and that is that we do not. I feel like parents do not teach. I feel like they just don't teach us about or teach men for the most part, boys, boundaries. It's just when you're a boy or when you're a man, you just got to be tough, and that's it. And if somebody does do something that you dislike, especially if they do it to you or to your family, or whatever, you just need to punch them in the face. Like that is the type of shit that we are like that. I feel like we have been like taught by our parents, but we don't teach, or our parents did not teach us. If you don't want, grandma to grab your cheeks, right? You can tell grandma, hey, I don't want to hug you, like or just flat out tell grandma, hey, grandma, I don't like you, like, but like don't
Is this an
But that's not
experience
something.
shared by
Well,
the other men in this panel? Because I
I was
Not
going to
me.
say that
Not me at all.
that's a universal
Ye-
experience. That's not something that's like specifically like in
like
how we socialize
Well,
men,
wait.
right?
I
Wait,
feel
were
like though
you?
I've noticed that like when it comes down to women seem to understand at least a bit more, seem to understand like boundaries and what have you. Whereas like not all men, obviously, not all men, but it is a trend that I've noticed with a lot of men where like you tell a
Can
guy
I
like,
can I
hey,
suggest
Right.
something else? I'm curious if you'd agree with this, Eli, instead, this framework. When we
sure,
look
right,
at the trait agreeableness, right? I think we would all agree that if you had to select one random person, a man and a woman out of the population, the man is probably more likely to be disagreeable than the woman. Would we all kind of agree with that? And
Yeah.
we're not getting into nature
sure,
nurture.
I guess so.
Right, because I'm sure you'd agree. We tend to socialize men in general to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more competitive. We might even be able to talk about like nurture there. I'm not sure who has like the alarm in the background.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
so
Yeah,
gonna
I was
say.
sorry.
wondering,
There's
I was wondering
more.
that too, but I didn't want to be rude.
That's
It's
okay.
okay. I'll put myself in push to talk because you can hear everything outside here, basically. Sorry, my bad.
No worries. Sorry about that. And we also socialize girls a lot of the time, probably as like an old vestige of the patriarchy to some degree. I would hope that you would agree to be more compliant and to be more agreeable. And when somebody gives like even the soft indication that they're not interested, I think women are much more expected to take that as a clear no. Whereas with men, there's almost this expectation that like when there's this ambiguity, they're supposed to lead. And so men are supposed to step into that role and women are supposed to retreat away. Would you agree with this socialization framework? I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
good.
but
I'm just
no,
saying this
no,
is.
no, 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 no. I would agree, but also I just
Okay.
remembered something that goes along with like what I had said earlier about the whole of like men understanding boundaries, and that is that like, or I think actually I did already say this, and maybe I just need to flesh it out a little bit more. I just don't feel as though, at least from my own personal opinion, maybe other people in chat or in this discussion have had different upbringings, but like I don't feel like myself and like my siblings and other family members around my age, I don't feel like we were really taught, like
Okay.
but especially males, like
Let's I want to get some other opinions in on here
okay,
on this
okay,
because that's
Well,
a good
I want to reply
question.
to what Ellie said, and you sort of
Eli.
we're talking about, or sorry, Eli. My bad.
No, you're
Anyways,
fine.
you were talking about the idea of consent in relation to other concepts that weren't necessarily sexual or romantic or anything like that. You were talking about the idea that oftentimes we don't teach children to have bodily autonomy in certain ways. Like when grandpa is like, oh, give me a kiss, and the kid doesn't really want to, we sort of just encourage them to, do it anyways to placate the family member's feelings or whatever, right? But I feel like that is that's an idea of consent that is well, that when I said that that's sort of a universal experience, that's not really a gendered experience. I think that we push that on men just as much as we do women, and not just that, but also I think that that's a concept of consent that is outside the bounds of I think what we were here to discuss. Maybe I'm wrong.
I honestly, I kind of disagree with that. Just real quick, I kind of disagree with the last part that it's outside of the confines, because I think like when we're talking about boundaries and consent, like consent is consent, boundaries are boundaries, and I think we still need to. It still could help us to look at it even from like when it starts at like a young age and what have you, right? We can still look at it from that particular angle and see how that sort of kind of builds or plays out throughout the rest of our lives.
Sure, but what I said was that like I don't think that that's a gendered experience. Sorry,
it's not a gendered experience. But I'm just saying for.
Just trying to get to Pxie.
Yeah, I want to get some other people. And I know Pxie had some things to say, and Ahrelevant was trying to get in there too, and I want to hear from both of them, please.
Yeah, so I kind of see where both of you guys are coming from. I agree with Eli that I think this is an important part of the conversation because since young ages, and I think this is an extension of like American, I don't want to say just American culture because obviously we see these problems throughout the world, but I think like in America specifically, you have this idea of like, oh, if you can get anything you want if you try hard enough, right? And that's anything, including romantic relationships, right? We have seen these tropes up to like the early 2010s, mid 2000s even, where it's like the most romantic thing a guy can do to a girl is to not accept their no, to just continue on, like continue trying to get them no matter what. I think our media has influenced us and has influenced a lot of young guys as well to think that's like the proper course of action that they should take when they're interested in someone, to never take no as an answer or to try their hardest to keep pushing, to take it as a challenge as instead of just, a simple no. So I think that does come into play of like how we treat each other and like how some men might have more problems like understanding boundaries or just like giving up when it comes to a woman. So I do think that does play a part when it comes to these gender dynamics.
So I'd be curious, how many of you guys saw the February Pew research on singleness in America?
You're talking about the one where it's like twice as many men are single as, or young men are single as young women? Is that the one?
60% of males are single and not going casual. So they're not having sex, they're not pursuing sexuality at all, and they're not dating. 60%. Interestingly enough, nobody likes to talk about this. It's almost the reverse numbers for old women and old men, because unsurprisingly, our society sexually doesn't value young men and old women, because women are valued on the sexual market for basically looks and beauty and youth, and men are valued for stability markers, which are harder to achieve until you're older in life and like have education and years in your career. And so I think this is a really big frustration around all of this is when we're talking about like men are just taught to like pursue and never take no and stuff. I agree with that socialization. The issue is that it seems like increasingly men are like just basically being like, we're just tapping out of this shit. We just don't know what the answer is. That's what we're seeing of a lot of young men because again, the 60% includes non-casual sex havers. Like they're not doing anything.
Let me ask a question to the panel. When is it or is it ever appropriate to continue to pursue, like, say a woman declines? When, like, how much time has to pass before it's appropriate?
You're still missing the nuance. How did she decline? What was her body language when she declined, right? What was the reasons that she possibly gave?
Was it explicit? Was it implied?
Right. This is an issue for especially neurodivergent guys, right? I talk to a lot of men who are neurodivergent. A lot of this conversation that's being like unthought about is the fact that like the men who are going to struggle most with women not giving explicit yeses and nos is neurodivergent men, right? So when a woman goes like this and he's like, hey, how are you doing? And she keeps her body turned away and she only turns her head and she's like, oh yeah, no, thanks. That's very nice of you to say. Anyone neurotypical knows that that's a no. That's clearly a no. But a neurodivergent person doesn't realize. I've literally had to tell autistic men, for example, that the direction of their belly button is a great way to tell the direction of interest as well. Because a lot of girls will do this with their body language to clearly indicate, I'm uncomfortable, and they don't pick up on it. Right? How did she say no? Did she say, no, fuck you? Stop following me? Well, yeah, okay, if he keeps pestering her after that, that's a
Fair.
totally different individual that we're dealing with. Like, the nuance that's missing is, what does the no look like? Because men who know that it's a no and are pushing anyways, that's predatory. That's bad. And they've been socialized to do this, and it's wrong. Women who are not giving explicit no's, or men who aren't clear about whether it's a no or a yes and continue to pursue, are just doing what, honestly, everyone expects them to do. And we give that advice to men to do, because women give men advice to be leaders. Most women say that they want men to lead in the relationship. So when there's this ambiguity, most men assume I should probably step up and fill that role.
Do you think most women are comfortable saying no explicitly and in a way that even neurodivergent people would know? I see this a lot, right? Where, people don't want to be rude. We don't want to hurt people's feelings. We don't want to be acidic or waspish.
Especially women.
Right?
Yes, especially women.
And so they will say no and decline as nice and politely as possible. Do you think that's a problem?
I mean, this is the woman's plight, right? This is the socialization I'm talking about. This is why I'm saying empowering women to know how to say no is the feminist position. As a woman who grew up in Christian land, white Christian land, I was hated by every older woman because I wasn't nice and quiet, and because I'm super low on agreeableness, right? I'm very atypical in that way. But most girls just fit into the mold because most girls are just kind of like nice and kind, and then they're pressured and told you're a bad woman when you get up in people's face and you tell them no really bluntly. So most girls are socialized that it's a bad woman trait to be really up in your front and like be very clear about like a yes and a no. And this is really bad socialization that I think a lot of women feel like most women, when they say no to a guy, they're like, I feel so bad. And I'm like, you shouldn't. Like, if you made it really explicit, like, rejection sucks for him, and you can have empathy for him. But if you're being explicit with your yes and no's, that's the best you can do. You shouldn't actually be told by society that, like, you need to feel guilty for, like, rejecting a guy. And a lot of girls do.
And just to tack onto that real quick is I think that when we're talking about men in these situations, a lot of the times the reason that they don't necessarily pick up on certain cues, or maybe ignore certain cues, or interpret certain cues differently than what the woman intended, is oftentimes because we've gamified dating, in the sense that we've socialized women to act this way, to reject men in this way, and we've socialized men to say, okay, well, sometimes when women do that, they don't actually mean that, and you just need to push a little bit harder, right? So that is obviously not a good behavior, and I wouldn't encourage that. But I think that is that is the mentality that men operate on oftentimes.
And women, just to be clear, there's tons of women who will say, you should pursue me more. You should lead more. I wasn't attracted to
Wait,
you.
I have a question.
Stop. I want Ahrelevant to get a chance, and then Pxie can ask her question. Ahrelevant's trying.
At least, I mean, I guess everybody here can be able to have. How many people here have had personal experience with women who have said no, and then later at some given point stated that they actually wanted a man to keep going? Okay, I just wanted to see if how many people had experience with that, because I actually think it's a very common experience, especially for
just a real quick before we let Pxie go. I've told this story before, right? I was with a girl. We were making out. I started going further, and she's like, no, I'm a good girl, and so I stopped. 2 minutes later, she gets all like kind of reserved and kind of cold, and I'm like, what's going on? And I kind of like ask her about it, and she looks at me dead in the eye and says, good girls like bad boys.
Okay, so
what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Jesus.
The fuck is I supposed to do with that,
How did
right?
we end up with you?
So I would like
this raper, dude. Women love rapists, I guess.
I think with that instant then, and this is something I've kind of thought about too, within that regard, and that is that, like, we need to be having more conversations about having conversations about sex. If that makes sense. Does that do people
I don't know what that means.
I know.
do people understand what I'm putting down?
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So, like,
Sure, but this is an
basically,
aside. Hold on,
don't
but this is
be-
an aside.
Can I want
don't
to
I don't think
be-
anyone
Yeah.
disagrees with that.
Yeah, I
Don't
want
be-
before you go too far in there. I know Pixie had a question. She probably
Okay.
wants to get it before it gets lost. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not going to say this, what you guys are describing never happens. And it's okay. It's totally okay if you guys don't have an exact number of this, because I've been trying to like look at the data and there's like so much half-baked data too. Like not even like, it's been very difficult. But I would like it if you guys could like send me like, also like, for example, you referenced the Pew Research study earlier. I would like it if you could send me that, because I think I know the one you're referring to, but I also saw other stats from Pew that like kind of, I don't want to say painted a different story because it didn't, but it painted a story of just like more young Americans, including like young women, just wanting to be single instead, or not really looking. But I might be wrong, so I would like it if you could send me that.
Yeah. So it's saying
Um,
60% of men that are single, right?
Yeah.
It's not,
I got it,
a
Link.
lot of them.
I
I'm
like
just asking to send.
A lot of them
I like
aren't
it.
actually like looking, and a lot of them aren't necessarily sad that they are single, because I mean I would
Yeah, like-
expect younger men to be single more often because they like to like
Can I-
obviously some of them are lonely, but it I can't see a specific breakdown of these guys are
Got you.
lonely or not.
Pixie, did you
Unless I'm
finish your
missing
question?
something.
Yeah, and then the second thing I want to say is I would also like it if you guys could find me numbers on because, and I tried finding numbers, so it's okay if you guys can't, but of this phenomena happening, because I'm sure it happens to a certain extent. I'm just not sure if I'd say the majority of women
Can you
who
say phenomenon? What do you mean?
I
Yeah,
I'm
what
not,
kind of numbers are you asking
Yeah.
for?
I don't think the majority of women who are saying no are saying like they're not interested, want you to continue to pursue them.
Oh, how
I'm
many
sure there
play
is a
coy?
percentage.
that wasn't my point.
Okay.
A lot
Well,
of the time,
also, I want
think
to add something to that.
Yes,
So, like,
but
if you withdraw and you play it cool, and the girl gets annoyed because you didn't push it further, you're kind of in a position of power yourself, because you can be like in charge of that. So you're not necessarily put on a negative. It depends how you play it out, right?
Well,
Does
so
that make
that's
sense?
that's not
I also-
that's not the concern. The concern is that there's going to be young men that take that and then perpetuate the idea of next time a woman says no, well, it's a maybe.
Right,
It's
yeah.
not really a
Oh
no.
yeah, okay.
Exactly.
No,
And
no.
then-
I was talking about like Wick's example specifically. Like you don't
Okay.
necessarily have to take it
Wick
as
is-
a negative.
so.
So,
Probably
but
you're
you wanna-
asking men. What you're
that's
doing is
wanna
you're
go-
asking men to like look into the matrix and decode it
Yeah.
themselves, and there's going to be a lot of room for error when that happens, right?
Especially
So-
if you're like a 16-year-old boy having to decode this.
Exactly.
Like,
If I'm-
I can't imagine.
If
I
I
do-
can just jump in, sorry, Eli. What I'm going to say is when we're talking about when women say no in this way and then later want to be pursued, most of the women that, for example, I'm friends with lots of women who have done this, they do kind of mean no in the moment. Like they're oftentimes not that interested, but they might be open to it like later, and the later might not be clear of when. Like they might be like no as in like slow down. Sometimes no means I just am not sure. There's been absolutely times, for example, where I've been like, I've said no, and then we like talk about it more, like even just between me and my husband, and I'm like, yeah, it was more of like an I don't know and I need to think about it more than an actual no. The problem is that like this is insanely confusing for especially young men, right? And we're basically requiring men to do mind read work, or we're risking men actually harming women. And this is a super, super high level of risk for men and for women that could be improved with a bit more clearness, which is going to be hard for women. I'm not saying that it isn't difficult, and I'm not saying that there shouldn't be margin of error. Women are going to fuck up too. But this is often what happens. It's not like a woman is like, no, and then she's like, like hoping to chase. That does happen, but you can almost always tell because she's like, no, right? There's a lot of women who'll be like, no, and then like she'll feel a little bit differently X number of like days, hours, or like minutes later, because the no is more of like a pause or an I don't know. But when it's communicated as a no, and then it actually just meant pause, that's confusing, because then when do your no's mean no, and when do your no's mean pause, and when do your no's mean I don't know, and when do your no's mean actually I want you to pursue me? That's the issue.
Oh,
Nothing
I
irritates
wanna
me more
say-
than a woman being like, "Oh, well, I just don't know if I want to do this. I don't." And it's just like, if I ever hear that, like, I don't know if I want to do this from a woman, I'm checked out. I'm
that's
just gonna,
no.
I'm not going to
I mean,
pursue it.
that's
I'm
no.
just.
And I agree with that. I'm
But
gonna
it's
say,
not
yeah,
always that's not always what they mean by that, right? Sometimes they mean like, oh, I don't
Sure.
know, like, yeah. And
I do agree with that. And actually, I do want to go ahead and like rewind time and actually raise my hand with the whole, I guess you could say games playing thing, because I thought back to like high school and other things. This has been a while since high school, but I think largely, right? For me personally, whenever someone, because I'm a neurodivergent person. In most, like, I know I have ADHD, but I'm pretty sure I have other things as well. But it has been, a struggle for me throughout life to understand or interpret certain social cues in many instances, in many aspects. So, but I do know that, like, where I do feel that, no means no. So when someone just tells me no, I'm just gonna be like, all right, cool, and then I'm just gonna move on to, like, the next person or the next thing saying, like, I'm just like, all right, goodbye, like, this, that, simple.
Same.
And, like, I personally, like, speaking from, like, the perspective of just, like, in the moment, feeling, up there and everything. Like, if somebody tells me no, then I'm like, oh, I'm not out for, like, games. I kind of just, want to do what I want to do and, like, help you do what you want to do too. And then we either go our separate ways or we keep doing this type of stuff, right? And that's just kind of how I go about things. And what I was saying earlier, what I was trying to say earlier about how what we need to do is we need to be having more conversations about sex and pursuing what have you. Like, one time, I was with a girl and I had her in my car and we were talking and everything. And I asked her if I could make out with her, whatever, or if I could kiss her. And then she didn't even respond. She just grabbed my face. So, I mean, yeah, it was a yes. But she said that she liked that I asked. She very much enjoyed it. She very much liked that. Yeah, it doesn't happen for everybody. But I do think we need to just be open and honest when we are talking about, and when we're just in general. Maybe not necessarily a moment, but just as a society. Maybe we need to start normalizing asking the questions, asking, hey, is it okay if I do this? Is it okay if I do that? And I really think that, like, if the two of you like each other for the most part, and if you're, like, not a weirdo or not a creep about it, I don't really think it's going to bring down the temperature at all of, like, spicy time in the room. I don't really think it's gonna bring that down, especially because, like, you probably have, I guess, you have, like, that anticipation growing there, especially with, like, you asking them, and they go like, oh, hell yeah.
Okay, we understood. So what I'd be curious is, say I agreed to that and said, yeah, we should probably make, like, just in general consent a little bit more explicit, especially in, like, casual dating, like, early stages of dating.
Enthusiastic consent. I think we've all heard that.
I don't love enthusiastic consent because it's extremely low resolution as well around consent. But let's say I just granted you and said, yeah, I think that we should encourage people to be a little bit more explicit about their consent and what they're interested in. I think that's a marker of maturity. Would you also be okay with people being more explicit about their no's and their, like, basically their non-consent? They're much more clear about what they are and are not interested in. Are you comfortable with both of these things being educated and taught to people?
Oh, you're asking me that question. Yeah, sure. I would say just in general.
That's me and probably Steven's entire position. Yeah, that's our entire position. Yeah.
That, I mean, with Steven, I have other contentions, but on the lines of this topic. But Steven's not here, so yes, we do need people to, like. I do agree with both, like, men and women, but I think especially with men, we need to the whole no means no thing needs to be not hit hard, but needs to be hit home. But it needs to be hit home that when men say no, it also means no.
Yes.
Because I feel like there's also this idea when we think of, like, certain phrases that men often say.
We gotta stop. We already discussed why no doesn't often mean no. So rather than saying no means no needs to be driven home, no must mean no.
I just don't understand why no wouldn't mean no, though. If it's just literally no, the word no.
I just told you.
No.
We even granted this.
Okay, one at a time. Stop. Everyone, one at a time. Pxie, go ahead.
I'm just a little bit frustrated because I agree with you guys that a percentage of the population does this, but at least to my understanding, the majority of women who say no, like, do mean they're no. So if we're going to talk about, like, general societal trends of men pushing or of women not really meaning no, I would really like some numbers, because to me, from my understanding, and I might be wrong, is that, like, let's say, like, 20% of women, I even think that's high, but let's say give it like 20% of women are not meaning their no, whatever. That's not good. That's bad on them. They should not be in relationships, period. And everybody else should respect that because, like, they're not ready to be in a relationship.
I would agree with that.
But
Maybe it's best to just err on the side of caution anyway. So if you're not sure, just assume the no is a no.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah.
And not extrapolate this to like the rest of like the women population, unless if you have numbers showing me the opposite, that the vast majority of women are not meaning their no's. Then I would change my opinion.
I want to get just real quick. Irrelevant's been trying to interrupt this, and Irrelevant, go ahead, and then we'll get to the rest of you. I promise.
So at least for me, but I think probably other people here, but I'm not going to speak on their behalf. I don't think people are saying, I'm not saying that the majority of women do this or anything like that. What we're talking about is similar to the amount of men who sexually assault or sexually victimize women. We're talking about a small group of people that create a environment where in which people are going to have to be, potentially more cautious, go about doing things in a specific way. Maybe, these guys who have experiences like the brother Wick, mine and Mindwaves experiences are going to have to go, hey, you're a 16-year-old kid and, you just got to know that you later actually were told was a yes. But don't try and take this into future relationships in specific ways. And like, this is very confusing and stuff like that, right? It could even be 5% of women, but you need to realize that this can be a very confusing situation for a lot of people, especially with a lot of the media online, like of certain communities saying, who really cares about
I do want to go ahead and to piggyback again. Oh, sorry. I do want to go ahead and I'm sorry, I don't want to make sure I'm not like interrupting.
Concisely, we got a lot of people who want to talk, so
concise. I got you. So with like neurodivergent people, because I think that's what was stated earlier about how this is why no might not always mean no, or why some people might not get it. I think that also comes down to understanding neurodivergent people a bit more, and I guess like just understanding them and being like, you can't just go no, but like you do have to. But I do think just saying like I still think that you should say like no and be clearly just be like, hey.
I think that everyone agrees that that's best practice.
And I think if you do that with neurodivergent people and actually mean it too.
I think we should remove neurodivergence from this conversation because we're talking about general prescriptions applicable to most people. We're not talking about people that have so many disabilities that they literally can't understand what no means. Like,
Hold on. General prescriptions that apply to most people, then like what I'm saying previously makes even more sense or is more relevant, because if the vast majority or if a grand majority of women mean no when they say no, then you're better off taking that no as what it is than gambling.
Okay, but Pxie, you're just wrong. No, hold on. No, I've been waiting forever. No.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Pxie, I don't think you understand how prevalent the problem is of women not being good with their boundaries. Okay, would you agree? Would you agree with me that women are socialized to be bad at boundaries and to be highly agreeable and to be bad at confrontation? Would you agree with me that women are taught you're a good woman when you're not confrontational?
Oh, I absolutely agree. But we're talking about no's, right?
I'm going to follow this up with more.
Sorry.
I'm not done, I promise. Okay, so you agree with that. And so we also agree that it would be a good thing to empower women to be better and more clear about saying no. Boundaries are no's. Like when we're talking about no's, let's not be also like rigidly like thinking about this, that we think no only means the words N-O, because you can ascribe a boundary of disinterest in sexual interactions without the explicit word of N-No and still have it be explicit. For example, if a guy comes up to you and he's super interested and wants your number, you can be like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm just not interested right now. I haven't said the words no, but my boundary is very explicit. And so if we agree that women are bad at boundaries and we agree that women are like nervous about confrontation, then what we should be talking about is how to get women better at confrontation. And so I'm going to point us to a study that I found, which was a training program aimed at educating specifically women. It was called Enhanced Assess, Acknowledge, and Act. It is a program that was like 3-4 hour sessions or something like that, where girls came in, they had to assess risk. They were taught about markers of risky dynamics. They were taught explicit boundaries. They did role playing in their boundaries, and they there was a follow-up 1 year and 2 years later. And what we saw was a year later, the rates of completed sexual assault in the sample group with the exposure dropped by 58%. And 2 years follow-up, the amount of attempted coercions or attempted assaults were still dropped between 40 to 60%. So when we're talking about women not being comfortable at attempting like boundaries, specifically that attempted coercion stuff being so drastically dropped, this is what we're talking about. And these are just normal college-age girls, just randomly pulled from the population.
I understand what you're saying, but again, like, this is going in the opposite direction, or not the direction I'm talking about. So let me clarify on this. I agree with you. Women are bad at asserting their boundaries. In specific, they're bad at asserting no, and feeling empowered enough to like say no and keep that no going.
Sure, I should, or I'm really not interested in that right now, or like not even more vague statements, right?
Well,
It's the idea that women can never actually explicitly say no, because when they do, it is oftentimes respected.
I don't think that someone's saying, you know what, I'm not even gonna go there. I think that that's just me picking at that. But I do think that with people being specific with how they say no and what have you, or I guess definitive, fleshing out their no's, or I don't exactly know how to say it right now. But like no doesn't the no can look like many different things, which I think is what Erudite is like getting at. That no can look like a lot of different things. Like it doesn't always have to be necessarily no. Like she said, it could be like, oh, hey, I'm not interested, or hey, thanks a bunch, but nah, I'm good. And I, for the most part, from what I've seen and from what I've experienced, it seems like a lot of people, the majority of people, overwhelming majority even, know how to say those kinds of things and know how to but this is from what I think I've seen. So you could take that as anecdotal if you want. But and not even just what I've seen with what I've experienced myself personally, but what I've seen happen to other people as well, with men and women. For the most part, people are just like, hey, they'll say, hey, thanks, like, I'm not interested. It's very, very seldom, I guess I didn't specify this earlier, that when I say like no means no, I didn't exactly mean it like the literal word no.
We get it.
Does that make sense?
But even those statements that you gave us were more explicit than some of the examples that we were talking about, where you're expected to read more into it, and it's not as clear as to whether or not they are actually rejecting you.
Maybe it's just the people I hang out with that I know, but I just don't see a lot of those.
Let's let Pxie get in. Pxie, go ahead.
This is exactly what I meant earlier, or what I was harping on earlier. And maybe I'm just like misunderstanding, so I just want to be really clear. You guys are saying, oh, sometimes we have to read more into the no because it might be a yes. Or am I wrong?
No,
you guys are saying
no.
Because it's not communicated as a no.
We're describing the lay of the landscape right now. We're not saying that this is even good. We're not saying that it's good that men have to mind read no's. What we're saying is that no's are often really ambiguous and don't always literally mean no. They never mean yes, except unless they're being like, no, right? But that's fucking obvious to like everyone. No's just aren't clear what they mean. And that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing, but that is descriptively true.
So I think what you're getting tripped up with is the no being a maybe.
Go. We gotta let Pxie in. Pxie's being addressed out. I'm sorry.
No. I was just trying to make sure, because as it was coming across to me earlier, it was just like, oh, we have to read into these no's because they might be yeses, and it's, oh no, like the vast majority of time, if you're already having to read into it, if she's, maybe she's not being explicit, but she's turning her body away or whatever it might be, that's already like, that's a no. And you should try to respect that. And I know that's easier said than done, and we can get into discussion of how that should change. But that's why I was so confused earlier, because I was understanding that you guys are saying, well, no might actually be yes.
To be more clear, I think what some of us were referring to, what I was referring to, is the concept of playing coy, right? Playing coy, where you make a pretense of, oh no, or modesty or shyness, but the idea is to attract the man or your partner to pursue you even further, right?
That ain't gonna attract me, fam. I mean, I'm not on the dating market, but that ain't gonna attract me, fam.
I'm not
fooling around.
Some people, that is how they interact with the world. They play coy, the passive aggressives, like, well, I guess if you really want this, we can, or, I don't know if
Or
you really
brats.
want it. You know?
Wait, what do we mean? Brats. Sexual brats.
Mhm.
Sexual brats are exactly this. They're like, no, no, you fucking little, and they're always throwing little punches and they're jabbing at you all the time. And like, imagine a fucking neurodivergent.
It's like what you said
red person.
earlier, though, that like a lot of people kind of like can tell that. Like,
Yeah, a lot can. What do we do about this is why I'm not willing to throw out neurodivergence, because what do we do with the people that can't? What about the young men who've been taught, for example, that like when they're doing that, what if what they focus on is like really bad, like Hollywood-esque movies that Pxie brought up originally, where it's just like, just chase relentlessly until they say yes. Because
that is
a
very
lot of
bad.
women, well, but the issue is it's not always bad, because if you convince a woman and she ends up being incredibly happy in a relationship with you, then it was always good, even though the process by which it got there is like not something I would recommend by any means. This is what I'm talking about when we're talking about like blurry, messy sexual dynamics. I feel like every time I listen to people talk about sex and relationships and boundaries, I'm listening to like virgin losers. And I don't think you guys are actually virgin losers. I think people just aren't thoughtful in how they communicate, right? Like so often we're like, well, just like make it clear, just like do this. It's like, have you just never had sex with another person? Have you never flirted with other people? What do you do about tsundere girls? I'm in many cases a bad soon. Yeah, it is. Or at least
I don't
world.
think
It
you
was
got
like,
that.
now I know what I'm adding to my list. All right, let's go.
Let me ask all of you. Let me ask all of you, the panel right now. Who here thinks that they are very good at figuring out when someone is interested in them or likes them? Raise your hand. So 2.5-ish, right? Okay. This is part of the problem here. The ways we communicate and we interpret interest are so diverse and so problematic, right? That we look to things like those Hollywood movies to kind of be our guiding star. We look to others, like sources such as people who are red pill kind of gurus and things like that to be our guiding star. We will look to the left to see if any of them are willing to teach us. But usually what you get from the left a lot of times is, oh, you should know this. This is pretty easy stuff. You should be able to tell, right? And it's not so easy, right? Like,
To be fair,
Yeah.
there are already quite a lot of resources out there for dating and things that kind of give you indications and give you lists and ideas of, is somebody into you or are they just leading you on?
But
Like,
without
it
any
does
direction,
really
it's
bad.
so
I
easy
don't
to
know.
stumble
Really
upon
bad.
bad information, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of
I was gonna say.
I also think we
garbage
need
info
to.
out there.
well, you will have to
think
put
we
in
need
some effort to find the good information, sure, but it does
I-
exist.
Well, that
Yeah, the
I
problem
would
is a
say-
lot
I
of
think
bad
another
information
part. I
tries
think
to come
another
off.
problem.
Wait, okay. I'll say something quickly and then whatever. So I think a big problem is that a lot of this bad information is disguised to like look as good information as best as it possibly can. And when I'm talking about this, I'm thinking specifically about the red pill dudes, where a lot of the like advice they give is just straight up coercive or abusive, and then that's going to lead to results, absolutely, because you're kind of self-selecting for women who have been abused or have been in those patterns and think that's normal. So now you're getting like this huge subsection of women where it's working, but you're like being a horrible human being in the process. Like it's not really going to lead to like long-term fulfillment, which then leads you to consume more red pill content because it's reinforcing all these like previously bad held beliefs. So I think like that's a problem. It's like a negative self-reinforcing cycle that just fucks over everybody in the process. And that's why earlier I didn't raise my hand when it comes to like, oh, do people like can I tell or not? Because I feel like so many guys have been incentivized to like lie about like their intentions or like what they like. So I'll have guys be like, oh, I just want to be friends with you, and I'm like, cool, like, you know, I rejected them, and they say they just want to be friends, cool, and then it's a lie, like it's hidden intentions. So yeah.
It's funny that you bring that up because, like, one thing I've noticed from like looking at a lot of and studying a lot of the like red pill manosphere type content is that like just a quick like divergence is that it's like a lot of it is like a self-fulfilling narrative that to keep the men coming back and watching them. And we can get into that later maybe, but I think also because I brought this up to a friend of mine who has like degrees in this type of stuff, and they said that it also has to deal with in a way the way in which we educate within a sexual manner, like sex ed type shit. We don't really do that a lot. At least over here in America, we don't do it like as well as I think we should. And I think within sex ed and within sexual education, we could bring up and talk about like body language, social cues, and maybe we don't even have to do that in anything like sex ed. That should just be something that we teach kids from like a young age, is like body language and
But I also think that an important part of the conversation,
like that.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mindwaves.
Well, I also think an important part of that conversation is trying to cut out the need to constantly look into these indicators, right? Like needing to interpret body language, needing to decipher coded language, and like this is all stuff that we also need to teach people to remove from the equation as well, right? By being more explicit with what you want.
I don't think so, because there's a lot of people, many people, and I'm going to bring up the neurodivergence here. There's a lot of people who don't know how to
I don't care about the neurodivergent people. I don't.
I do. And this is why Mindwaves, you should, because the
I mean, I do, but like, I'm not interested in constantly caveating for like the two neurodivergent people in chat. Like, it's
yes, you are.
This is Twitch. They're all neurodivergent.
You constantly want to bring up neurodivergent people. We've already said that people need extra steps now, obviously.
I myself am neurodivergent. My wife is neurodivergent. The majority of people that I know are neurodivergent. As a matter of fact, I can probably count the number of neurotypicals.
My dog is neurodivergent.
Please, everyone, one at a time. KellyJean, go ahead. And then I want to hear from Ahrelevant. KellyJean, then Ahrelevant. Go ahead.
Rather than saying neurodivergent, we can just say people that are lacking in social skills, because although people with neurodivergence do have real trouble with social skills, there are people that aren't neurodivergent that do too, right?
I wanted to say that too, but yes, thank you.
Sure, cool.
That is true.
Nope, I agree. Not everyone can read social cues well.
Right.
Ahrelevant, what do you got to say? I know you've been trying.
Well, I forgot I was neurodivergent. I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was a kid. So Mindwaves, I am personally attacked. By
4 years old. Don't quit me.
Yeah, I actually forgot. But no, I feel like Mindwaves gave something that like is very agreeable. The idea would be that we lower the barrier to entry for these kinds of relationships, no?
Yes.
Is that we should minimize how much like research we got to do before we're able to say, hi, I like you. Like, I feel like that's a pretty reasonable thing to do.
Well, we have to
make
do
the right
research
things easy and the wrong things hard. It's like, it's that simple, and everyone should be working.
Will we have to do research if we're just conditioned and taught about it? Like,
if everyone was good at reading social cues, then no, we wouldn't have to.
Heard of immigrants?
I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to do everything.
We will have to, in a way, do some research. But I think maybe we won't have to do as much if it's just a norm that we are taught these types of things and taught like social skills and social cues.
Yes, you're right. If everyone had perfect parents and our education system was better, all of these problems would be solved. Based in truth.
We do need
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Wait. We can't throw that out, though. We do.
You're just saying nothing. You're just saying
Pxie,
words.
Pxie, go ahead.
If you are in a sorority, for example, frat culture is ripe with these issues. I think bar and clubbing culture has a lot of these issues, and I think we can like have a productive conversation about that. Where even in cases where women have explicitly said no, like I'm going to use myself as an example, men instead, and I think a lot of that has to do with red pill and old traditions, right? Where men still think, oh, this isn't just this is a challenge. This is my opportunity. So I have nothing to lose. Let me try talking about my fancy fucking cars or whatever, or start pushing even harder because hey, I should go for it. So I think
that's when we need to start looking at like, okay, well, how do we address men when it comes to these situations? And I would agree that exactly. How do we, encourage men to not engage in those behaviors, or all that? But the point is that when women need to say that no in order for men to be able to pick up on it in the first place, right? So, like, yeah, I agree with you. There are predatory men out there. I think that everybody here agrees with that. But yeah,
I think I talk. I barely said anything. Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. So I think what Pxie was getting at, in some situations, risk assessment needs to be done because you can't always be explicit in that no. There might be situations where, you know, like literally running away is a better option for you. But in the studies that Erudite was linking, it is a big focus, right, on the university group where they were teaching assertiveness. The risk assessment was a really big part of it.
Yeah.
And we certainly don't teach people this. This is really important to know when you are safe and when you're not.
The issue is, as soon as we start talking about risk assessment, unironically, welcome to my fucking world. If you talk to women about risk assessment, you will be called a pick-me, right, 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, right? The moment you start saying things like women probably shouldn't be drinking all the time when they go out with men, for example. When you talk about things that women should do,
old men could just like not.
You gotta let her finish. Let her finish.
This is the actual. Like,
don't we know that like if someone's intoxicated, you should not like. You should not advance the person when they're intoxicated?
The problem is that there are a bunch of predatory shitheads. There's not a ton of them. There's a small minority.
Right.
You need to, as a woman, because the risk is so high if you're with these individuals, that women should still do risk assessment. Women, for example, if they don't know whether don't interrupt me. Just chill for 2 seconds.
You gotta let her finish, and then you can respond.
If women, for example, aren't sure about whether or not they want to have sex with a guy, they should be really careful about their drink intake. Absolutely. Not because she should be assuming that he's going to be a rapist, but because women unfortunately have the problem, this like double like entendre that women have to navigate, where they have to be going out with men to try things, and they also have to be maximizing their safety all the time. And I talk about with women all the time. It's bad. It's not good. You're right. The world would be better if there was no trauma, no rapists, no killers, no abusers, and no monsters. I agree with you, but that's not the world that we live in, which means we have to prepare our women for these problems. Of course we do. And risk assessment is one of the best ways to do this. Are you drinking? Is he drinking? Do you have your own ride home? Do your parents know where you are? Do your friends know where you are? Really basic stuff to increase your safety.
To be clear, and I'm not sure, but as I interpret it, KellyJean's, the risk assessment that she was referring to, and she's here so she can correct me if I'm wrong, was what is the risk of telling this guy man no? Will he assault me if I say no? Will he attack me if I say no?
Sure, I was referencing something specifically that Erudite had listed, but yes, but being around, so I would actually say more dangerous than being drunk yourself is being around very drunk men. If you don't know their background, that alcohol is a huge predictor of violence. So if it is, and just like even the non-violent men do the stupidest shit. Like I was a bartender at a club and a bartender at a strip club, and the one basic rule at a strip club is don't touch the girls. Do you think these dumb motherfuckers listen to the one fucking rule that there is? No. We had to kick a lot of people out because people are bad when they drink. So it's just, I would look at the reviews of the places that you're going with bars and nightclubs. Some of them just attract the absolute worst people, and they're good to avoid.
Yeah, and on the same hand, I think a good advice to give to women that are interested in stripping, for instance, would be that you would obviously want somebody in that position that is able to clearly establish that boundary as well. That when that man goes to touch them, no, that's not allowed. We're not doing that here.
Oh,
right?
yeah, they get kicked out very fast. They even know that they're on CCTV when this is happening, right? Because the security is there, the rules are all there, they're told, but they don't listen because they're idiots. It is what it is.
I don't think...
I'll go. So I think I completely agree with what you're saying, Erudite. And what I'm about to say, I think is like really important because it's how the conversation is framed. I think there are definitely actions that women can take that reduce the risk of sexual assault. Absolutely. I think what society gets stuck on, and maybe you guys will agree, disagree, is that if a woman does not take all these steps, then now she is at fault for the rape.
I just feel like no fun allowed sometimes. It's like, well,
right,
no
exactly.
Fun.
And that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier. Like,
that's not what we're saying.
That is
life. That's not what you're saying. I know that's not what you're saying.
Really,
no. I'm saying that to them because I actually have clauses for fun allowed because I don't want women to have a bad time all the time. Yeah.
I mean,
so let me finish here.
Sorry.
So I think there are things women can do. Like a woman can, like, let's say, not go out, not drink or whatever. But the point is, even if a woman is somewhat irresponsible, like let's say she just gets like fucking like blackout drunk or whatever, we as a society can still agree that the consequence of that should not be you get raped. The consequence of that should be, oh, you have a really bad hangover the next fucking day, right? It shouldn't be like, okay, now somebody took advantage of you and hey, it's your fault, dumbass, because you got too drunk. Like, no, like the consequence
Pxie,
of
who on
that.
this panel is saying that if women don't establish boundaries, they should just be taken advantage of?
Well, I'm not saying that you guys are saying that. I'm saying that
She's
society...
talking about the aesthetic. She's talking about the aesthetic and what it looks like it's leaning towards, which I agree. Like, dismantling rape myths is good. I'm all for dismantling rape myths.
It is important to keep in mind that there is a significant chunk of rape that does happen when the woman is either incognizant or asleep, right? So there are certain situations where women end up in, and there wasn't really anything they could do to set those boundaries because they already
Well,
were
what they
not
could have done is
aware.
not be in that situation in the first place. Obviously,
Well, I mean,
the
a lot
fact
of
that
them
they're in that situation
sleep.
and get taken advantage of is
That
shitty.
just kind of reads like, what was she wearing and why was she out at 3 a.m.?
This is the whole
unironically,
fucking
it's
problem,
like-
Eli Monty. This
and
is the
that's just
whole
like-
fucking problem.
I
This
mean,
is
I'm
the whole
sorry,
problem.
but that's how it
I don't
reads.
care. I don't care how you feel about it. What I'm
I mean-
saying is, if we cannot talk about measures that women can take to maximize
I mean,
their
we
safety,
can, but we
stop
can- I
talking
feel
while
like
I'm
we
talking.
can. You've talked a
You'll
lot
get a
about it,
chance.
and
Yeah,
I
but
feel
you
like
say
I haven't
nothing.
really
you
been
talk
able to
way
say-
more.
Not
You're
Eli
probably
Monty.
talking
We're gonna have to
yourself.
mute you for a minute.
Awareness.
Okay, I
woman is
muted him for a
asserting
minute.
herself.
After you're done, you can respond. After Erudite's done, I will give you the floor. I promise you, Eli Monty, you will have your day. You will have
Like,
your day.
wanna go
Go ahead.
This whole rhetoric around, if we talk at all about what women can do to maximize their safety, now you're just victim blaming, is toxic in itself. Because what it's actually doing is decreasing resources available to actually learn tools. For example, when I have taught like addicted women at rehab who have been victimized regularly by men some basic steps about boundaries, all of them were like, oh my God, I literally never thought of that. That's so damn smart. And the reality is that we're in this world where if I even talk about this, I'm getting called a pick-me, and men, if they're saying this, are getting called victim blamers. And the problem is, like, if that's not what's going on, like, call out the victim blamers. I have no problem with that. But if that's not what's going on, hold your fucking tongue.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will
if you had
unmute.
a friend,
Stop.
It is-
I promised Eli Monty a chance. So Eli Monty gets the floor now. Go ahead.
I mean, I get what Erudite is saying. Like, yeah, we do need to talk about, we do need to have those discussions about like preventative measures that women can take to, you know, protect themselves or even prevent assault from happening. But we still do need to talk about, you know, the fact that these things do happen and that there is, like, we do need to tell men or teach men, you know, hey, don't rape, don't assault somebody. You know, these are still things. I mean, you can roll your eyes if you want,
No,
but this
I'm
is
not-
still the
I'm rolling my-
conversation.
Do you think we've not
we
been
need-
teaching men that rape is bad? Do you think that people
mean,
can understand from
but
grade
at the same
2
time,
that rape is
like
bad?
rapists get off all the time, and they get off. They get off in many cases. Like,
That's a failing of the judicial system that has
but-
nothing to do with whether or not we're teaching.
But
If
then-
you
but then it
polled,
teaches
hold on,
men,
if I
then
polled
in some cases it'll
97% of the
teach
population,
men.
no,
It
it
can
doesn't
teach
teach
men
that. No.
they
actually, more
can just
rape
do
is just
whatever the
really
fuck they want.
ambiguous. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people
Like-
think that. Like,
No, but a
But-
lot of men don't view
Wait,
themselves as rapists.
That's another thing. A lot of them don't view that. A lot of them don't.
Wait, sorry. I want to hear what Relis wants to say because he hasn't talked for a while, and then I'll.
So-
Actually, I just want to interject. I just want to say, like, a lot of men don't
I
understand.
know you
that,
want
like,
to
or- and have
interject,
not-
Vic,
and have
but
not
there's
been
like 6
taught
people on this
that, like,
panel.
hold
I know
on,
you
hold on.
want to interject, but there's 6 people
I-
on this panel. We gotta
Okay,
give
forget
everyone
it.
a chance. Irrelevant, go
Move
ahead.
on.
So the
Move on.
example that I usually like to bring and that I think is probably going to be tangible for you, Eli, given that we're both brown. Did your mother never teach you how to conduct yourself around police officers?
Dog, not even just police officers.
There
My
it
mom and dad
is.
taught me how to.
Let's-
I'm gonna say it there. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I know what you-
right?
yeah, I know
You
what
know
you're
what I
talking
mean. Right? Yeah.
Is she victim blaming?
I don't think it's victim blaming to teach somebody how to whatchamacallit, protect themselves. But I think when you make but that's not what I said though. I didn't say that exactly
I'm not
was
saying that's
victim
what you-
blaming.
I'm saying what's the difference between your
That was
mother
more towards
telling
Erudite than you because I
Sure,
see her
sure.
smiling.
So
over
no,
there.
that's what I'm about to make the connection to. What's the difference between, you know, brothers and sisters inside of our families telling us how to conduct ourselves around police officers, and then Erudite saying what she said about trying to keep, you know, sisters
Because
safe?
it's kind of like what I forget who said it. Was it Pxie or was it? I think it might have been KellyJean who said it. Where it's like
All look the
you
same.
you can try, your best, but at the end of the day, like there's still a good chance it's going to happen. And
but when we
still
tell women you should try your best, you somehow turn that into us victim blaming them. Like you compared that to me telling a woman, well, what were you wearing?
Because that's exactly what you said really kind of like reads and sounds like. Like,
I think
if you want to
something
interpret it
keep
that way,
in
but like
mind- I
Go
think
for it.
something to keep in mind is when we're talking generally, like in this chat right now, we can go into things without it being detrimental to any specific individuals, right? Because we're talking in general. But obviously, were we to say a lot of these things to an individual without knowing the context of their lives and stuff, that is when it starts to become problematic, and that has been happening.
No, I
quite a
reject
lot
this
with
framing. I
individuals.
think that everything that we've prescribed on this side of the argument is general advice that everybody should, listen to and abide by.
I think what Kelly's trying to
Without
say,
knowing
and
their
correct me
like
if I'm-
backstory,
You don't need to know somebody's backstory to say, hey, I
wait,
think it's not a
wait.
smart idea to go around strange men that you don't know and get irresponsibly drunk. Like
No.
that is not an advice that you need to know their specific situations and personality type, etc. on to be able to give that advice.
Mindwaves, I understand what you're saying, but I think what Kelly's trying
But
to
you're
say
then
is
making
that when
that
it comes
assumption
to
that they're doing that without knowing them.
Yeah.
Are they admitting to doing that on Twitter? Probably not.
So you're wanting to hyper individualize this advice, and we are
No.
all getting at this.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying as we're talking now, as in general, it is really good as long as we keep it to that, right? We're talking in general.
Yes, Kelly,
like a
individual
huge
people
broad
exist, and all their circumstances are
No,
different.
that's the fucking opposite of what I'm saying, you retard. I'm saying that talking in general in this chat is great, but we shouldn't necessarily be spurging this advice at individuals, right? Okay, so as we're talking right now, it's great, and we can go into
Can I
more.
ask directly, Kelly? Can I ask directly, Kelly? Under what condition or what circumstances would you say it would be bad to give a woman advice? Hey, watch your drink when you're at a party. Hey, maybe don't go around people you don't know and get blackout drunk. Under what specific circumstances is that not okay to give advice to someone?
So my social skills are bad, but I'm still not the kind of person that gives unwarranted advice to people I don't know on the internet, regardless of whether it's about sexual assault or not. Like, I don't know.
We're all here giving
I don't know
unwarranted
the
advice.
Isn't that literally what we're
No,
doing?
we're not
doing
giving
right
advice to one
wait.
person that's had an
hold on.
experience and is
Okay,
speaking
it's fine.
about it. We're talking in general. That's my
Kelly,
point.
every time you do this, you want to make it about individuals,
good.
but
No,
we are
I'm-
on the...
I think
you're
Kelly's getting to something
retarded.
important. Let me correct me if
I'm
I'm wrong,
saying
Kelly.
this is good. Like, talking in general is good.
I think
this is good.
I think what's happening here is that Kelly's trying to say, like, hey, we have this general advice, so we're talking about this in general. But then when it comes to like women who have like gone through rape issues, or have basically been raped, if you go like, take the advice from this panel, right? Oh, in this panel, I learned that like you shouldn't. I think everybody knows this or whatever, but you shouldn't get like too drunk or whatever. And then you go up to this woman, you're like, well, like just don't get too drunk next time. It's like, well, holy fuck, like she was never. I know nobody's saying that.
Nobody's saying that you should say that.
I think we all agree.
Kelly's trying
I
to
imagine,
be more
yes.
info.
I suspect that we all agree that Mindwaves would agree that if you're talking with an individual with sexual assault history, that you should be empathetic to them when you talk about
Probably a little bit more important in that
And I'm going to guess Mindwaves probably wouldn't just be going up to women with sexual assault histories and being like, can I give you some advice about how to not have this happen to you again in the future? That would be pretty fucking stupid, right? I think we can all agree with that. Maybe let's go back to Pxie, because I think you were getting to an interesting piece, which is about the aesthetic of how this like conversation comes across, and an element about like men's roles around like predatory behavior specifically, because I think that is also an interesting and like necessary part of this conversation, if everyone's good with that. Great. Okay, let's talk about the sleeping stuff, right? Let's talk about night game in general. I agree that there is this insane amount of predatory behavior that occurs at nightclubs, right? The issue is that I'm going to guess that the super predatory, creepy men, like I was at a nightclub like 2 months ago, I was telling my stream about this, and this guy who was super drunk kept coming up and unironically trying to slide his hand from my ass to my vagina constantly. And it was like, it didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter how I tried to move away. He was constantly kind of like actually like Donald Trump me constantly, right? And so what do we do about this situation? Because the reality is that in that nightclub, it was probably like 70% men by the time that this was happening. And the reality is most of those men weren't trying to grab my pussy. Most of those men weren't doing that. The issue is that there was multiple times that I would move towards other men in other spaces that I was friends with to try to get space from this guy. I would clearly be like, hey, can you help me out here? And they would oftentimes opt not to. So this is an interesting part about the conversation that's
Did you ask
rare.
them directly? Did you
Yes.
like, hey, and they just wouldn't do anything?
Well, I didn't ask directly with the guy like right there in front of me, but I did go like, hey, can you like go between, I said, want to stand between me and my friend, please? Is I think exactly how I said it. I said, can you stand between us, right? And so it's possible.
We need to start talking about for situations like this, we need to then teach or make sure that men know that they need to call out that shit when they see it. I think
more
that's
specifically
a big,
shame it.
Was this guy like
rape?
a
Rape isn't bad. Kill rapists.
Was this guy
right?
like a scary
I think-
motherfucker, like a big six?
No.
I don't even think.
Okay.
I think in general, like it's this kind of stuff, right? When we're talking about women being assaulted by men around other men, like men need to start calling that shit out. And it doesn't even start at the nightclub. It doesn't start at the bar. It starts when you're with your guy friends and you hear your other guy friends say some rapey fucking shit. Like when you hear that shit, you should immediately, especially if you are a guy who values feminine people in general, you should step in at that point and say, hey, shut the fuck up. Don't say that type of shit. Like, stop that. Because then when guys are not correct, because it's very easy, and we were doing this in this kind of training at work where it's like behaviors, thoughts, and emotions. It's incredibly easy for someone who has not been checked and who has not been corrected to then think that, or not even necessarily think, oh, this is okay, but just not think anything of it.
Then I want to ask. No, I get you. I believe you.
Hold on, Eli. I'm going to throw myself
self-aware.
under the bus. What do you think I could have done? Hold on. Okay, so I agree that the guys could have stepped up and helped me. What could I have done better?
I mean, maybe you should have called out the other men around you and been like, yo, I know you see this. Like,
You're
what's
right.
going
I
on?
should have been more
why
direct.
are you victim blaming, right?
Correct. I should have been more direct with my friend because it's possible that he didn't pick up what I was putting down when I said, hey, can you stand in between us? He might have been like, why would I stand between you and like the shrimp, right? That might have been all he was thinking because he was drunk as well, right? We were all drunk, so it's possible that he's like, all of his wires weren't functioning at all times. So I could have probably been more explicit with my friend. I probably also could have been much more explicit with this guy because I didn't mind that he was hanging around me. At times he was like showing me music and he was like kind of fun to talk to. It was just like the fucking like stop trying to grab my junk shit that was a problem. I probably could have been much more direct and being like, okay, if you're gonna keep doing that, you need to literally just go away. Like, do not talk to me. And if you do continue to talk to me, I will be getting a bouncer, right? I could have been much more explicit in that situation. Does that mean it's my fault that the guy kept trying to grab my pussy?
I don't think that's your fault that he was.
You think
doing
if anyone
that,
told me
but
that I
also-
could have done these strats to improve my situation, that they would have been shaming me and telling me that I'm a bad woman?
No, but like,
How comes you weren't more direct with your friends? Did you feel awkward and felt like you couldn't say anything?
It's all the classic female stuff of I felt a little bit bad because I liked the guy for the most. He was nice all night. It was just like he got a little too drunk and got a little too handsy. So I felt a little bit bad. I didn't want to shame the guy explicitly. I just wanted him to shame him about stop grabbing shit that he shouldn't be grabbing, right? I wanted to be not super awkward in the friend group because there was like 6 people around. I didn't want everyone to be looking at this guy weird or to look at my friend weird or put an expectation on my friend because like I shouldn't expect my friends to get physically involved for my like sake. Like that seems like a bit of an ass. It was all the classic female socialization shit that I speak against that in part.
Can I ask?
caused this
I'm
issue.
curious. Do you think, and this is not just to you, the panel as a whole, do you think that sometimes people are hesitant to call out these behaviors because of the stigma attached to being someone who sexually assaults or rapes another person or gets in that? And so you're like, because you mentioned in your story, hey, he was kind of a nice guy, and I really didn't want him to go like full bore on this guy, right? I didn't want to like call him out and shout him out and things. I wonder how often that happens where we're hesitant to just point out, hey, what this guy's doing is fucking rapey, right?
Right. Well, the issue is maybe that wouldn't be. So here's what actually solved the situation. So my husband wasn't near me. He was off helping other girls in different space that were other men were doing predatory shit. By the time he came back, All that my husband did was he redirected the guy towards him and just chatted to him about his music. Everything stopped. That guy went home on an Uber. I recognized to some extent, it's like, this guy was probably almost blackout. I don't know if he will even remember this situation. It doesn't excuse the behavior in and of itself, but we also like probably shouldn't just be like, you're an evil bastard. So like all that happened is somebody with sophisticated social skills came in and dealt with the situation, de-escalated as maximal as possible. And I know in this case with like my husband, if for whatever reason that guy's like, no man, I really want to touch your wife's pussy, like Nick would have physically intervened and been willing to do so. But he was able to de-escalate it in a super like sophisticated, like quick way. And so it's like, that's how that situation resolved.
But okay, wait, I have a question, Erudite. So let's say your husband wasn't there. Do you think you should have been okay with escalating the situation as like much as possible till he stopped? Or
Yeah, probably. So once my friend didn't listen, I probably should have just gone to like a bouncer, because there was my rule for girls is always make friends with the bartenders, because bartenders care more than bouncers usually do. So I was friends with the bartender. Shout out, I won't say his name, but shout out. Afterwards, I probably would have gone to the bartender and been like, hey, dude, this guy's like won't stop. Is there anything you can do to help me? And he probably would have been absolutely willing to help me out.
Okay, so I'm definitely not going to say this in the most verbally like best way. But I'm just thinking, I don't say there's a contradiction here, but there's a little bit of a contradiction earlier when you're saying like, you know, I shouldn't be saying like this guy is like, you know, an evil like fucking man or whatever. I agree with you. He's like probably not. I don't think many people in this world are evil, but it just seems that when we take like more and more escalating steps, we are basically, I don't know if the right word is like not looking down, but yeah, we are taking a further stance that what this person is doing is okay. They are not okay. They have to like cut this shit out. So then that is also associated with a stigma. So then now you like women in general are stuck in a rock and a hard place, because it's like they continue to escalate, and continuing to escalate might also paint this person in like this ultra like evil light that they might not be planning to do, even though maybe they should. Or they can say nothing, but then continue having that placed against them, continue that guy doing those actions. So now it just seems that like
me not wanting to paint him as evil and like save his feelings was the wrong part of me as well.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
He was doing something wrong. He was just also pleasant. And I wanted to try to de-escalate the situation as much as possible, because I have a pretty integrated theory of violence, which means as much as possible, I don't want things to become violent, right? He thought that he could get away with it, and the stakes weren't super high, and I needed to intervene in some way to stop the situation from happening, because he shouldn't be getting away from it. And it was wrong that he thought that he could.
Did he get kicked out of your friend group for that?
He wasn't in our friend group, he's a random.
Oh, okay. Oh, he wasn't even a friend. I thought he was a friend.
Do you think though that like, I mean, I know that he was drunk, but do you think that there could have been like a potential to teach that guy, you know, hey, what you're doing is kind of wrong?
It's not really the environment to be teaching people those sorts of things.
Wait. Why is it not in the
middle of a
environment
nightclub where you could barely hear anything going on?
That's such a like ridiculous burden to put on women.
Telling somebody.
So you don't want women to like have good boundaries, but you do want them to start educating men creeping
in
on
the
them?
nightclub.
No, that's not. That is not what I said. I said like, what if you like just told him like, hey, like, can you stop? Like, don't do that. Please don't touch people. Like. Did you not say those things, or did you just walk away over to your friend? Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Eli, part of the problem here.
Here's the thing.
Eli, stop. Everyone, stop.
He's asking me.
Okay, I understand. Everyone, stop. But Eli, if you didn't deafen so much, she did talk about it, right?
Okay, that's why I said maybe I deafened when she said it. My bad. I'm sorry.
He knew what he was doing. So the part that you missed is he knew what he was doing.
Talk to my chat too.
Okay, so what I said is it's not a matter of education, because as I said, he knew what he was doing was wrong. Because the moment some guy came around that really did look at him and be like, hey man, I see you, and you know that I see you, he smartened right up. He knew what he was doing. I didn't need to educate him, right? Are there times where I do educate men like in rejections? Yes, particularly if I have any suspicion that they're autistic. I usually go out of my way to be very explicit about what went wrong and what went right, and they usually are infinitesimally grateful. And I've done it multiple times at nightclubs, especially, right? In this situation, though, based on his response, the moment that like Nick showed up and tried to redirect, he knew what he was doing was wrong. Absolutely.
So do you think no would have impacted it? No, wait, I'm curious. Do you think being explicit with your no would have then changed any, in that specific scenario, would have changed much? Because he already thought like, he already knew you didn't want it.
Probably. If I had been more escalatory, it probably would have stopped as well, because he knew what he was doing wrong. So probably if I got really loud, for example, and I was like, "Hey man, stop touching my vagina," probably 6 large men that were around me would have turned and looked at him. The issue is everyone was drunk, and it might have also escalated the situation,
Because
right?
men like
But yes,
that-
he probably
Yeah,
would have
that's
stopped.
been-
Absolutely.
that's-
Okay,
that's
okay,
been
wait.
nice.
I just want
If it
to. I want to
escalated, he
just
wouldn't do it
wait.
again.
I want to just focus on this very
I bet
specifically
you if he
because I
got
think
his
this is
shit
really
rocked, it
important.
wouldn't do it again.
Wait. Okay, I just think this is. I really want to hone in and repeat this point because I think it's really important. It's not just saying no; it's being aggressive back. It's like
No.
basic. No,
Not quite. So what I would say, so I think you're getting to something, and I'm going to add nuance here just because I talk about boundaries with women so much. So like what I would say is it's really important for women to have escalatory elements of their boundaries that they're comfortable moving to. So the first no was unironically like pushing his arms off when he did that and being like kind of like more or less like being like, "Can you not?" I think I said explicitly, can you not? Right? But I kept smiling because like for the most part we were all like having a good time. He was pleasant, like I said. The next escalation was going to the friend and being like, "Hey, can you get in between? I don't know how drunk this guy is." I always opt for boundaries that have the potential for de-escalation, and that might even be a negative on my part. I'm not sure. I'll need to think about that. And so what I encourage women is having escalating levels of boundaries. So it's not, I guess to some degree, it is about getting aggressive, but it's not that you should start right out the gate at being aggressive, which is why a lot of boundary education for women is bad, because a lot of boundary education is like, just be a bitch. And it's like, first of all, that's escalatory in nature. And if you're afraid of a man reacting like violently or aggressively in any ways, being a bitch right out the gate is like the best way to guarantee that situation.
I also think it's very important to this conversation that we don't conflate the idea of being firm and explicit with your communication as with aggression or being aggressive, right? Because I think that those are two different things. You can be firm and also not necessarily aggressive
Assertive,
or
yeah.
I
off-putting.
agree with
Yeah,
that
being
in
assertive.
theory, but
I want
agree
to
with
hear
that.
what
In okay.
finish your
Can I
thought,
say
Pixie.
something?
Finish your thought, Pixie. Then I want to hear from Ahrelevant and KellyJean. Go ahead.
I agree with that in theory, and that is something we should normalize. But I think in like reality or actuality, when a woman is firm with her no, it's just automatically seen as aggressive. Basically. So I agree with you that we should like try to like decouple that. But the amount of like women that I know personally that whenever they're just firm, simple, straight, to the point, people are like, "Oh, like that's
Like, what do you mean? Could you sample me an example of that, just so I have an understanding? Because when you're saying firm, I have a picture of that, and probably Ahrelevant does, but I
I
don't
could
know
give
what
an
you mean.
example if you like. I spoke to
Okay,
Pixie about it. 'Cause I'm
here.
like aggressively unhinged.
Wait, I'll give an example of a firm no. So for example, like my friend and me, we were at a club. This guy kept like trying to like chat her up, et cetera, and she was just like, "No, I'm not interested." And like he took that like the way that she said it apparently was like too strong for him. I don't think she didn't scream at him. Like she probably talked a little bit loud because it's a club and there's like music, but like she was just like, "No, I'm not interested." And I think like that in general. I think a lot of people view that as like, oh, like she's being kind of aggressive because women are socialized and we perceive women to always have to be like smiling and always have to be like nice
So
and like
what I would say
high-pitched
in that
and say
situation,
no.
he was just chatting. Was he touching her inappropriately?
It's difficult to explain, but it was like kind of obvious, like in his body language, that he wasn't like touching her yet, but it was like kind of.
So the reason why I think it fell really flat is because it wasn't that she was being aggressive, it was that she was being disrespectful. Like the level of energy that she ran at him with for the situation wasn't really warranted at this point, right? Okay. That's why he reacted negatively. The reaction negative is still his L. That's still
Can
his
I
issue.
give like a direct example? Because I can. Right. Firstly, I am a very aggressive, direct person. Because I did work as a bartender in 2 clubs, I have a better idea of risk assessment when it comes to being outside in the public and dealing with drunk people, right? So I have got it wrong on occasion. I have been spat at and had been shouted at, and my bartender co-worker had a glass thrown at her head, which was not great, especially since all she said was that she was a lesbian and the guy didn't believe her. But otherwise, I'm quite good. And there are situations where I have been going into aggressive versus not, and it has been worked out because I've assessed where I am. Okay, so at TwitchCon Europe, there was some random guy that managed to get into our karaoke room and he was all over my friend Reb. And my friend Reb is a little bit, well, she's pretty passive and she's very amenable, she's very agreeable, and I am not. So when I see this happening, I'm like, do you like this guy? Who is this guy? I look at his badge, I don't know who the fuck he is, and he's not a partner, so I don't know how he's in here. So then I ask the others in the karaoke room, I assess that this guy is a fucking random, so I just get, and I start screaming at him to leave. And I did have to ask, I want to say 12 times before I could get this guy out, and I had to threaten to go get staff before I did. And I followed him downstairs because I wanted to try and get his badge when I was reporting him to the bartender and he was fucking off, but I didn't manage to get a photo of it. But also I ran into other streamer friends who were like, are you okay? Why are you yelling at this random dude? But there could have been situations where doing exactly that thing could have gone badly for me. But
following him out on your own? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there were a lot of other people downstairs, but
fair enough.
because I have that experience, I can have a better idea of what I'm doing, but most people don't have that experience, so it is a bit hard. Like, it's like, how do you teach people things when they've never had the chance to experience it in the first place? And also there's the part that I do think women are socialized to be more agreeable and less disagreeable, but I think that even if we did socialize women to be okay with being disagreeable, we would still lean significantly more agreeable. So, but what we can do is the risk assessment part is important
and palatable.
And I want to, gang, I want to hear from Ahrelevant. I keep telling him it's going to be his turn, and people keep being like, well, actually, no, I want to tell a story now. But Ahrelevant, go ahead.
I'm like the most passive person in here right
I know
now.
you need, that's a problem. You need to stop
I need to be more
assert
assertive.
your boundaries, okay?
Yeah, my boundaries. I feel like this could be a very agreeable statement for just about everybody in the room to kind of isolate this, because I had this conversation, I think, yesterday. I think that I agree that there is a line that women can walk and be assertive and not come off as bitch and not get walked over. However, I think maybe something we can all agree on is that that line is too thin for where we would want it to be. We would want it to be broadened so that way they can have a greater area with which they're capable of being assertive without coming off as a bitch or being walked over. Does everybody here agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I think
feel like that. Good.
And I'm not sure if this is going to steer the conversation in a productive way, but I think a lot of this does kind of have to go back with men and women, honestly, everybody in society, but in this specific context, like men getting more used to rejection and not seeing rejection necessarily like as a bad thing, but just as a thing that happens in life. And it doesn't necessarily mean anything bad on you, because there have been times that I've rejected a man, and you guys hear me, my voice is all bubbly. Like, people say that I'm like very, like, talk very feminine, where I've rejected men, and their response has been like, you're a fucking bitch, like, fuck you, like, literally, like, aggressive like that, just after being like, sorry, like, no, not interested, like, have my friend, like, you know, them reacting like that. And I don't know if, I guess I can kind of guess what's going on, but I think
they're bad men. Those are bad men. Those are bad men. No, unironically, those men that you're describing, if your rejection is literally like, I'm sorry, I'm just not interested. If it's like that and they fucking go off, that's a bad man. He's immature. He's probably very emotionally dysregulated, and he's toxic as fuck. And no, I don't think anyone here on the panel would support that guy and be like, it's fair enough that he reacted. No, like, that was wrong. What we're talking about, like with your friend, though, is a lot of women, for example, when they're taught about things like boundaries, they're encouraged to be bitches. They're encouraged to be rude to men. And the issue is that this is actually stupid, because our society has no integrated theory of violence. Any confrontation has some level of risk of violence. And it's wrong that it is the case. But women always have to be, when they're thinking about confrontations, going, how do I de-escalate this away from violence? And to be honest, I would say good men should be thinking that way. Just actually, I would say mature people with an integrated theory of violence are always trying to de-escalate confrontation away from violence. But mature people also realize sometimes violence is necessary. Like, if somebody's trying to grab your kid on like a train and like steal them away from you, maybe one might like stab the shit out of them, right? If you're a bitch, though, right? Say a guy is just chatting you up, and then you're kind of bitchy and rude towards him. Him blowing his top is unreasonable. That's not the correct response, and men do need to get better about this. But
Yeah.
also, we have to learn how to deliver boundaries in a respectable way, right? A guy's allowed to shoot his shot and it's not a problem. A guy just chatting you up to see if you're interested isn't doing harm in this moment. He's not doing something that's wrong. And so like turning to him, and I'm not saying your friend was like this aggressive, but if you're like, no, I'm not interested, when he's just like, I was just trying to talk to you, like fucking chill, right? That's going to be the response. And this is the issue, is most like feminist girl boss teaching women about what it looks like to be like confident is mostly just how to be like kind of toxically masculine. Assertiveness and mature people don't need to just immediately fly off the handle and be disrespectful towards somebody. I don't know why 𝕬𝖏 is here if he's deafened. This is so weird.
That's just why I
We've
said
seen
he
this-
deafens himself, and they just talks to his chat, and I guess he's having a wonderful panel by himself. But in the meantime, right, I want to ask, right, like, so do you think that most men can tell the difference between polite rejection and someone being a bitch to them?
I just want to add real quick. So going into risk assessment, the issue is even the most socially aware, it is difficult to know which of those men are the bad men. So that's why that tendency of women to want to de-escalate and be very nice to all men, because we don't know which are the ones that are gonna and go mental, is where that comes from, right? So it's not necessarily that it was an unreasonable process that we got stuck in, but definitely, yeah.
I'm not blaming women.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
blaming women. I mean, women are absolutely socialized to just placate. Women are socialized to not even have assertive boundaries. Women are socialized to have no boundaries. Women are socialized to be people pleasers and say yes, and you're a bad woman when you're not saying yes. That's how we socialize girls. But the counter to that isn't to teach women to be bitchy and rude. The counter to that is to say, how do you assert boundaries in a way that will de-escalate, that will maximize your agency and maximize your safety? Because that's my goal at the end of the day, is just to like help women be happy and safe.
Yeah, I agree. The issue is then, so you're doing everything right, but then these guys are still being obnoxiously persistent and terrible. And it is also exhausting, right? So the nicer you are, the longer it takes the men to fuck off. Because I will straight up be unhinged, screaming, like shouting like a death metal singer, right? Because I know that it'll get them to fuck off quicker. But even when I act like an actual mental patient, it still takes 4 or 5 times of me screaming "fuck off!"
Just out of
no,
curiosity,
before they
Kelly.
fuck off.
Out of curiosity, Kelly, do you do that like to everyone? So say someone came up to you and was like, "Hey, can I buy you a drink?" Would you be like full 0 to 100 metal singer?
It depends on the situation, right? So if I am pissed off and I have suddenly lost all care for my own safety, then yeah, like usually it happens when I seem vulnerable in some way, which is usually I'm on my own, which, you know, like, that happens. But obviously I would not necessarily recommend the way that I do things. I'm just saying in certain situations being aggressive is fine, but like even when you do everything perfectly, it can be very exhausting getting very persistent men to fuck off, unless you have backup and etc. Because I've done the nicely thing, and it is a pain in the ass.
Please go ahead.
I do want to ask a question, and that is, and maybe this might have been answered when I deafened, but why do we think, or where do we think it comes from, or why is it that women are socialized typically? And this is a question for the general panel, like, where does that socialization of women being, you know, agreeable and people pleasers and stuff like that, like, where do we feel like that comes from?
Yeah, part of it is socially enforced, right? But a lot of it is just, I do think that if we removed all social norms, men and women would still be somewhat different. I don't know. That's
well, yeah, there are fundamental differences.
I don't know if this is specifically like biological though. I think a lot of it does come from the idea that it's like, you know, women for the longest time have been like blamed for like male behavior, whether like for whatever reason. So it's like, if a woman like then that's why I like kind of earlier was talking about like, why it's so important to keep in mind how it can come across victim blaming, even if you're not like meaning to it, Because it's like for the longest time, if a woman got raped, it's like, what did she wear? Or it's like, oh, well, you didn't take all the proper necessary precautions to not get raped, so it's kind of your responsibility that you got raped. And it's like, no, like we can say like there are things to do, but that still doesn't warrant the consequence. So I think when it comes to like this idea of like, oh, like why are women afraid to be disagreeable? Because if they are met with like violence back, it's like, well, were you being a bitch to him? Or like, oh, like, and I'm not saying like that's what you guys are saying. I'm saying that's probably like one of the many different reasons why women have been so aggressively taught to be agreeable. Because if something bad happens to them, it's their fault.
I do think
That
it
is
is
true.
socially enforced, but I do think biology does make a difference. As a woman with an abnormally high level of testosterone, and we already know like things like the birth control pill, right, can affect the type of men that women find attractive. So variant changes in our hormones can be predictors of like how our personality is to an extent. I do think it's both. I think it's not just societally, but like how you were brought up as a child. I only have brothers. So like I wasn't around a whole lot of femininity. My mom isn't much of a feminine woman herself. So like it's how you were brought up, the people you were brought up around you, the activities you did, how much socializing you did with men and women as well. But there is some biological element to it, I
So-
believe.
If I could maybe direct to maybe a more interesting cover, because I'm sure we all agree it's nature nurture, blah blah blah. I think Pixie's right though about something, which is that we should shift responsibility off of women, right? When it comes to like predatory men, what we need to do is equip women with tools and things to manage these predatory men, because they're not just going to overnight disappear. So women still need the skills and tools, but this is men's fault. Predatory men is men's fault. That's the reality, right? It is men doing this behavior. But the problem is it's not the average man. So which men are we talking about? And I'd be curious what like you guys think, because I don't think it's the average guy. Like literally look at Pxie. She could like, she's very kind. She outlined her rejection as being very like sweet, like being like, I'm really sorry. What kind of guy is reacting to somebody like Pxie and going, you fucking stupid bitch, and storming off? Like, who are we talking about here? Is it like the douchey frat bros that are like pushy and don't take no lightly? Is it some sort of like guy who's like, I'm going to push your boundaries and I'm not going to stop because I kind of get off on it. And if you do tell me to stop, I'm going to get mad at you. Like, I'm curious, who are the men doing this behavior? Because I actually think this is where we fail, because we like just
Fragile
blamed
egos.
But who are they? Because we blamed all men. And yeah, go ahead, Relly.
I think.
I think,
okay, I'll let Rylan then go.
I think a large part of it came from what we all agreed upon earlier, is a group of people that understand women to be more agreeable. Because I think that if we broadly accept that women are more agreeable, wouldn't it hurt more? Like what you said earlier, Erudite, like women are raised to never say no and always say yes to people's requests. That's going to hurt pretty bad if you believe that. And I think women are raised this way. If you have that ingrained in your mind and you walk up and you ask a woman out and she says no, damn, she's been raised her whole life to say yes to everything, and you got a no, homie? That is tough. That is absolutely hard. So I think a lot of it is going to come from a group of people that have normalized the idea that like women will say yes to anything. And so
Also, fragility and alcohol is not a good mix.
Right. So I think about, my first archetype that comes to mind, my least favorite guy in the bar always is like the douchebag frat boy bro. Because he's usually rich, he's got rich mommy and daddy, and he oftentimes is incredibly entitled. Again, not all rich guys are like this, not all like this. But when I'm describing this archetype, everyone can picture this person, because this guy doesn't take no from anything, because he's always been told that no's are just obstacles to overcome.
Yeah, and I think that when we're talking about why men act this way, I think we also need to talk about the idea that for men, their masculinity oftentimes is tied to their ability to obtain sex or sexual gratification from women, right? So when they don't get that, they feel like less of a man when the woman isn't receptive to them. And that is then turns into aggression and stuff like that. So I think that if we're talking about what we should do when addressing men, I think also untangling that sort of association with masculinity and the ability to obtain sex is crucial.
So
yeah, we should like teach men. We should teach men like not to that they don't need to judge their masculinity or measure their masculinity based off of those types of things.
Well,
and
let's talk about
just
real quick. I want to put a pin in that before you go in too far on that, Eli.
All
I
right,
want to talk about
all right.
directly. I want to talk about directly what you brought up. So don't worry, you'll get to respond because this is something you brought up. Okay.
Okay.
Teaching men not to gauge their masculinity on certain factors, such as body count, things like that. I wish Allie was on here because I don't think any of the women here would probably follow this line of logic. But there are a sizable number of women who will absolutely judge men based on these typical masculine traits, such as how aggressive or assertive are you? How strong are you? How good are you are being persuasive? How what is your body count, right? This is absolutely something that a sizable portion of women, maybe not a majority, but a sizable portion are attracted to. How do we deal with that, Eli? Like, how do you deal with a woman who's like, well, I won't like you unless you are like this, right?
I mean, well, do you want the short answer or do you want the complex answer?
Give me the short to start with, and if we need to go complex, we can.
So for the most part, I mean, honestly, just fuck them. I think anybody, man or woman, that is concerned about another person's body count, honest to God, can just get fucked. Like,
That doesn't help
hold on. I'm not finished. I'll get there. Give me a second. So yeah, like we should for the most part, those women, men should know, like, hey, don't let that type of person get you down. Don't read so much into what they're saying. They're a sad person. Like, don't read into that type of stuff. Don't read into shallow people. So then also this comes down to deprogramming this type of thought from people, from both men and women, teaching people that, or normalizing that, hey, your body count, whatever it is, and this is why whenever the body count discussion is talked about, I always say your body count is fine. Whatever it is, it's fine. If it's 0, if it's 1,000, as long as you're clean and you've lived and you're happy and you're living a good life, who cares? Your body count is fine the way it is. And then also we need to
before we go on for that, I want to give other people a chance to address that point before we get into the 10 other points. We got to go point by point on this. So Ahrelevant, Mindwaves, you all wanted to jump in. I want to hear what you have to say.
I don't think that this really encompasses the real issue, because it's not just like, oh, the woman cares about your body count. Usually what your women are selecting for, in my experience, when they are selecting for men with body count, is experience. They know what they're doing. They want a guy who knows what they're doing sexually, intimately, and things like that. Not just, oh, you have I'm responding to him and he's deafened.
I know, it's fucking annoying.
Okay, all right.
Tell him to stop deafening and to do push to talk if he wants to talk to his audience, so he can at least hear everyone.
I tried to. I thought I shamed him. I guess I got to bully harder.
We're shaming you right now.
Yeah, he was trying to answer you. Eli Monty, he was answering your question. He was addressing your point.
Eli, try doing... Eli, I would consider doing push to talk so you can hear what people are saying and still be able to talk to your audience and talk to us. That might be better.
Just tell us that you don't care about women being raped, and then you can leave.
Woo!
I do care about that.
Great, then fucking pay attention when people are talking to you. That'd be awesome.
I mean, it would just be nice when, how
we don't
you
care.
get to,
Go ahead,
you get to drone in on a point, and then when I try to explain something, then I can't say shit. But okay.
So what I was saying is that typically when women are concerned with a man's body count, it's because these groups of women will look for men who have sexual and intimate experience, who are good at it. We could even talk, if we want to go a little bit deeper, about the orgasm gap and how some women might be trying to look for men that might have more experience to hopefully make that a little bit more of a pleasurable experience. Let's just be honest. I think there's a higher chance that a person with a body count of, let's say, 5 or 10 is probably going to know what they're doing a little bit more than a virgin. So
I want to agree with that, actually. So I would actually trust the experience better of a guy who had one long-term experience with a girl than who had slept with 10.
Yeah.
Because he was able to please somebody rather than just fucking at random, right? So that's more likely an indicator.
That's why I picked 5 and 10 and not 500.
Yeah, but 1 could be fine. 1 would be fine.
Sure, I said 0, but nonetheless, right? Caring about a person's women caring about body count for men, I think, is often correlated with a idea of, I want a guy who knows what he's doing. That's typically how it's been represented to me. I want a guy who knows what he's doing. I want a guy who is confident in intimate relationships or whatever.
I don't think honestly, I think that the women that are attracted to guys with higher body counts, usually maybe I'm out of touch with women, but that attraction seems to be more rooted in the idea that man is somebody
desirable.
that other women, desirable, and that is shown by the fact that other women desired him, right?
I would say that's probably more often the case than what I described. Yeah, probably.
I think it's definitely multifaceted, but I think that's probably
that gets again into the question, right? Women are selecting for these things, and if you are a man who is not high value, such as myself, right, who does have to like take what they can get, that's a tough ask. Hey, I'm going to be cutting out my potential partner list by a sizable portion if I am not at least, because being traditionally masculine isn't going to turn most women off, right? That's just, most left-leaning, right-leaning women are going to be okay with that, right?
Can you define traditional masculine?
This motherfucker's deafened again. I can't imagine how we're talking about men not taking their L's well, and we've got some bitch-made child here who's deafening because he got spanked. Like I literally can't.
Well, he's deafened because he can never talk. He just can't make his point.
Exactly.
I was
Sorry, Pxie.
Pxie, go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna ask if you could clarify what you mean by traditional masculine, because I
Sure.
feel like that. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So things like someone who is assertive, who is an alpha in the situation, meaning he takes control. He's the one that drives things. He's the one that is the decider, the protector, the strong, the traditional things like that. Is that a kind of the other men in the room can help me out here?
I think typically that's going to be a safe bet for the general population.
Yeah.
Just how I think being traditionally feminine is probably going to be a safe bet for the situation. If you're like, oh, I love being a housewife or whatever and stuff like that, you're probably going to have an overwhelming. You're probably going to have the largest group of people that are going to be interested in you. Is it going to be the healthiest? Nope. But is it going to? Well, probably not. But it's is it going to result in probably the most people finding you desirable? Yeah, probably.
I think this conversation is kind of tough to have because I think it's something that has to be like segregated by like kind of age and like basically generation, like stereotypes, because I think a lot of people from like younger generation, like even men, still like they want a woman who can do both, honestly, which is like kind of not possible, but like somebody who can like be good at home and like get a job and isn't just like a gold digger or whatever, because like a lot of guys have this idea that if she's staying at home she's a gold. I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying like I think I don't know if this is a conversation to be having right now, but I think it might be more productive if we're being specific about what ages we're talking about, but maybe not. I don't know.
I wonder if there are general like personality factors though that would map onto like, because this is what I'm trying to figure out, because this is like my next goal is like I want to put a finger on precisely who is doing these things. And now obviously this won't be a perfect tool because there will be some men who like look like this archetype we create that aren't and stuff like that. But like I suspect there are a number of things that are predictive, which is why I actually submitted like the recidivism stuff. The problem is that like recidivism is like most sexual assault doesn't go to court. And so our research on like what predicts who's going to do sexual assault is so fucked by the fact that like most sexual assaults don't get reported. Those that do get reported rarely actually go to like actual trial, and those that go to trial basically never end up in charges, right? So, when I think about like men who are going to be more likely to do this, I think about, first of all, like fragile individuals, probably unironic, like fatherless behavior.
Yeah, I actually wanted to comment on that earlier when we were talking about like, oh, the guys who are reacting like, oh, like not taking my no well, or saying like she's a bitch, because like, yeah, those guys are bad guys, and I don't think the majority of guys are like that, generally speaking. But at the same time, they don't respond with "you're a bitch." But I've had so many instances where I have a guy and I reject him, and I'm like genuine about it and like straightforward, and he's like, okay, we'll still be friends. But then it's never, they don't really want to be friends.
Yeah, but I think that's
I guess
okay,
at that
right?
point,
Like,
it's kind of like, I guess, teaching people how to just accept the no, or accept the boundary that has been put forward by the other person.
Well, that's not what's happening. What's happening is that like Pxie will say no and they'll take it well. The issue is that they like make an empty promise of like, we'll still be friends. What I'd say is like any guy who says to you after rejection, we'll still be friends is just saving face. He's just trying to like be like, oh,
that's what I'm saying though.
it's a little bit of copium. But that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Go ahead, Eli.
That's what I'm saying.
Good.
That, like,
we want men to do this. That's a great response.
Well, yeah. I want to hear Eli's response. Go ahead, Eli. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I mean, yeah, that's what I was trying to say is that, like, yeah, she'll put up her boundary, which is, I just want to be friends. And I was talking about this on my own channel a while ago about how, you know, the friend zone doesn't exist. You know, she just put forth her boundary, or he put forth his boundary about how he or she does not want to go any farther with you than just friends. And I feel like anybody that is still saying, oh, we can just be friends, but then continuing, which I feel like is what Pxie was saying, if I'm getting you correctly.
Yeah, like they just wait for the next.
Yeah, they wait for like their window of opportunity to swoop in and be like, what's up, girl? Like, that's not respecting the boundary, because that's still crossing the line, because she has told you, like, I only want to go so far as friends, but then you're still pushing even later. That's not respecting the boundary.
So I'm fine with these statements, but I also don't want to make sure that, like, I'm not outside of the normal. Everybody here has been friends with somebody they've been attracted to at one point, right?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so do we not think that you can have an attraction to somebody, then just be friends with them and have that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, or what Pxie was saying.
I know. It sounds like right now we're getting into the territory of saying that, like, if I find, let's say, a woman attractive and she says, you know, I'm not interested, I can't be like friends with her from that point.
No, that's not. That's not what Pxie is trying to say. It's just that it's fine if you want to be friends. It's just that, and I do agree with Erudite in the sense that, like, 90% of the time when a guy says, like, oh, we can just be friends, like, or when a woman rejects a guy and then the guy says we can just be friends after that, yeah, a lot of the times when they say stuff like that, it's like, they're probably going to try to push the boundary. Not all the time, but there is. Because I've done it before when I was younger, where I'm gonna just be honest and be transparent. There have been times when I was younger, when I was like a teenager and a young adult, I'm still a young adult, but when I was a teenager, what have you, where a woman expressed their boundary to me and told me, I just want to be friends, and I accepted that, but then I tried again later, and that was a time where I did violate a boundary that someone set for me.
So.
Go ahead, ask your question, but then I have a question after you're done, Erudite.
Right.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, like, if we do accept that relation, let's say, you know, you ask somebody out, they say no, and then, hey, can we just be friends? Are you then unable to, into infinity, asking them again?
Sorry, say that one more time. I thought I heard a fucking noise in my house.
It's just generally speaking, sometimes things change between.
Yeah, they do.
So, like, I'm just saying.
They do, but I would say at that point, if the woman is interested, then what she'll do in that point, I mean, at that point, most likely is she will, you know,
ask you out.
She might ask you out or allude to wanting you to ask her out or make a move or what have you. And that's good. That goes with understanding and picking up social cues and all that kind of stuff. But excuse me. Sorry.
So what if social cues? That's what you're talking about. Social cues.
Right.
If they give you social cues, hey, I know we said we'd be friends, like, I don't know, 2 years ago or something, but like, hey, maybe I'm interested in you. Are you then able to ask again?
I mean, if you feel like that's coming, but like, I'm talking about where, like, in many cases or maybe I should have clarified that there are many cases where, like, it's still obvious that she's not interested in you in that way. Like, still don't necessarily try to push. But like, I do want to say one thing though, and that is that if she is still like kind of like flirting, and then if she's still like kind of flirting and what have you, and you do go ahead and make a move because it is flirting, and then she expresses that, like, no, I'm not interested, I wouldn't blame the guy at that point for walking away and leaving if he feels kind of confused, or if he feels what's the word?
I mean, that
or
is
these
confusion,
even
right? Somebody flirted with
Led
you
on.
and they didn't
Led
want
on
to.
is the
yeah,
word.
led on.
That's
Yeah, right,
literally
right.
what
Led on with like no intention of it going anywhere besides that. I would understand if, because that's what I would do. I would just go ahead and be like, all right, cool. Because then at that point, like I'm kind of uncomfortable at that point, and I'm kind of just like, well, what could happen after this?
So I'm
And
just
then I'm
trying
going to
to.
just, I'm gonna just kind of leave after that.
Yeah,
And
Go
just-
ahead, Ahrelevant.
I don't
I'm
want
just
any
trying
games.
to differentiate between, like for instance, a woman asking me that I'm into, or saying that, you know, I don't want to be in a relationship with you. Me going, haha, yeah, but maybe we could be friends. But the whole intention is for me to eventually get in a relationship with them. That's off limits. That's everything that I think that we all agree. That's not something that you should do. However, if you do, you know, actually have an intention of hanging out with this person, you find them to be cool, right? And then you want to be friends with them, and then things change, and then you feel like somebody they're now into you, that you are able to ask them out without being this weird person who's
But
like consistent.
Yeah.
I do
Wait.
also want to say though, I do also want to say though, like, I did listen to what you said, Irrelevant, but I'm just adding on to something I said earlier. If you, if it comes down to it, and she's willing to at least flirt with you, I think at that point it's like, okay, or just keep it as like flirting or FWBs or whatever like that. Then like both parties in that case need to go, okay, this is what I want, this is what I want, and then I guess come to an agreement in that case, like, and not push it past there.
I have
But
yeah.
it's just, you know.
Wait, can I say something quickly?
Please say real quick. I do have a
I
question.
really
want
want to jump in here too.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay, go ahead. Go. No,
Okay,
it's
so-
fine. It's fine.
It's okay.
Go ahead, Pxie.
So the reason why I brought this up earlier was because when Erudite, you were talking about like your next project or where you wanted to pinpoint, I just wanted to bring that up because it seems like there is like this general societal problem beyond just like bar and culture scene, bar and clubbing scene, because the people who, you know, I meet that I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, I just want to be friends, are usually not necessarily in those scenes. I met them through clubs, through different organizations, whatever. So I don't know. I can't give you an exact number. Again, all these numbers are very shady because it's just so hard to report to begin with. But it does seem to be prevalent in our society, like as a whole, or maybe that's just my personal experience. I can't really say because the data shit. But
what
yeah.
specifically you're talking about? Guys taking rejection as a means to become friends and then keep pushing.
Or yeah, guys just having trouble taking rejection.
And that's kind of what I meant.
yeah.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, can I?
Mindwaves, go ahead.
I just want to hop in here because Ellie or Eli, sorry. You said that the friend zone doesn't exist, right? And maybe what you meant by that is different, but it absolutely does.
I mean, it just doesn't exist. It's just it's not a friend zone. It's just she wants to be friends or he wants to be friends, and that's
okay.
just
So
what
no,
it
so
is.
that's not always true. So
I disagree. I'm pretty sure that's just.
Well, that's cool.
No,
I could
it
actually make an
is.
argument, and then you could respond, and we'll see where the disagreement is. But if I don't actually ever get to talk, then that's kind of impossible, right? So what I was trying to say is that getting friend zoned is much different than having this perception or thinking that you are in the friend zone, right? So yes, while men being rejected by a woman and sort of doing this copium of like, oh, well, maybe if I just stick around and be her friend and be nice enough long enough, then she'll know that I'm a nice guy and then she'll want to date me, right? Obviously, that is a behavior that we shouldn't encourage. That is pure copium. And that leads to a lot of bad outcomes for men and women, right? We shouldn't encourage that. But I think we would also be dishonest to deny the fact that there are sometimes the cases where oftentimes women will keep a guy friend zone. They know he's interested in them, but she'll keep him as a friend because she likes the extra niceties that she gets from him. She likes the favors that he's willing to do for her. She likes that he comes around and is willing to change her oil for her because that's something that she doesn't want to have to deal with, right? So yeah, absolutely, the friend zone does exist. I don't think it's applicable in most situations, and oftentimes when guys think they're friend zoned, it's cope. But yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think anyone would deny that there are women that I guess are emotionally abusive, manipulative, and take advantage. How much that has to do with the friend zone beyond those women using that potentially as a tool to determine men that are vulnerable to it, Yes, but I would argue that the issue is very much in the emotional abuse and etc., the manipulation, as opposed to the friend zone itself. I think they get conflated a bit too much.
No,
right?
that is
Well,
the friend
that's
zone. That
what
is
the
what
friend
friend
zone
zone.
is.
Yeah, that's what friend zone
No,
means.
I think there's
because
I think there's
don't
like another
know.
problem as well, and this is just coming from like my experience. So there has been times where there's a guy and I'm like, oh no, like I'm not interested, et cetera, et cetera. He says that, okay, cool, we can be friends. I agree and stuff. And then I have a really fucking hard time discerning if he is being nice to me because he's nice to his friends. And I think that's like a regular pattern of behavior that he's also doing with his other friends. And then being told like, no, like he's treating you differently. And then I'm like, oh fuck, like I thought that he was just being
Yeah.
like this way. So
And
I
that-
don't know. Yeah.
There's
in
so
that
much
instance,
stuff
he's not
out there,
being friend
though.
zoned, right?
Yeah.
Like that person that you talked about, he's not. You didn't friend zone him, right? But he has this maybe maladaptive or maybe like incorrect assumption that he is being friend zoned, so he just needs to try a little harder or stick around long enough until you do like him, right? That's his problem with the perception of him being in the friend zone. He's not actually in the friend zone.
I just think that the friend zone in general is just like the concept of the friend zone is just pure cope.
There
It's
is a
just
lot of
not-
the
stuff
issue is
out there, right? That says this is how you get out of the friend zone if you're friends with this person and they're not seemingly malevolent in any way. So I don't think that the friend zone is that specifically defined to the malicious women,
How
and that's
often?
why
And
it
I
is
have a question,
confusing.
and
Well, the issue
this
is
is
probably
related
gets
to it.
conflated, right?
I do
a
believe
lot
that
of
malicious women exist,
like
by the way.
we don't have this
They do
word.
exist, yes.
We
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have this word, but a lot of women get stuck in the fuck zone for a lot of men. This is what
Yes.
fuck boys
That is
often are,
true.
right?
That is
Right?
something I will agree with. That
And
is true.
So the same amount of people, probably men, that put women in the fuck zone are probably the same amount of women that intentionally put men in the friend zone to kind of do this like abusive behavior. I suspect that the numbers would be really similar because unsurprisingly, both genders can be pretty antisocial and pieces of shit. But the issue is that the fuck boys get conflated with all men, and the malicious friend zone women often get conflated with the rest because friend zone women that are intentionally wanting to like take advantage of men and emotionally manipulate them are probably going to accrue the highest number of friend zoned men because like they're actively seeking it, right? Just like fuckboys are probably going to accrue the highest number of fuck buddies that they're lying to and saying, no, baby, I promise we'll be in a relationship one day, while they're like banging like 8 other chicks that the girl doesn't know about.
Okay,
This
so
also this type of abusive
one
friend
day I'll get to ask
zoning.
my question, but go ahead.
Yeah, you can go after me really quickly.
Well, thank
I'll
you.
just
I
finish this
appreciate
thing.
your
That's
permission.
it. I just need to get it out. Okay, quickly. So this type of malicious friend zoning that we're defining here does happen to women too, but it tends to be older women that are vulnerable for whatever reason. It usually tends to be younger men. So they tend to be sort of the scammers, they're trying to get money out of the older women that are lonely and sad. So it's not something that only happens to men. It does happen to older vulnerable women too.
Certainly. I guess on this note, right? I wonder if some of the problems we're having as a society about this issue does tend to go from how relationships and how we become, how people engage and get interested in relationships has changed over the years. It was always common back in the day to be friends first and then to enter a relationship. I find, and this might be anecdotal, and maybe you all can correct me, I think you're all younger than me here, is nowadays, no, you go straight to fucking or not, and you figure out which one it is real quick, and then pick one. But at least when I was growing up, you'd be friends, and then you'd start dating within your friend group. So talking about going from the friend zone to the fuck zone or what, a relationship or something, was you're already friends. How do you express that you were interested in more than just friends? So I wonder if there's like a dynamic there. Or
if you are genuinely friends, that wouldn't be a friend zone, right? We've determined that friend zoning is like
Correct.
more malicious. Okay. So being actual friends, I think it's different. As long as you're able to navigate if they're not interested and you don't go weird, or if you need to take a little bit of time out from that friendship because you need to get over your crush, that's also
Sure.
fine.
Okay.
But beyond that, I don't think it should be too much of a issue,
So-
right?
Wait, is your question? What exactly is your question? I listened to
I'm
it.
just
but, like,
wondering
what-
if the
Moving
ways
from
we've
friends.
if the ways we have changed how we enter into relationships. Like, we have so many apps these days. A lot of it's done online. A lot of it's done through instant. You already know you're interested because you've matched on Tinder and you've
I do.
I do think that for the most part, it really just differs and varies from person to person. Like me personally, I've never been like a good texter, and I've never really been like a good what's the word I want to say? I've never really liked or been good on dating apps like at all for the most part. But I could easily go outside and talk to a woman and get a date, or get someone to get in bed with me. Like that is not something that I think is hard for me to do. But that's just how I am. I'm just more of a face-to-face social person than I am
Built different.
an online type person. It's just I
Sure.
feel awkward on those types of things.
I guess to
But it really just
clarify,
depends on the person.
I guess to clarify my point here, right, is a lot of men, or at least young men, who grow up in high school around a friend group for a long, long time, have trouble moving from being a actual friend, a legitimate friend, developing feelings for someone, and then trying to not destroy their friendship while still pursuing them romantically. Does that clarify perhaps my question?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's a different question. And really,
Yes.
I'm trying. I had this. You know what? I had this similar talk with one of my best friends at my job, and this particular friend of mine was very interested in in a lady that I know, and the things didn't work out. They like went on some dates and what have you, and they talked, and it didn't really work out, and it like weighed on him heavily to the point where he like broke down in my car talking to me about it. And I was trying to like console him and talk to him about it, what have you. And I said, like, hey, did you ever just think of maybe going to her and expressing like how you felt, and then B, how her rejection made you feel? Because even if it doesn't go anywhere, at least you get that closure, because where you will have that burden removed from your carapace. So I think maybe, if it's really something that's weighing on somebody so much, it comes to a point where you gotta roll the die. Are you going to evens, risk the relationship, or are you gonna odds play it safe? Or maybe I should have flipped those. Odds play it safe and never tell them, but then you never get an answer. It really just depends on which risk you as a person want to take.
Any other thoughts on that particular question? Otherwise, we're going to kind of wind down, I think, unless anyone else has a topic related to this discussion that they
I'll
think
let
we have.
Irrelevant go, but then I have something to add.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I
Irrelevant.
was just I was a little bit confused. Did your friend not approach the woman about his
I'm talking
feelings?
in general, not any specific
I was
instance. I'm
referring
talking
to
the
Eli.
general issue that men have, right? With
He's
going
talking to
from-
Eli.
I was
He's
referring
talking
to
to
Eli.
Oh, he's talking to Eli. Never mind. Then.
Yeah, did your
so-
friend? Yeah.
Well, no. What they went like on. They kind of like talked. They talked, and then they kind of hung out and like went on dates and everything. And from what he told me, she then told him one day like that, hey, it's just not gonna work out. I'm not interested. And that happens. That's happened to me before. It's happened to everybody. But what I was saying is that like this is something that he has talked to me about multiple times. And so I'm like, okay, so clearly this is something you wish for her to know. So maybe he just and other men like that, or people in general like that, need that closure where they need to just go and tell that person, hey, this is how I feel, this is how I felt about your rejection, and not expect anything from it. Or the only thing you do expect from it is for you to get some sort of closure to where now that it's finally out of you, now you can maybe, deflate and decompress a little bit. Even if the relationship completely goes to shit. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just something you gotta risk. It just there's risks we take in life all the time, and that's just one of those things where you kind of just gotta wing it, and you kind of just gotta risk it if it's really something that's bogging you down and ruining like your spirit and everything.
Some things that come to mind when I hear that is like, for instance, the certain times where which people are in relationships and they get like super depressed or suicidal after a breakup. Do you think you like that can be ripe for manipulation? No, are you like I'm just I don't
Well,
know.
He's just talking about like
I get what
venting your
you.
feelings afterwards
Just
with no
venting.
expectation.
Right,
That's what
yeah,
am I understanding you, Eli? You're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
like
that-
after the bros start, you're not expecting anything. You're just like, hey, I just wanted you to know this. Like this is how this affected me. Is that
Right,
what
yeah.
you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, that's literally all there is to it. It's just you getting that pressure off your shoulders. But however, Ahrelevant did bring up an important, a very valid and important point, and that is that does lead into that is ripe for manipulation, because then if the person is a piece of shit, they might think, oh well, or they might realize like, oh, this person is coming to me and they're being vulnerable, and then that's an opening for them to, whenever you're being vulnerable, that's an open for somebody to come in and just stab you. Not even backstab, just like point blank, just like put one in. But and
I had a
for that,
misunderstanding. It got cleared up. My bad.
Okay.
I guess
am I misunderstanding you, or
No,
did
he
you
was misunderstanding you
I
originally.
misunderstood
Okay.
you.
Okay, but then
If
I
I
would say
could
I do
jump
want to.
in to
Finish
respond.
up. Finish up, Eli. Finish up.
Okay. I just want to say one last thing, and that is that it helps. I feel like I think it would help a lot of people if before they did that, they like talked to some, like he did with me, talk with some friends first before you go ahead and do that, so that you can get like a better, especially if you know that like this friend is a friend you can trust and they know or are familiar with your situation, like I am, with his situation, because I'm mutuals with both of these people, and
Okay.
it's about making sure that you're in a good spot, or you're in a good enough spot mentally to where you can go to that person. You can still have that mental fortitude to not be manipulated.
Go ahead. And then I want Mindwaves to go, and then we're gonna wrap up and switch to the open. But go ahead.
I think what you're describing, Eli, is a very human thing. I think it's very fair to feel that way. I would say 99.9% of the time I would. Oh, he's not listening, anyways.
I can't with this guy.
Do you want me to respond to you now that you're back?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were gonna respond to me. Oh wait, I can turn him up. It's just that my
Just
chat's
to
been
let you know,
complaining
Eli,
all
you
night.
can
that,
just mute in Discord, and your stream will still hear it. We won't. All right, if that's what you're looking to do.
I just want them to hear me, but
Pro
they were
tip.
complaining they couldn't hear Ahrelevant. I'm like, I can't turn that up, but apparently, so I was just letting them know. But
Oh,
yeah,
my bad.
sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
We work with what we got.
I think what you're describing is very human. I think it's a very human thing to want to do. I would say 99.9% of the time, it's a really bad idea to put your emotions on somebody else who's already basically set the boundary of not being interested in dealing with it. I think you're almost exclusively doing that for yourself. And I don't think it's immoral. I think it's human, but it's not something I recommend. And I think it does set you up actually for like probably worst possible outcomes, because most likely they're going to ghost you, which will suck. And in worst case scenarios, an antisocial person might actually like use that to take a bit of advantage of you. So I just
I get that, but it's like if it's clearly like bogging them down, and it's clearly weighing them down. Like I said, it's a risk that they're going to have to
not
take.
the other rejected person. It's not the rejectee's
I do agree with that.
problem.
I do agree with that, and that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say it's that person's problem. I'm not trying to. I guess I should have clarified that I'm not trying to say that it is. I do not believe that at all. That it is someone else's your emotions are your responsibility, not someone else's responsibility. 100%. That is not what I'm saying. But what I am basically saying is like what you understood earlier, which was just getting that closure and just releasing all of these pent up feelings.
I think closure is nonsense and usually never helps. Like 99% of the
That's
time.
absolutely not true.
That's not
No,
true.
you
That's
can
not
almost-
true. Closure's
you
great. Closure's
often never
great.
get
This
anything
won't
from
be
you.
it.
Don't need the other person to get
Yes.
closure and move
True.
on. That's what I'm
If
trying
you-
to say.
yes,
Sorry. Often the
absolutely.
other person doesn't give you
Journaling's a
anything
great
you
way to
need
get
or
closure.
want.
Write a story, right? Write a
Yeah.
story in your book. Maybe talk to a friend who's not involved. Vent. Come online, go to an open panel, right, and start yelling and screaming about it online to strangers.
True.
Great way. But
The
yeah,
only
but, you know,
only reason to go back to the person who has rejected you is if you think you did something wrong to them during the process of pursuing them and you want to make amends for that. Other than that, honestly, I think you should let them be. They've made it clear that they're not interested, and they're also with that, they're not interested in dealing with your emotional baggage. Don't put it on them.
Mindwaves.
I think
I want to get to Mindwaves because we do gotta switch to the open. I want to respect everyone's time. So Mindwaves, go ahead.
I feel like my response to your question feels a little bit tangential to where we sort of ended up, but you sort of touched on this idea that a lot of relationships are often formed in places like schools, right? Is what you sort of touched on, and I think that when we look at the state of modernity and the sort of dissolution of community in the modern state of things, I think that have you guys heard of the concept third places? Like the idea that a place that isn't your work and
Yes.
isn't
Familiar.
yeah, so like things like church or like the gym, places in your
Social
community that
infrastructure, communal
yeah, places in
infrastructure.
your
Yes.
community where you can go be social, interact with other people. This is oftentimes where most relationships are established, right? And this is why a lot of the times relationships that we establish in our life are typically made when we're young, and it's a lot harder to establish those sorts of relationships later into life because, well, especially today, there's a lack of these third places, so to speak, right? And I think that when we look at the way that social media impacts dating, social media becomes the sort of replacement for third places, right? It becomes a replacement for community, and where people aren't able to, or maybe it's increasingly harder to establish relationships in third places. People are seeking to do that in social media, and what happens is it becomes very easy to sort of you become alienated away from the humanity of the other people that you're interacting with, right? So when you're going onto Tinder and you're looking for hookups or you're looking for somebody to, it's very easy to view them or to like objectify them and view them as an object of your desire, and you're not really considering that this is a person that you're actually looking to establish a relationship with. This is just somebody that is to be obtained. But I think that that's also a problem with and the way that social media sort of plays a role these days.
Okay, gang, I think we have covered a lot here today. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to think about. We aren't ending, but I do want to give everyone out here a chance to close up. I know some people have places to be and things to go. If you'd like to stay for the open, you're more than welcome to. But don't feel obligated. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for coming out and participating. Thank you to my audience, both on YouTube and on Twitch. Thank you to those of you who have donated the super chats, the bits, the subs. That's how I make money. I really appreciate it. We're still working out the kinks of how best to handle super chats in particular. I'm very new to YouTube, but we'll get that sorted out. But yeah, if you want to get in on the after panel, if you would like to have, if you think we've missed things, if we haven't talked about what we needed to do, I'm going to put the Discord link into my Discord chat and into my YouTube chat. You just join that, you head backstage, and we'll try to get you in if we can. But I want to give everyone here an outro, closing thoughts, concise closing thoughts, and tell people where they can find it. And we're going to start with Ahrelevant. Go ahead.
Wait, am I? My bad. Oh, I am unmuted. Okay. I mean, this went kind of how I thought it would. There was a lot of people that kept shouting at me to talk a little bit more, but I felt like going into it, I knew that there was a group of people here that would kind of cover the gist of what I would want to speak about. But just wanted to be here just in case, and it seems like I wasn't disappointed. So thank you for having me. I really do appreciate everybody on here. You can find me at twitch.tv/Ahrelevant, kick.com/Ahrelevant, and youtube.com/Ahrelevant. So,
yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here. Give him a follow, and he's great. KellyJean, what about you?
Yeah, I feel like this was a pretty good, conducive conversation. It wasn't like a screaming match of people just misunderstanding each other, which was nice for a change for the most part. I feel like we had a pretty good exchange of views and such. I don't really have any criticisms. Maybe I'll think about it, but I'll be hanging around for a little bit after the closing statements.
I'm sure
anyways.
any criticisms that will usually come on the open. I'm sure that might not be as productive as
Maybe.
KellyJean, how do you spell your Twitch channel again? I got the wrong one, I think.
Oh, there's like an underscore in the middle of it. Doesn't matter.
Fair enough. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. Mindwaves, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm extremely disappointed with how this panel went. There was a distinct lack of shouting over each other, which I think needs to be boosted next time. But and in all reality, it was a pretty productive conversation. I think that yeah, I don't know. I fuck this outro. If you want to follow me, I'm on Mindwaves TV on all platforms. All right. So yeah.
Check him out, gang. He's great. Not 𝕾𝖍𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am 𝕾𝖍𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. You can check me out at just about anywhere. 𝕾𝖍𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜 on just about any platform. And I will be staying a little bit for the open because my wife's not home yet. So.
Okay. Well, Yeah, like I said, if you want to be a part of that, just join the Discord, head backstage, and we'll get to you. Not so Erudite, go ahead.
I'm the other not on the panel. My name's Not So Erudite. Yeah, I don't know. Words and feelings. You can find me everywhere. Not So Erudite, basically the same everywhere. So,
Noted.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, last but certainly not least, and the person who's inspired the panel. So I got to give you credit for that. Pxie, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Pxie, Pxie. You can follow me on Twitch, Twitter, whatever you want. There is one more thing I wanted to talk about, but that could be another time. I'm really happy with how, like, I knew that it wasn't going to be, like, super big disagreements because I think we're all pretty reasonable people on here. So, yeah, I'm just happy that we were able to have, like, a real discussion, and it wasn't just, like, people blindsidedly, like, being... I don't say partisan because that's not the right word, but like blind for drama. So that makes me really happy. I'm happy right now. Cool.
Good. Well, I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. I hope my audience did too. If you're watching it from YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Helps me out. If you're watching through this Twitch and you haven't followed me yet, please do so now. We are going to switch to open, and maybe, Pxie, if you stay for the open, you can bring up what you wanted to talk about. I'm sure more people will go. We'll bring in a couple people at a time, and we'll be cycling people out as they go if they're not participating or if they're not entertaining. So just letting you know. Okay, let's bring them in.
Okay.
Hello.
I like it.
Oh my god.
Wait.
You all having
I'm
your
so
own
so-
private conversation back there?
Yeah, we were
Azzy
talking
and Nick
about
were
scumbags
bonding.
dreadlocks. No, not me and Azzy. Me and Azzy been bonded.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You
Well,
know,
what did you
singles
guys
gotta
think?
mingle.
The folks here. Well,
Well, I think
did we
the
miss
Pixie's
anything?
conversation on consent was wild.
Sorry.
It had some great peaks, but I feel like there was like some overall plots being made, and I feel like it could lead a lot of people astray, but it's
Like, what do you mean? Can you be more specific?
I feel like so more specific, I feel like there was times when wow, I don't want to do this because I don't want to burn a bridge. I feel like
Say their
individuals
name. Say their
certain-
name.
Do it. Do it. Don't be shy.
No, man, listen, I'm a nice
Assert
guy,
your
bro. I
boundary.
got my-
Be assertive. Okay, we talked about
Yeah,
that.
I'm
Right?
asserting my boundaries, man. I like my friends. I like my friendships. So I'm being responsible. I feel like we were saying some things in terms of like neurodivergency, dealing with certain individuals who feel like so there's a spectrum of people who are neurodivergent, but I feel like sometimes we are making very broad or generalized terms about how they navigate in their dating, and we were like kind of conflating all the negative experiences that people can have in breaking boundaries and consent with neurodivergency. That was one. So, and there was a couple others, but I'm gonna give everybody
When
else
you're
the floor.
saying we're blurring, were you feeling like, because neurodivergence is like so broad, like technically because I have a TBI, I'm neurodivergent, but I would never in any way like claim that I have a similar experience to like somebody who's autistic, obviously. So when you're talking about like the broad sweeping, are you talking about like the fact that ND basically encaptures so many unique kind of like basically like diagnosis and like sequelae that it felt like we were applying maybe like what would be true for an autistic person to like maybe ADHD people, or
I think he's saying you were blaming the autism people. I think that's what he was.
Does that sound right? Blaming the autism people?
Yeah, blaming the autism people, bro.
I feel like we were being a little bit coarse, and especially in this community where we like to still call people, the R word, and like conflate somebody who doesn't understand certain social cues with being autistic. What's that word? Ableist. So I feel like we are in a dangerous territory with that. But yeah, I think what you said was mostly correct. That because there's so many different type of neurodivergent attributes and personalities and how would I say mental infrastructures, I guess that you can't just we got to be a little bit more. We shouldn't even talk about that if we aren't going to be specific.
Well, I think the problem.
I think what you're wanting
Because
is like,
otherwise it's just pejorative.
Right. I think what you're wanting is to make clear that when we're talking about neurodivergent people in these conversations, we're not necessarily painting them as somebody that is always going to be pushing boundaries because they just can't pick up on them, right? Maybe it's the idea that like maybe we inadvertently painted neurodivergent people as like rapists. I don't know.
I think a lot of time when we were talking about poor social cues, we were talking a lot of times about people who don't pick up on the gray stuff, which oftentimes is going to be like we were conflating it. Let's be honest, mostly with autistic individuals, without like saying autistic like directly. And I think what as he's talking here, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that it's an unfair conflation because not all autistic people even have like the same level of like social difficulties. Some of them have a lot more like rigid behavior patterns and stuff like that. And also you'll see people, for example, who are highly ADHD that are extremely charismatic and socially capable. And you'll also see people who are ADHD that have a lot more of the like executive dysfunction that affects like emotional regulation, who tend to suffer a lot more with the social stuff specifically. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, for the most
Conflating
part.
bad social cues with autism, basically.
Burn the bridge, Azzy. Burn the fucking bridge. Go in.
Yeah, you're being a little. You're being coy. We talked about being coy earlier, right? Super coy.
Coy?
I want you to be direct. I want
You're
you to
playing
be
hot
very
and cold.
direct here. If you have a problem with something that was said on this panel, this is an important topic. So
Erudite's a fucking ableist, bro.
Things like
no, because I feel like you all did it, so I don't like none of y'all right now.
Oh.
Erudite,
I want to
you're-
react too
I feel like,
badly,
alright,
but I have to go soon.
Irrelevant, you need to shave that Steve Harvey mustache and stop talking.
Hey, come on, dude.
Pixie,
Come on,
you said you had to
Steve.
go soon. What's up, Pixie? I want to give
Okay.
Pixie the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. So I messaged DM'd Erudite about this, and she was like, "Yeah, bring it up in the open." So there was just one tweet that I saw that I was like, "Well, like that's kind of doesn't conflate with what we were saying before." So I just want like clarification, basically. The tweet says, "Stop victim blaming, you turd. It doesn't matter if you say no, if they're going to assault you." And then Erudite responds, "This is bad advice always. A man who will assault you if you say no is always going to assault you. Most men stop if you say no." So I would like you to expand on that because there's the first part of the tweet I don't disagree with. I do disagree with. The second part of the tweet I don't disagree with.
Sure. It's me. It's my tweet. Okay, so it's with the individual named 𝕵𝖎𝖙, who is somebody who regularly gets in my comment section and basically is unwilling to ever be sophisticated with me ever, and just is constantly looking to bludgeon me with moralizing language. Yes. So that was in response to my original tweet where I was talking about like the importance of empowering women with like teaching them basically like how to say no. And the response to me talking about the socialization of women and how we need to encourage women to have boundaries was to say you're victim blaming. And essentially she had a couple of other tweets. I just chose that one to quote tweet to. In general, when there's this idea that not encouraging women to have boundaries is like victim blaming or potentially putting women in dangerous situations is really bad advice, because the idea that I'm getting across here is most people, if you say no, some of them won't respect you. Some of them won't listen. Some of them will. The ones who won't listen, it doesn't matter if you've said no or not, because if they're going to like basically like predate on you to the level where a no is insufficient to stop them, you still should have said no, because anyone before that point might have been stopped. And so what I'm talking about is the idea that having boundaries isn't advice that we should give women is directly harmful to women, because as we saw from that like one study, women who are more comfortable with like having assertive boundaries and stuff are infinitely more likely to get themselves out of dangerous situations. This isn't to say that like rapists who ignore your no are now like it's now the woman's fault. That's obviously not true. Does that make sense, or did I just muddle it more for you?
Yes and no. So I kind of understand the line of logic you were going with. I just want to clarify that's it. Oh, you were using that as an example or like a line of reasoning to like counteract what they were saying, but that doesn't necessarily. Do you believe that it's always going to happen though? That if a man who was going to assault you was going to always assault you if you say no? Because I feel like in the previous conversation we had, it was like kind of clarified that it was like no, like there are things that you can do in addition to saying no or before saying no that can decrease your chances of assault. So
sure. I'll describe it like this. say there's a spectrum of predatory men, okay? And at the very top here is like maybe men who think that they're supposed to be a little bit aggressive to get women, but they don't want to harm women and they really have good intentions, right? They're just trying to like lead and like maybe they've got some toxic masculine stuff. And at the really far end, we have like kidnapping rapists who are, it literally doesn't matter. They're just there to victimize women because that's kind of like the power thing. So we're talking like criminal or like actually kidnapping, raping women. What I'm saying is along this spectrum, you should try to say no the whole time, because along this spectrum, a whole bunch of people will be prevented from doing harmful actions to you by the no itself, by these actions. However, there's a small group of men where it doesn't matter what you say, they're going to victimize you anyways. But just because this latter group exists doesn't mean that you should tell women to not have boundaries with this group. That's what's dangerous, because in this whole other smaller, less spectrum group, you might be able to prevent situations, which again, isn't saying that if you do say no to a man and he rapes you, that you're at fault. Or if you're in this group and you don't say no and he sexually assaults you, that still doesn't make his actions okay. He's still the sexual assaulter in this situation. Does that make more sense?
Yes, that makes a lot more sense. Because we're good.
We resolved it.
I just want to add a bit to that. So there are in certain situations where instead of saying no, there are other options to getting out of the interaction you're having with this man, right? So like it's not bad to sometimes pick those
you
things.
could tase him. That's true.
No, it could be just like saying, "Oh, I'm married," or "I have a boyfriend," and then just trying to get out, or like just trying to run away. Like there are other options than always being forced to have to say no. If you think that, I don't know, this guy is really fucking drunk, and there could be like a potentiality for violence.
Yeah, I think most of the people who say like we need to teach women to say no, though, that is what they're saying. Like they're saying that like a form of saying no is, oh, sorry, I have a boyfriend. Even if you don't have a boyfriend.
Yeah. I'm just saying there can be other options than just saying no. We can figure
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I'm not
Sure.
saying literally just say the words "and."
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, don't do that. And I totally disagree with all of that, because that's
Why?
that perpetuating circle of women trying to like outsmart their way into a safer circumstance.
That's how
we
women
have
got
to
to
add
move.
that's
Can you
awesome.
elaborate on that? No, I'm really curious. What do you mean? What do you
Cycle
mean?
your way out of that
What?
bubble, like.
Bro, but
Just
that's
say no.
literally
What can women do?
literally how women have to move, though, right? Because they're not as physically as capable in general as men. Women have to outsmart men if the men are going to like predate upon them or whatever, right?
Yeah,
like
I
you
don't
need
have
to
to
do.
be
like you're in the wrong-
truthful to
Hold on.
random.
Do you hear us?
I
Hold
guess.
on. Do you hear us saying that the fact that women need to do this is good? Does anybody hear that? Okay, so
Wait,
nobody thinks that
Yeah,
it's
but
good
the
that
fact that it was, we're not saying
sorry,
that it was
make this
good. It was
fucked
saying it was proposed as a choice, as an option.
A
Of
good
course
choice.
it is. A
Smart
good
choice.
choice. Keeping yourself more safe than less safe is always good, even though it's tragic that women even have to to think about it. Yes. Both
Yeah,
of you.
I agree. And I think it's fucking stupid that some people will say that that's like victim blaming. It's just, no, we want them to take precautions. It's like, no, what are you talking about?
It's only victim blaming when people are like, oh no, like the responsibility, or when it's very specific terminology that people use that then shifts down to
You're right.
like,
Women
victim
have no
blaming.
responsibility.
Yeah, but then.
Well, no,
yeah,
the
but-
idea is that you're not responsible for your own rape, even if you didn't
Yes.
take all the best circumstances whatsoever. At the end of the day, that's still the rapist's fault.
Yeah,
It's not
but
to
I
say
just
that
want to
there's
make clear that
nothing-
any mention that women have a responsibility in these sorts of dynamics, and that in and of itself isn't victim blaming, right?
Well, that's now I'm gonna go like, oh, like let's define responsibility exactly.
And it would depend on the
As a
circumstance,
parent of a
obviously.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think depending on how you
Coddled to
phrase
any
it, right, it
reprimand.
can be. Right? Like, I think the
What do you
trouble
mean
is
by
that
that,
there's this
Erica?
weird gray area
And
that
thank
you were
you
kind of in
for the,
Mindwaves,
thank you
where
for
it's like, I wouldn't say you were victim blaming, but to someone who's a little bit charged, it kind of sounds that way. But there's other situations where people, I think, word things poorly enough and are unempathetic enough that it is under the cluster of the thing that we call victim blaming. You know what I mean? Without literally saying, it's your fault you got raped, you blank. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Like if you're
Yeah, I think
saying
it's more
that
so like
women have
with
a
after the fact.
responsibility, if women you can say, or people in general have a responsibility for their safety, right? But failing at keeping yourself safe or whatever does not make you responsible for the crime that happened to you, right? That's still the perpetrator.
Yeah, like, yeah, if you're saying like she should have done X after like a rape, that's bullshit, and that is kind of victim blaming. Like, just don't do that.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think anyone who's giving this advice after the fact, after I was sexually assaulted, and then they're like, "Well, did you cover your drink?
Yeah.
Did did you dress provocatively? I think everyone
Like,
here,
oh, you should have. I mean,
That's also
everyone here
useless.
would say
The
that would be
reason-
a shitty thing to do.
Well, to emphasize this, the reason why it's so shitty is one of the most common experiences women and anyone who's been sexually assaulted will experience is massive amounts of survivor guilt and self-blame. The first thing women do when they've been sexually assaulted is they go shower, they feel like they're dirty, and they blame themselves for the situation. This is why, like, when we're talking about like a woman's responsibility and protectiveness, I understand why people get upset, because I never want a sexual assault victim to hear you're more at fault, because that's not what I'm interested in, right? If you have a car, even if you leave it unlocked, if somebody breaks into it and steals from you, they will still the only ones doing theft. They were wrong. The issue is, it would be wiser in the future to mitigate circumstances for yourself by locking your car, by keeping things that could be stolen like hidden. That doesn't in any way ever say that it's your fault that you were stolen from, or that it was okay that the person thieved from you at all. There's none of this that's going on.
That's not an equivalent example. I see the essential point you're trying to make, but it's not an equivalent example because you are able to lock your door in a car.
You're
unless
able
that
to not
individual's
drink.
already.
Yeah, but no,
Hang
Azzy,
on.
even if you lock
Whoa.
your door, they can still break your window, right? Like,
Wait.
Oh my. All right, so then we're
what's
going
your
to.
problem? I want to deal
No,
with
the
this.
issue,
Stop,
the
stop,
issue
stop,
is
stop, stop,
when it
please.
comes to theft,
Please
people
don't
want to
do
victim
it.
blame more.
Please stop.
Fire.
Azzy, you
It's
seem to
like-
have a lot of problems with what's been said, and I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to understand why.
I feel like
you
we're
think-
taking something very simple and making it very articulate in a very complex manner.
Do you think consent is
I didn't know we
simple?
were going to devolve or evolve into
Do you
like
think
SA.
relationships are simple, like the interaction between men and women, or men and men, or women and
Well,
women?
even
or
more to
whatever?
the point, what are we overcomplicating?
Yeah.
That is so simple.
So we first began by saying you need to lying in order to keep yourself safe, in order to protect your boundaries, in order to prevent sexual assault.
Sometimes, yeah,
Um,
sometimes.
Is a choice. Yes, sometimes, but it's not. I don't think we should say that because I don't think that is like worst case scenario. If you feel like you need to lie in order to protect yourself from a potential sexual assault, which is why I didn't know we were going to devolve into evolve or move the conversation to the sexual
Or it
assault.
could just be some kind of violence. It doesn't.
Well,
We're
it's like,
talking about
yeah,
a
even
simple-
without
it's not
violence,
even. It's
I
not even. It's
know-
not even
If you're
about
talking
violence,
about a
right? It's
simple
about the lie.
interaction. Let me land my plane first before we extrapolate. If we're talking about a simple interaction, like you're in a college area, and it's a meet and greet, right? And you don't like the guy, he's ugly, right? He's built like Michael B. Jordan, but he has that, Steve Harvey mustache. It's
Get out of here with that.
I didn't do that real quick. I'm sorry. No.
I just
But,
need to land my plane and start fucking throwing
like,
pops that
if
are irrelevant for no
he's
reason.
a nice guy, but he's not gonna assault you. But you feel like you need to avoid this guy. You have to lie to him to protect your boundary. No, you are now like, if you thought that was your option, I feel like we should provide other options before we.
Well, I'm just gonna
That's
say
the worst
why
case
that
scenario.
happens.
Because
okay? Because
if you
it's
meet that
A-
individual later on, hold on. If you meet that individual later on, and he finds out that you are no longer lying, now he can, say to all of his group, which may be a group that you share, he'd be like, "Oh, this person had to lie in order to get rid of me. She's a snake. She doesn't know how to deal with certain interactions. You need to avoid her because
That would
she
just
will
be
lie in
telling
order-"
on yourself, though, as someone that got rejected. So I don't know about that one. But the reason that
Men
women
get
do this,
rejected all the
okay?
time. That's not
Yeah, but
something.
You gotta let her respond. You
No,
gotta let her
no,
respond.
no, no, about that one.
Hey, you
non-insecure
Can I
men.
respond?
Rejection is part of the game.
Azzy, you've circled the
yeah.
airport long enough. We're gonna call it landing.
Well,
Go
the
ahead,
reason-
Kelly.
Yeah,
I'll
the
land my
reason
plane. Go ahead.
So the reason why women do that is because it's much quicker and easier to get out of that interaction, but also because men tend to respect other men as boyfriends and husbands more than they do women saying no. So it's just easier, okay? If you want to criticize that, well, I don't know, take no's better. We would not
Okay, so then and then they quickly reply. So now you're taking worst case scenario options and you're using them as like easy tools in order to get out of a situation quickly.
And
But
do you
is
not
it
want
even
us
a
to have
way
some
to-
easy
It's like taking a
tools?
gun to a
Are we
knife
not
fight.
allowed to have any
It's
Yeah, you're right. We
easy,
should make
you know?
this as hard as
I think
possible.
Why does everything have to be hard?
But everybody saves
Getting
face
out
in
of
it.
someone who's a sex pest
Hold on,
has to
hold
be
on,
very
hold on,
difficult.
hold on.
everybody saves face in this situation, right? Rather than having to hit you with the big L, the huge rejection, right? Whether you're a nice guy and you're gonna take it well, or you're a piece of shit and you're gonna press, or you're gonna fucking immediately explode and freak out, right? It avoids the potential of a confrontation. It makes it easier on your ego, and it makes it so that she doesn't have to get herself into an uncomfortable situation or make a scene, right? It's just super easy for everybody.
Yeah, and the types of environments where that tactic is usually employed, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the women can tell me I'm or give their perspective. Usually, this sort of response isn't given in like intimate environments. It's usually in like a nightclub or a bar where you're getting hit on by some guy that you don't even give a fuck about. And the idea that he would go and then find out, most of the time that person is never going to know anything about you, never going to see you again after that encounter in the club or whatever, right?
Yeah. Or the gym. The gym's another really big one, right? 'Cause you don't want to sit there and have a big long conversation to squat rack about how, yeah, I mean, you seem like a really cool guy or whatever. It's just, you're not exactly my speed. It's like, fuck, man. Like,
well, what is actually really important to me about like specifically like teaching women risk assessment precisely is that like most women aren't sexually assaulted by like random strangers or like one night stands. It's usually like going to be situations like fuck buddies or relationship, somebody that you have some level of like regular commitment with. And when it comes to this, like the reality is that like you can't just like do things like not drink with your friends all the time, right? That's ridiculous. Or like not stay over. So like what's really beneficial for women in these types of situations is being able to like evaluate the people around them and like actually properly risk assess with like empirically found stuff that we know predicts likelihood of like bad situations occurring, so that like women are able to like foresee potential risks with these people that are more or less like friends for them, and mitigate the risks for themselves. Again, not because it's good that they have to do this. It's tragic that they have to do this, and it's wrong. And there is onus on men as well to improve their behavior so that women have to mitigate their risks less and less. This is why when like Nick and I talk about like men pursuing women, we always emphasize constantly maximize her agency and make no as easy as possible at all times, so she's maximally safe.
I wanted to get some other people in here, maybe that may have issues or may have questions or may have thoughts that haven't gotten a chance to say anything yet. I want to get Scumbag here. I want to give him a chance, and also Mad Honeybee. So we're gonna go in that order: Scumbag, then Mad Honeybee. What thoughts do you have?
I wonder if he's going to live up to his name. Let's see. Go ahead, Scumbag.
So I have two things. Azzy, please stop coming at my brother Ahrelevant. You have the worst hairline I have ever seen in my entire life.
He has a great hairline. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Perfect. Look at his hairline, bro. I can give him a
nice degree at the
Okay. You skip this part. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about this part. What's your next one?
Okay. The next one is
do you have an next one?
Yeah, I do have an next one, bro.
Quickly.
Wait, never mind. Just go on.
He'll remember it.
Bad Honey, go ahead.
Why are you here, Scumbag?
I'm listening. I'm learning.
I'm a PJ.
Compliment my hairline all the time.
I'm gonna turn you up for a second. I think you're really soft. Just so everyone else knows. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You soft.
I'm normally cold. I'm way too freaking loud. So like, thank you. That made my
You're welcome.
I'm older. Like I just turned 40. So maybe I have boomer brain. But a lot of the times when I hear these conversations about like consent and men and women, it's foreign to me that women say that they really were not told how to say no. I'm not saying they're lying, by the way. Everyone is raised differently, different backgrounds, right? But like to me, it's such a foreign concept because one of the biggest things I was told as a child was you always have the right to say no. And every guy that I grew up with was always told like, you don't touch a woman if she don't want to be touched, you respect it, no means no. So sometimes I listen to panels about these conversations and I'm just like, dang, like it's a foreign concept for me that women really do feel awkward, right? However, it's a real thing that we need to address. And I think one of the biggest issues that I always have with listening to these types of panels is that there's always this disagreement about what could be literally labeled as common sense. Men shouldn't rape. That is common sense. I don't think there's a single person on this panel that's about to disagree with that. But women need to protect themselves too. To me, that is also common sense. So I feel like some people get triggered if we say, hey, maybe bring some friends with you. Maybe don't get drunk. Maybe don't go back to somebody's house when you don't know who they are. I feel like people get upset about that. But to me, it's the same as telling somebody, hey, when you get in a car, maybe you should wear a seatbelt because you never know like what can happen.
If I may ask then, just for the sake of playing devil's advocate here, right? Because the common response that I hear when people say, well, it's just common sense and we should be telling women these things. The pushback would be that that's infantilizing. Do you think women aren't told these things? These, as you said, it's common sense. They hear it all the time, right? This isn't something that's new. This isn't something that people don't know. So, by doing this, by always preaching, oh, don't dress slutty, don't bring some friends with you, like bring watch your drink, all whatever, right? That we are infantilizing women. What would you say?
Dressing slutty is a proven rape
I,
myth, by the way. It's a proven rape myth.
Sure, I was just giving like
I know, but I'm just saying that is actually a myth.
It's 100%, and like I said, boomer brain, and also I was taught these things. So again, to my brain, it's common sense, right? But I understand it may not. Common sense might be perceived as like a rude thing to say, and I get that. Here's where half of the panel is going to get mad at me really, really quickly. Sometimes I do think that certain people, you can say women, you can say men and women, unfortunately need to be talked to that way and told these things because for whatever reason, it's not clicking in their brain. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad thing, though. But again, this is just my personal opinion. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong at all.
I mean,
wait, they need to be told what things?
Wait. I want to say something. Okay, so basically, I don't know if this is going to give you greater insight or not, but this is also a problem I have with just say no discourse, or when people try to make it too simple. And the reason why is because you have an entire life of reinforcement, right? Where women are constantly reinforced or praised for behaviors where they're not aggressive, or more likely they're punished for behaviors when they're aggressive, when they're too aggressive with their no, when they're too aggressive in general, or when they're too firm, it can be seen as a form of aggression. So when you're like, oh, like the fact that women have to be told this, like why it's so simple. Well, it's not so simple, because it's this whole idea that you have all this life experience that tells you when you act this way, you will be punished or you will be looked down on, whether it's because of your parents, your family members, people at school. So that plays into how we interact in our day-to-day lives, and it especially plays into how we interact in these intimate situations. When it comes to the whole stranger stuff, I think the majority of rapes happen with somebody you do know. So even when it comes to self-selection or being aware, you end up, the people that you trust the most, or some of the people that you trust a fairly decent amount, betray that trust. So then that also becomes even more complicated. I think that's something we should talk about as well when it comes to picking the right people, because even when we think we're picking the right people, we pick the wrong people.
I also want to point out, it's really irritating when women are told to not drink or drink less, but who tells men not to drink so much because it makes them more likely to be violent? Nobody.
Me.
No one said that so far, though.
We said it on the panel. Ahrelevant.
That's right. You're absolutely
Number one,
right.
if you come to a bar and you're driving, we tell people to be responsible all the time. And what is this? We tell people to be responsible all the time. When you drive to a bar, they tell you not to drink, or at least don't increase your blood alcohol level.
Several times in this conversation,
beyond where you're
about women should drink less or not drink, but not
No,
a single
no,
time
Kelly,
we said men should drink
You're
less.
missing the point.
One at a time.
If you're around irresponsible people, you have to be extremely responsible.
Stop.
Can I stop?
No, none of you can. I'm going to start muting. Okay, I'm going to start muting. I'm going to start stopping people because, guys, you got to listen to me when I say stop. I will make sure you all, as many as you possible, can get in, but we got to go one at a time or no one can hear anything. I want to hear from Ahrelevant, Mindwaves, Erudite, 𝕬𝖎. Go.
Somebody else go first. I'm sorry.
Oh, God damn it. Okay,
so I'll go first. So, Kelly, nobody here said that women just carte blanche should not ever drink, right?
No, it's been said drink less. I'm just saying nobody said it to men either.
No,
That's
Kelly,
all.
you're
The Bible's been telling men.
No, guys, you're missing the key context here, right? It's
That
about
was it.
not going into a party where you don't know anybody. There's sketchy men that you don't know, right? There's no support group for you there. Like you don't have a buddy to watch out for you, right? It's about getting drunk in an environment where you would be at risk, right? So obviously, if you're environment and the people around you are sketchy, or not even sketchy, but just somebody that you don't trust, you probably shouldn't put yourself in a situation where your ability to consent is compromised, right?
Well, the issue is people put themselves in those vulnerable positions because they think they can trust the people around them. I don't think anyone's getting blackout drunk or in a room of people they think are actually sketchy. Now, they could be having very bad risk assessment, right? Maybe they are too naive or things like this, right? They just trust people too easily. And this all falls under risk assessment and how we can get people to learn better to judge their
So it's not about
environment.
telling women you should never drink. It's about telling
No,
women
but I
you
didn't
should,
say
you should,
that.
She's talking about men. The issue is like
Yeah.
on the panel, we did explicitly talk about men. Like in the case of my story that I brought up, we were talking about like one of the issues is that guy drank to basically a blackout point where like who knows if he would have made those decisions if he like wasn't this drunk. We definitely did talk about it. We can definitely talk about it more. For example, the advice I give men is if you need to drink alcohol to have sex with a woman, you're not ready to have sex with her and you shouldn't be doing it, right? You should be sober, especially as a man, if you're having sex with somebody so that you can maximize ensuring that the situation is as safe as possible. And I would give the same advice to women. You probably shouldn't be super drunk if you're having sex for the first time with somebody.
Okay.
That sounds like a really dangerous
I'm going to
situation.
start cycling
Drinking
people out.
culture is
I'm going to
bad.
start cycling people out. Eli, are you participating? Are you here?
Oh, he's
deafened.
Okay.
I mean, I think we can all agree, right? Like all this aside, it just does suck that this doesn't apply to men, really, right? That it does apply to women, that they all have to be told they have to like rein it in and not have fun, and men can go out to like whatever bar they want, get like shit-faced by themselves, and it's basically fine unless you do something really stupid and get yourself stabbed or something like that, right? It's just an asymmetry in society that sucks. It's just a bummer.
Yeah,
oh god damn it! He deafened again. I was about to tell him. I think it's polite. Eli, we're gonna cycle you out, buddy. Like, thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I was handling a couple things.
I understand.
Yeah.
All right, man.
This is why, like, this is a strategy that I haven't heard anyone talk about, and it's not. I don't know how practical it is, but it'd be really cool if women could have more platonic male friends that they could trust and go out to the bars with, because it'd be really easy to have like a mutually beneficial relationship. You know, you wing woman the guy, even if you don't want to be with him or whatever. And so like you can kind of like be that social proof, he can have a good time and he can protect you, right? Like you can feel safe because you have guys around you that are going to act as the bug spray or as the deterrent for all these guys that aren't going to take no for an answer, right? It's too bad
but
that
they
doesn't exist.
they shouldn't have to have men around to feel safe. You sexist. They shouldn't have to have men around. I can hear the people saying on Twitter.
No, I mean they shouldn't, but it's good advice. That's what I do. I don't I usually go out with like men and women because like I know that just there's safety in numbers. But I think I want to focus, if it's okay with you guys, I want to focus more on this conversation about like what happens when okay, I'm thinking about most of the women that I know that have been raped. It has been by somebody that they knew, and they have also were explicit when they said no. In this circumstance, they were either explicit or they weren't even given the chance to say no. So then the question is like how, and it's just difficult. I don't know if there probably isn't a clear answer, because there are people who seem totally like normal and fine and respectful until it comes to the bedroom, and then all hell gets loose. So I want to know your guys' thoughts there. I want to know like how you think we should deal with that. I don't think it's clear or simple, but this does seem to be like a very common experience for women.
Okay, I think I have the solution here. Okay,
I have the solution.
Nick.
We arm all women.
Nick,
We
there's a
arm
line,
all
Nick.
women.
I've been saying.
So
I mean, that's a terrible threat.
Is that a bad idea?
Yeah.
Well, the issue, yes.
No.
So is it state welfare mandate? It's like the idea. It's a bad idea. We're assuming that women are going to be using these weapons against like
most
their
of the
friends.
time, in a case of self-defense, your gun's going to end
Maybe.
up getting used against you. So no, I don't want women to get shot in the case of sexual assault.
Well, yeah,
she
I
didn't
think
say
I'd
guys,
rather
though.
you
I think
I think that a man would be less likely to like try something with a girl if he knew that she was armed.
Well,
no?
I think the trouble with this, what we're talking
already
about now, right, is the partner violence
Is the
situation.
intimate
That's
partner
where
violence.
that's
Yeah.
where most of it happens, right? And so it's like if you've been with this guy for a little while and he knows where your strap is, oh shit, that's even worse.
I
But
just
so
wanna-
here's
Wait,
what it is.
wait, are we
what about the
saying we-
barbed condoms?
Okay, I want to.
What?
What? You're not gonna use
Okay,
it.
okay, stop,
Hold on.
everyone, please stop. I want to give Honeybee a chance. She's a little quieter, so I know it's harder for her to get in. So go ahead.
I normally interrupt people. I'm trying to be respectful. Is what
Yeah.
it is. I'm trying to be better. No, I just want to respond. Kelly, 100%. You're right. I was just speaking in the context of like when the advice is given to women and they get upset by it. That was all. You are 100% right. If men are getting violent when they drink, they shouldn't be drinking either. 100%.
I think a lot of men don't really know at what point that they might get violent from this alcohol too. There's sort of the assumption that I'm a good guy, and then oh no, suddenly I'm not anymore. What the fuck?
No, no, I understand. I just wanted to just make it clear for context, like why I said what I said.
To elaborate on Pxie's point a little bit, because we were talking about partner-related violence, when you look up the statistics for just the amount of women that get raped when they are asleep with their partners and people they know, it's pretty depressing. Like British statistics puts it at 22% as the lowest.
Well, that's from that really bad study.
No. The really bad study is 50%.
We should avoid talking about rape
and
sexual assault.
Okay. I'm talking about reported rape to the Britain.
Okay.
And it's different. That's 22%. That's the lowest I can find.
That's 22% of the rapes that do happen from your partner while you're asleep. That's the stat.
Yes. So
damn, that's crazy. Holy shit.
That's for reported rape, by the way, obviously, which does vary things a bit because what gets reported is different than what it just happens as a general sort of.
But yeah, that is that's really
high, right?
Sleep and blacked out. Just to understand, is that a sleep and blacked out?
I can double check, but it says
when we start to.
Okay.
Yeah, but it kind of muddies the conversation when we start bringing like instances of like rape, which we already said most of the time when you get raped, it's around people you know. We're talking about situations where you're around individuals you don't know.
I wanted to
elaborate. No, but we're talking about, we're trying to reshift the focus on people you know, because that's what most of the time it's going to be. And that's what like I want to.
Right.
Just for clarity, just so I'm familiar with the stats. This is an assumption. Please, if you know the stat, tell me. Most sexual assault happens with people you are acquaintances, know already. It's not strangers. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. The issue is with the study that was looking at assertiveness training, this would have been including that because it wasn't looking at whether stranger rapes were happening more or less. It was looking at the incidence of sexual assaults, attempted coercion, and attempted assaults overall. And what we saw is that even in these situations with assertiveness training, these numbers went down when women feel like they have the tools and they understand how to assert and get out of situations that make them uncomfortable safely.
Yeah, so I just want to say why I brought it up quickly. Now I've lost my train of fucking thought. Okay, sleep, right? Because the general conversation has kind of sort of deviated into all rape that isn't in a back alley is majority of women not being assertive enough, when there's actually quite a lot of instances where it didn't really have anything to do with whether the woman was assertive or not. There's a lot of still very bad beliefs that are still circulating. If you read into some of the accounts that are given from these women that have been raped when they're asleep, they didn't feel like they when they try to bring it up to their partners, the partners make them feel bad for being rapey because they don't feel like it's as bad, because they feel like they're in a relationship they're owed to the partner and things like this, and the recurrence rate is quite high. But I just want to, this is an example, there's a bunch of different examples as well, where it's not all rape that isn't in a back alley is necessarily because the woman wasn't assertive enough. There's like a whole myriad of different scenarios that actually happen.
So when it comes to
I don't think many people are saying it's all that, but okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not majority either. It doesn't seem to be supported by any statistics as a majority. It is partiality, but how much? I don't fucking know.
So I think probably part of the palliative assertiveness training and stuff, all that sort of stuff for women, probably includes certain things like looking out for certain behaviors, like not just saying no and how to say no, but when to say no as well, right? Like stopping your boundaries before they even get encroached upon, so that they never get crossed in the first place. So like it feels like where this whole thing breaks apart is like everyone agrees, it's just the rhetoric is wrong. Like when people say we need to teach women to say no, everyone's like, whoa, no, stop putting the responsibility on women. Stop putting the responsibility on women. So how do we change the rhetoric around all of this assertiveness training, palliative assertiveness training, skills training?
You got to change the attitude around assertiveness, because not all assertiveness is masculine, and we can't stop deferring to the fact that society has bred or reared women to be more agreeable and be more childlike. because now you're taking away the tools of that women could be using in these situations, especially with people that they know. You should be able to be assertive with people you know, even more so with individuals you don't know, because that's just strength of your character and strength of, if you believe that this is your boundary, you should be able to uphold
I
that.
mean, yes, people should be able to be more assertive with people they know.
And you can.
Yeah, that's true.
More than should. I would assert that you can be, because I see it all the time. In fact, you see it with black women, and they'll call black women masculine. For
So what would be like the more palatable rhetoric around it, rather than saying teaching women to say no? What could we say to do that whole umbrella of all the things that we're talking about, all these skills that we're talking about? Like, what would be a better way to communicate that quickly?
Honestly, I think encourage women to assert their boundaries. I know that's a mouthful, but to me, I feel like that actually gives more insight to the situation than just say no, because it isn't as simple as just saying no. It's about reinforcing your no, or even at times being aggressive with your no. It's not just simply the words "no," right? As we established earlier. I don't know if there's a way to even phrase that shorter and more casual way. Yeah,
Assertiveness training. Would people blow up at? Do you think that women need assertiveness training, or women need boundary training? Do you think that would receive the same amount of you're blaming women? Because I kind
certainly
of
wouldn't trend. It wouldn't trend. That's for sure.
No, you don't have to do all that. I feel like that's part of the problem. Even the fact that we have to add I feel like even when when Pxie said it's a mouthful to say women should be able to assert their boundaries, or she phrased it at that. I feel like that's a negative connotation that you're adding on to that, which kind of detracts from it, which still shows that there's a mindset that still needs to be broken, and there needs to be a paradigm shift in that. And there's a workbook that I had to get for my job called the Assertiveness Handbook by Randy Patterson. And I basically is telling you just how to be more assertive in the workplace, but you can take a lot of that and use that in your personal life.
We're gonna cycle a little
just
bit
being
again.
more assertive will help you all the way around.
Bit again, because there's more people who want in. Omni, love you. That's your time.
I don't consent to this, Wick.
I understand, but it's my house, my rules. Mad Honeybee, thank you for coming. Really
yes, thank you. Can I just say really quick that these topics can oftentimes lead to a lot of bad discourse, and so anybody who's willing to get on the freaking internet and exert their opinion on these things, whether people agree or disagree, is a really cool thing. I just want to tell you guys that.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think some people shouldn't be.
Well, yes, okay, I agree, but you know what I meant.
Yeah, I got you. Okay,
have a great night, everyone.
Yeah.
So Nick, add on to your list. And to Nick, and this is a pushback on what Wick said about disagreeing with what was just said. It's about who you are getting your advice from, and who you're getting your. I feel that is a tool. You should be getting your advice from somebody who is successful in being assertive and is successful in navigating these situations, especially the even more dynamic situations with individuals that you know and don't know. You shouldn't
but
be
nobody gives
listening
a fuck.
to
Nobody gives a fuck, right? They're
you
going to
shouldn't be
take
listening to individuals who are perpetually
I hear you. I agree.
Right?
I agree. The problem is people are going to get their advice from BuzzFeed and Andrew Tate, because that's just what's happening, right? So it's how do we be efficacious? How do we do something, right? Because we can't just say, we should all be listening to the right people at the right times, and
no,
because Andrew Tate, be honest about our feelings. It's
what do you think, Ahrelevant? I want to give some space. I want to give some space to Ahrelevant here, real quick.
Well, I mean, Andrew, whether we like it or not, because of the prevalence of social media, it looks like Andrew Tate has it right for being assertive, because he's very all over the place or whatever. So you're talking about aesthetics. I think if you generally put the average person and you show them Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II, and then you show them Andrew Tate, they're gonna go oh, Andrew Tate has a better understanding of assertiveness or whatever because of his social media presence or something like that. So I don't think just going who do you view as successful is going to be enough. And I feel like that's what people do, is they base it on who they view as successful.
Definitions of success.
You know what?
Yeah,
exactly. That's a good point, right? I think if you think about it here, actually, Destiny's the bad guy, because he would be reaching people if he dressed better and drove a Bugatti, right? True. He's robbing everyone by wearing his fucking sweatpants.
But that's not what I meant. I feel like
that's not. I mean, I'm not what I meant. This is not your argument. I'm just memeing on Destiny.
Well,
but I also want to.
That's a good point. Just real quick, Ahrelevant brings up a good point.
A straw man.
And this goes to a question earlier on the closed panel, right? That people are drawn to very masculine characteristics and traits that traditionally, some in some cases, toxic masculine. They look at people, they see a muscle-bound guy with a chiseled jaw and 20 Porsches, and they think, that's a man, right? That's a man I want to emulate. That's a successful man, right? This is something that across our culture in the West, at least, right? That's part of the success. It's the aesthetics of it. It matters. And so we look at people who have great advice but do not meet the aesthetics, and they just don't get listened to as much.
So I unironically do think that's kind of a good point. That like I think some of us guys, right, who want to be a voice for nuance and a voice for like the positive or whatever, I think if we want to be efficacious and we want to reach these guys that are being grabbed up by Andrew Tate, I think we need to cater to that aesthetic a little bit.
We do.
Like if we just adopt it, like that's kind of what I'm trying to do with the whole, like the fitness thing is like whatever.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you. It's about being
Tate had was more than just his ripped muscles and and his money. His aesthetic was he was a businessman,
beautiful women, billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I know, not even just beautiful.
So that being said, okay, everybody donate to Wick. Ahrelevant, you need to give us money so that we can do trend and get jacked out of our fucking minds, and then we can be the male role models that Twitch needs. Okay, it's on you guys.
Listen, the only reason that Andrew Tate appeals to people is because nobody speaks to the guys that Andrew Tate speaks to. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Have you started going to the gym yet?
Karatos,
no, I quit. I quit because I realized. I'll tell you this much.
You start going to the gym.
Stop both of you. Okay, I'm curious because I want to know who is Andrew Tate speaking to, in your opinion, Karatos? Who is Andrew Tate speaking to that we are not, and why is he getting through and we're not?
I thought this was about something different.
Andrew Tate is speaking to the disenfranchised men, to the men that have been ignored by society, to the men that have been fucking led astray, to the men that have no father figures, to the men that have no guidance, to the men that have no role models, to the men that have been labeled as incels just because they might be socially awkward, to the men that don't pull no women because maybe they don't have game. They're not Rizzlers. They don't have the restraining order that I have. You know what I'm saying? But check this out, right?
Would you say that he's appealing to fatherless men?
Absolutely. That's why he doesn't appeal to me, because I have a father. I don't need to look up to a bald man on the internet. I already got a father. But check this out, right? I still understand his appeal.
Representative for these young men to look up to than Andrew Tate. I agree that they're probably looking up to him for that male.
I do want to tie this into the larger point, however. I do want to tie this into the larger conversation on boundaries, right? Do we think that one of the reasons that this is a problem is Andrew Tate sucks with boundaries? He's not teaching boundaries correctly. Does anyone disagree with that statement?
Yeah, I'd go further.
Yes, I disagree. No, I disagree. No, 100% I disagree. Because I've heard the man talk about this. I've heard the man talk about this. The man said if the woman is not feeling you, you just dip. That man has said it immediately. He's never said be pushy.
That's a business strategy.
You think the women
That's a business strategy.
Hold on.
So now we're changing the definition.
Hold on. I've been interrupted. Hold on. I know everyone wants to get giddy.
Okay.
Hold on. Andrew Tate does not.
Okay.
Oh, God damn it. Okay.
Listen.
I'll mute you. Pxie, go ahead.
Okay. So every fucking red pillar, if not the vast majority of red pillar, are constantly talking about how to basically trample over women's boundaries. And sometimes they say something like that superficially, like, oh yeah, if she's not feeling it, let her go. But literally their entire ideology and rhetoric lies in this idea that women are logically and emotionally to some extent inferior to men, and they don't really know.
100% correct, by the way. That's not wrong.
Why are you yelling?
I'm not yelling. I'm talking.
He's being very masculine, is all.
But I'm just wondering, could you be less masculine so the feminine energy of Pxie could finish her thought? Because masculine protects, right? You got to protect Pxie's space, Karantos.
He's not being
I don't
masculine.
protect strangers. Lord have mercy. That's not happening.
No, you got to protect feminine energy.
Boy amongst men.
Pxie's just being nice. She's just being nice.
Pxie, finish your thought. Pxie,
So
finish your thought.
basically, this entire like Red Pill, like manosphere, all of them constantly talk about how women don't really know what they want. What they really want is like assholes, and that's why you have to like do like these lists of abusive strategies to get them. That they're like kind of like emotionally dumb children, and logically too, like they don't know the shit that they want. So you can say like, oh, the woman, if they're saying they're like feeling it, like don't do anything. You see Andrew Tate is talking about boundaries, but that I really don't think that counts for shit. If 99% of your content is a woman, they're kind of stupid. They're kind of dumb. They're kind of superficial. They see money, they're gonna go for you. So like, there seems to be a huge contradiction for me there when it comes to red pill ideology.
So let me respond to some of the points you made. First of all, Andrew Tate states on numerous occasions that a goofball with money is just a rich goofball. That's the first point. So just because you have money doesn't necessarily mean that you're appealing or attractive. That's first of all. Second of all, when he says that women need to, or women are stupid, or women are childlike in their mentality, he's talking about leadership. He's talking about taking the leadership position in your relationship. He's talking about women that you're already with, not women that you're trying to get. So he's not saying
he talks about women have to submit, how women are your property. It also, this kind of leads back to the whole like rape earlier discussion about how more likely it is to happen to somebody that you're in a relationship with already, right? If he's like talking about like how you have to take the leadership in this position, you have to like assert yourself and be dominant, and she's supposed to submit, that's going to make you a lot more likely to cross her boundaries when she says that she's not comfortable with this. Because in Andrew Tate's world, well, you're the dominant, you have to keep pushing because you're the alpha leader.
Dominance does not require you to abuse boundaries or to cross them. That's not. You're trying to apply that onto him. You're trying to make him look like something he isn't.
Well, okay, but here's
you're not being good faith to interpretation of what Andrew Tate was saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you listen to his speak on the that Just Pearly interview where he was on that panel, he was, yes, you can assert, you say your boundaries, and if she's not willing to adhere to those boundaries, you cut her off. That's what he was saying. So this is what I was trying to say. Andrew Tate is very successful at his boundaries. It's just that his boundaries is not the optimal boundaries for most individuals.
Is he successful in prison asserting his boundaries right now?
I was gonna say, are we talking about a guy?
He's not a man of integrity. He's not a man.
I want to give Ahrelevant a chance.
He's not a man of integrity.
That's the head job right there, by the way. Free Andrew Tate, free the man.
I couldn't tell if we were being serious talking about a guy respecting women's boundaries who's literally like in jail for not respecting women's boundaries, but
innocent until proven guilty, by the way.
Innocent until proven guilty, of course.
Yeah, but not innocent.
Right. It's not like
you don't need to defend his innocence.
I wanted to I don't know how much we wanted to do this specific part, but I wanted to talk about like part of the reason why I think victim blaming is so prevalent is because I think there's a lot of people who grew up, I think quite similar to me, who whenever something happened to you that you could have avoided, it was actually your fault. I'll give you an example. If I left my wallet inside of a place where it was likely to be stolen, that was my fault. The person who stole it, like
absolutely,
whatever, that's on me. That's my fault. And that's the way that I was kind of raised. If I left my doors unlocked and it got broke, that's on me. I don't know if I'm the only person.
There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. So that's correct.
Hold on. If I could tee in, it is, so there's a responsibility on you. It's unwise to leave your wallet in places that get stolen. It's also on the thief who stole it, though. The thief who stole it is also wrong. And I just want to make sure that Toronto,
by the way,
let's let Rilla finish.
So
60-40, by the way.
So what I'm talking about is how we, like, it seems like people like me were raised, I'm not sure how common this is or whatever, I just wanted to speak about it, was like that there was the idea that the person was bad, and I feel like there kind of even still is with when we talk about victim blaming. Because whenever you ask, hey, what about the man that raped? It's always like, he's bad or whatever, but we can't control him. Let's talk about you. And that's the way that it usually goes, is we like default to an actor that we consider to be like credible, because we view every single person who is sexually assault or any kind of sexual misconduct as this malicious demon who cannot see reason. So there's no point in criticizing them. They're beyond repair. But you are worthy of criticism.
Let me ask you then, Ahrelevant. Let me ask you then.
That's at least how I was raised.
Before you go, Kelly, you can respond next, but I do want to ask him directly. So how would you go about changing the rapist or fixing the rapist or addressing the rapist in the room.
Well, it depends on how they did it. I mean, some sexual misconduct or rape has happened on the basis of like guys being pushy and actually not understanding, like they genuinely don't understand that what they're doing, the gravity of what they're doing. They just think, oh, she's playing hard to get, it's not whatever. And then there's obviously the like really malicious people who are like out there like, I don't really give a fuck. And I guess it would depend on which.
Okay, KellyJean, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the problem is that we're comparing a very simple mistake, which is leaving your wallet somewhere unsafe, to the number of possibilities and probabilities and things that happen that led up to a woman getting raped. Now, occasionally, I guess sometimes those scenarios are simple, but often they're very complex. And there's a lot of different things along that timeline that is much easier to see in hindsight than it is to see when you're living that experience, as knowing if the thing you're doing is wrong or not. Now, obviously, that's variable. But yeah,
I'm glad Kelly's avoiding the word nuance.
So just to be clear, I'm not trying to say that this is like the mentality that I have.
Yeah. So it comes from,
this is where victim blaming.
It comes from people having a really strong overestimation of how much they can control, and then other people thinking they can control nothing. And then the conflict comes from when you get these two groups of people being like, you can control all of your outcomes, and the other people saying, no, I couldn't do anything. And then like I get accused of promoting learned helplessness, which is definitely not the case. Like I do think there are a lot of things that we can do to help women avoid these situations. But I don't overestimate how much control every woman has in every scenario, because there's a lot of times they just barely have any.
Yeah.
So what I think more specifically Ahrelevant is getting at, and please tell me if I'm understanding what you're saying, really. It's like, you grew up in a not great neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you grow up in the hood, you start to realize really quick that nobody can afford shit, not even sympathy, right? And so that's kind of what happens. I think that's what Ahrelevant's talking about. Is it's like, if you live in a situation where shit's rough, like a lot of cruelty is born out of necessity, and a lot of the people that are like doing the victim blaming, the actual victim blaming, are conservative, blue collar, and low class people that like have been born out of this necessity. And so like what they see, to give them some empathy, what they see is like, okay, well, you set yourself up for this, and I'm not agreeing with this, right? I think it's wrong. But it's born out of a living in an environment that's really harsh. A lot of
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
Yeah, let me ask.
I think
here's why it's wrong. Because if it's not a necessity, then you're just being mean, right? You're just being unkind, right? Because like when
you're being realistic and truthful.
Let me ask. Stop,
you need to be accountable.
Stop. I have a question for Nick. Nick on this. Is there a line where we should be like, ooh, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have done that, buddy, right? Like, maybe that's kind of on you. And it's not cruel, and it's not unkind. It's simply reality. It's where...
Krontos needs to mute his mic.
If they're your friend and you did something exceptionally stupid, I think that's valid to like talk to your friend and say, "Hey, that was fucking stupid."
Yeah.
I don't know. That's random.
Part of why you can do that is because you've already earned the empathy with them. They assume that you're coming from the best place possible, right? Like this is why, for example, like if Krontos came a random woman and she was sexually assaulted, if he just was like, like stupid girl, you should have known better, right? I would imagine even Krontos would agree that's an incredibly insensitive, like inconsiderate thing to do. She doesn't know you. She's just a random, and you have no like social like coinage with her. Whereas like if you have the capacity, if you're in a space where you don't have to necessarily be cruel and like harsh to people, you probably shouldn't be, right? It's not a badge of honor if you have the privilege and capacity to be kind to others and then you just choose not to be. You're just a fucking asshole.
Is there ever a point, maybe this will clarify my question better, is it ever a point where you have to be almost cruelly blunt with someone and say, hey, what you did was fucking dumb, and it is partially
Yes.
your fault.
Wait,
When
I
it's you- when
honestly,
it's you
I
at the
think,
time,
wait,
most of the
I
time.
just want to say.
I think that this is. I think that this is really
Wait.
inappropriate to talk. I think if your friend is constantly getting raped, if you have a friend who is constantly and consistently been like, I don't know what's going on. I went home with another guy and the same thing happened to me, and then you're like, okay, now it's time to really take a look at like what your behavior and actions are.
Your
But I
friend
think it's
might be retarded at that point. By
but
the
I think
way.
it's
If
completely
every night they go
inappropriate
out, they get
to do
fucking
anything. I
raped,
think it's completely inappropriate
GG.
after your friend comes to you and tells you that she was raped for you to be like, how the fuck could you have avoided that? I think you maybe the most you can ask is like, how do you feel about this? Like how are you feeling about this situation? 9 times out of 10, I bet the rape victim herself is going to be like, fuck, I should have done this. I should have done this. I should have done this. I don't know what the utility is in hammering it in. And because of the way that people talk to and about victims and women when they come forward with any bit of information about a man, it's this feedback loop where now a woman is in any situation with a woman and not wanting to be the woman who comes forward. And they're trying to give the man benefit of doubt. They're trying to be like, well, I don't think that he would actually do this to me, or I don't know, maybe that's too on its face, maybe he's just complimenting me, and then it's this snowball effect into these things that like eventually you become raped. It's not this like easy as pie, like this guy, is like, I'm gonna rape you, and then you have the opportunity to say yes or no, and then he can or can't. It is usually like a meander into this situation that is so hard to navigate. And I think part of why it's hard to navigate is because of people like Mindwaves who want to put so much accountability on the fucking women who then they come forward, then they are accountable, and the guy's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at this Amber Heard. And it's just like, how is a woman supposed to feel like she can even have boundaries without being like feeling like she's going to like ruin someone's life over saying that something has happened to her?
I want to give before we all jump in, Mindwaves was dressed directly, so I'm going to give him right of first refusal, and if he doesn't want to talk about it, we can let other people in.
I would also like to leave. I think
you got to go?
Yes.
Ahrelevant. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming.
Bye.
Check him out, gang.
Bye.
Twitch.tv/Ahrelevant. So, bye.
Great mustache, by the way. Let me just say that.
Yeah, true. Actually,
Great
fuck you, Azzy. Fucking mustache shaming ass bitch, bro.
I didn't shame his mustache. I said it was a Steve Harvey mustache.
So you laid out a bunch, right? I think the part that I want to pick apart the most is this idea that anytime a woman ends up getting sexually assaulted, she was just sort of along this meandering path and wasn't really aware of her.
Time?
Well, that's the implications of what you said.
I will kill myself.
I don't think that that's
Oh
what I
my God.
implied.
Well, okay, then where's the disagreement then, right? Because I don't understand exactly what you're coming at me for, because I never made my
Because I've seen your tweets and I know how you talk about it.
I think what she's saying, brass tacks, is like Lav is saying be kind to people, and I'm gonna be honest, Mindwaves, you're not the most careful with your rhetoric. I know. I think that's the whole disagreement, right? Is you say some shit that's a little off color and it's gonna read real bad to a lot of people, right? I think Lav's saying maybe don't do that.
God forbid a victim actually sees that, who's already tearing herself up about how she could have avoided her rape, and just sees men like you saying it's all her fucking fault. I just don't understand how that's an environment that we want to like harbor.
I don't know if
first of all, I've never said that women that get raped, it's all of their fault, right? The entire point that I've made.
Why even? I have never heard you even utter about how men can stop raping or like add anything to the conversation add anything other than criticizing the victim.
That's because you're a dishonest bitch and you just want to ignore every single instance that I've ever said that ever, including on this panel, which goes to show that you just clearly don't care and don't listen, and you just want to spin this narrative because it's convenient for you. Okay.
Lev, what even?
I think that was an inappropriate response.
Are you just doing this? Are you just doing this to start a fight, or did he say this before? Hold on.
I mean, if we're gonna judge by what people say on Twitter,
you're completely unaware.
I think. Okay, hold on.
Okay, one at a time. Everyone, one
I
at a
agree with
time.
Kelly. Hold on.
I want to give.
Here's what I would say.
Miss Transphobe over here criticizing.
I asked a question.
Okay, Azzy did ask a question. I want to give her a chance to respond. Azzy asked a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll ask a question.
Don't ask it again. We already heard it.
Did she? I didn't hear it. Ask it again.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I
Azzy-
always hear it.
Okay,
Yeah,
Azzy,
Wiki.
well, obviously,
I know
I
you're
heard it,
listening.
but no one else
Thank
did.
you.
Azzy,
But land
repeat
now
yourself.
playing
I
quick.
appreciate you.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Precisely.
So why in the world are you here to just cause drama, or are you here to have a
She's
part
here to
of
be
the?
the
I don't
center of
think
attention.
anything of
We'll
what I
bring
was
the
saying
conversation
was
to do that.
causing
Because
drama. I think I
my
was
question
directly
was
countering something.
did you hear Mindwave say this tonight or another night, or are you just here because you don't like the way he addresses these types of conversations?
I have repeatedly seen Mindwaves critique women coming forward
Give me
on
some
his
examples,
Twitter.
Lavin. Let's pick them apart.
Wait, I want to
You-
comment on
you're-
this.
And I
you're
feel like
asking-
Are you just
before-
allergic to ever proving, you know, you're
I will fuck
substantiating
up.
anything?
I-
you say?
Hey,
Lav, I'm not doing
hey,
this.
stop, this is the behavior I'm talking about.
Please, time out.
This is literally the
Erudite,
behavior I'm talking about.
Erudite, then Pxie wanted to chime in, and then Lav's got to have a chance to
Okay.
respond if you keep
You know-
asking her questions.
Yeah, everyone.
I don't know if you guys. I don't know.
Erudite,
No. Excuse me, please. Okay. Remember, do you guys know Anastasia, the Ukrainian woman who's fighting in Ukraine right now? I think one of the best lessons we can learn from Anastasia is that sometimes minor differences don't matter in the scale of fighting a more important fight, right? In this conversation, I understand that Mindwaves is insensitive and he's super mean to you, Lev. You guys don't like each other. That's
Wait,
obvious.
No, hold on. You framing this is that it's a personal.
I'm not done. I'm
and
not
that's
done.
why I
I'm
wanted
not
to
done.
cut
I'm
her
not
real quick.
done. Please let me finish. The
Look where's the
issue
mute button,
is
huh? You
the
bitch.
really big issue here is Karantos and the way that he talks about women. Mindwaves has some minor corrections to make. I agree with you on that. There's aesthetic things that could be improved. But when we're talking about reducing sexual assault, the only people actively resisting things that could be helpful at this point in time is Karantos. And it makes me sad to see people quibbling over the 5% difference when there's
Wait,
people
can I
like
respond to that
Karantos
after she's
and
done?
Andrew Tate types
I wanna-
that have more important battles.
I want to give Lav a chance to answer, then Pxie, and then Karantos. That's the order we're
At
gonna
that
go.
point, my point will be irrelevant.
So I have personal beef with like half of the people on this fucking
Nobody cares.
Name
thing.
names.
And I'm and I'm not like to come to assert that what I'm talking about with Mindwaves is out of some personal beef I have with him is ridiculous, and I think quite like infantilizing of me, because I think that I came here and what I said was apt, and I think for you to say that it was personal is very strange, and I found it offensive.
I'm not
thing.
interested. I'm not interested in any of this stuff with you, Lav. What I'm saying is,
I don't
if
know-
you're hold on, if you're actually interested in talking about reducing sexual assault about women, who is a bigger individual to talk to, Mindwaves or Karantos? The fact that you're picking Mindwaves makes me believe it's personal.
Yeah, but that's not her point.
Can we just talk? Can we just
Hold on, will everyone shut the fuck up?
Enough.
What is going
Okay.
on?
It's an open
Okay,
call.
I'm gonna go because I was told I was gonna go second. Now I want third. I'm not sure if this is gonna be the right panel to do it because things are already high tension and I can't tell who's like good faith or not here, like just in general, because everything's been muddied. But I do think that there was something Mindwave said earlier that like did kind of rub me the wrong way, and it was some fault. And maybe but I think we already clarified that before, but I just want to repeat like why it might be like dangerous, because it's like it's not her fault. Even if she could do preventative measures, at the end of the day, it's still the rapist's fault.
But no. So then you have to take accountability for the fact that you brought us in this direction.
Let me know when I can
Number one.
hear it, but
So
it's
you,
terrible
so
accusations.
Pxie, I tried to take us. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, because I keep getting interrupted, and I'm not getting no. Hey, let him finish. Pxie, you brought us here. I said, don't bring us here. Then Mindwaves says, hey, let's be critical about this and say, in these situations, yes, there are individuals who can have some fault, and you take issue with some fault. How, he thinks that is, and take that as like some type of
we
aggression?
had this
What?
conversation like
And
literally.
I'm not
like,
even
right
being
before.
facetious, or like.
No,
like,
no, you are.
This is why we can't get anywhere.
Wait, we literally had
You
this
bring us
conversation-
here, and we
Okay,
try to
let
be
me
critical
respond
about
to
it.
you.
Yeah,
You're
let
saying
Pxie
we're
go.
bringing
Pxie go.
it
I only
there.
want to hear from
There.
Pxie right now. Go ahead.
Okay, literally what we were discussing before, and I think like it gets lost or we like lose this terminology once the conversation like gets more complicated and stuff, is the idea that you can make preventative measures and there are preventative measures women can take, but that doesn't mean that they're at fault for the rape. So when you say some fault,
that's not what he.
So this is semantics, right? So when I say that there are, and this isn't applicable to all instances of sexual assault, of course, right? Because there's plenty of instances where the woman didn't have any sort of responsibility or agency in the matter, right? What I'm specifically talking about is when women do have agency, that they do have some sort of responsibility with the ability to, when it comes to the ability to recognize the situations that they're putting themselves in. And yeah, if you are putting yourself in risky situations, you know those situations are risky, well then yeah, you share some responsibility in that. I'm not saying it's your fault that that person raped you, right? Obviously you didn't make that person rape you. That's their choice. They raped you. That's bad.
Do you think the first thing that happens after a woman is rape, she's not going, how could I have avoided
He
that?
wasn't Lev. You can't. Come on, Lev.
Okay, wait 1 second. So yeah,
every single person has interrupted every person.
It feels personal.
It
feels personal.
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Stop.
It's because I'm black.
It feels
I'm the only
personal.
black guy on this panel, by the way.
Stop.
First of all, there's multiple black people. I'm married to one of
No,
them.
they aren't. Okay,
Nice
they're
try.
not East African.
Stop.
Anybody who's not East.
Stop. I'll stop y'all. Okay. There's 1,000 people going at once, and this is inconducive to any, even chaos. It makes it hard to go. So we're gonna go. I did say Karantos will have a chance to answer the allegations, and I want Karantos a chance to answer the allegation that Erudite has levied at him that he is helping rapists. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
That's
Let me
not
just say this. I am
actually
suffering from
plausible.
PTSD right now because this is the second time I've had this demon come at me. Let me just say that real quick. So, Erudite, what the fuck did I say? Let me ask you some questions. What the fuck did I say?
Well, then maybe this
that
is
makes me
personal.
all fucking victim blaming? Tell me, what is one thing that I said that you disagree with?
Oh,
that's a question to you. You could answer.
I don't know where to start. I, for example, think that Andrew Tate is a horrible example for men, and I don't care that he's Muslim. It doesn't make him a good person. I also think that he's a terrible example of a man respecting women or being a good leader or being a good role model. I think anyone who supports Andrew Tate at this point, based on like his own like self-incriminating statements, either thinks that he's a liar or he's actually just a guy willing to victimize women. And I think if you're a real man, that you would look at that and say, yeah, men willing to victimize women are bad men. And you don't
Okay,
seem
so
willing
first
to do that.
first of all, I don't ever recall ever saying that A, he was either a good leader, or B, he should be anybody's role model.
Okay.
I just said the reason why he's successful and the reason why he's where he's at is because there's a lot of men that don't have role models.
I'm just letting you know now. We're going to end the Twitch stream. We're not ending the stream. I have to end the Twitch stream. I'll link the YouTube and chat for the Twitch people. But
let me tell you, this is something that you'll disagree with. Every negative thing, or I'd say the vast majority of negative things that happen to us, even if we weren't completely at fault for them, we bear some accountability for them happening. If I were to
I would
fail
agree
a
with that.
test,
No.
right? Okay, thank you. So if I were to fail a test, right? I didn't fail the test because the world is cruel. I failed it because I didn't study. It's that simple. So when it comes to women, in certain circumstances, and not all of them, by the way, if you put yourself in a bad position and a bad outcome happens, now is it your fault? It's not your fault, right? It's the dude's fault. But guess what? I can't tell fucking rapists to stop raping. It's not gonna fucking happen.
You know
I'm not a
how
magician.
inappropriate
I'm
it
just
is to
telling
have
you.
this conversation?
But check this, I don't give a damn how inappropriate it is. And if you don't
Lev,
fucking feel like listening,
blame
get
the
the
panel.
fuck
You
out.
can't-
Anybody
Lev,
who
this is the
fucking
panel.
needs
This is the
hurt,
panel.
get
This
out.
is the panel.
No, it's
Listen,
inappropriate.
I've never said that
okay,
you
so let's go.
that you
Hold on,
should not
one
be
second,
empathetic.
man.
I've never said that you should not be empathetic. I've never said
I've
go
had
out of
my
your way
hand up for
and make
so
women
long.
feel bad for being fucking violated. I've never done that. And I would never do something like that. But let's just say, you gotta keep it real.
The tension is super high right now. I just want to do one thing really quick. I want to take a performative cleansing breath and invite anyone else who would like to do it with me.
All right,
Well,
cringe. Can I talk now? Because I've had my hand up for ages. I just want to
There we
talk to
go.
Mindwaves.
All right, go ahead.
I feel like Mindwaves, you would agree with the way that we sort of tackle this, right? I don't think there was any real disagreement there. So I think the only thing that people are getting angry at you is just
The tone.
your choice of words. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like when we say things like responsibility and accountability, I think that gives people the wrong impression that that means that it's your fault. Maybe there are
Which is
better
no.
words that we could use
But no.
instead of those.
It's a connotation.
No, it's no connotation. It's basic
There's nothing
words.
to disagree with, right? There's absolutely nothing you disagree with. So
I
how
mean,
could
if we're going for
fucking
conducive
miss-
conversation, maybe there are better words.
Sure, but
I don't know.
okay, we're talking about Twitter first of all. So I'm
It
gonna
is
disregard this
semantics,
whole,
though. I
it's a
agree with you.
conducive to conversation. Well, yeah, it is because we're sitting here fucking talking about it even years after the fucking tweet was made. So yeah.
I mean,
Mindwaves,
we
honestly,
were
let's
we
take
were
a-
doing
let's just-
fine beforehand, yeah.
let's just
and
take a
I do think
second-
it is semantics, Bro, stop shouting over me. Okay, I'm barely listening. You shut up as well, you faggot.
Well, the problem is that people come to that tweet and they're gonna read it and extract what they want to, right? So of course there are gonna be some people and see that, and to them they're always gonna extract like, oh well, this guy's just victim blaming. And then if you give it a more literal read, right, depending on how you're reading it, you could see that the substance of it, what it's actually saying, is correct. So
we weren't talking about the tweet though. We're just talking about using the words of like responsibility and accountability.
Those
and
are
maybe
the most positive words that they use in every circumstance.
But I'm not saying I'm
offended
offended by it, but clearly other people were. That's what
just as a quick injection for this conversation, okay? When we talk about responsibility, there's two separate things going on here, and they get conflated all the time. You have a moral responsibility, and then you have like a general responsibility yourself. And the problem is when somebody says responsible, people immediately jump to that moral responsibility. If you go out into the forest and you get like mauled by a bear, you have like a responsibility to try to like keep yourself safe and act in a responsible manner. But that doesn't mean you have any moral responsibility for the bear attacking you. It's the same thing with like a sexual assault case, somebody stealing something out of your car. You have like a responsibility to your person to keep yourself safe, but you don't have moral ownership of another agent choosing to do something bad to you. Yeah, so because when you guys are like you're saying responsibility, just make sure that you're clarifying there. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think anybody here thinks that there's like even like a shred. Like if you go out as a woman, you get as wasted you can, take drugs from a stranger, and roll around in a bar full and somebody rapes you. Even in that case, you have 0% moral responsibility for getting raped because the other person chose to rape you. There's an agent there that made that choice who has the moral responsibility 100%. But in terms of responsibility for safety of your person, you might have a higher or lower share of responsibility depending on what's happening. Just make sure.
Totally disagree.
And a lot of people think that it's like a moral condemnation, and saying that isn't condemning you as a person. It's not saying you're a bad person if you chose not to be responsible in a number of different ways or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So I completely agree with all of that, but I think like jumping off of that as well, right? When we were talking about like kind of people in the hood, right, where you can't afford sympathy, yada yada, born out of necessity. That happens with the rape stuff too, right? The issue is that the tough love that you learn growing up in like a rough neighborhood or whatever is useful, right? It's like interact with the cops in a way that's safe. Don't go places that are dangerous. Don't leave your money lying around. All that sort of stuff. That works, right? It makes sense. It's useful. But if after a rape, if you tell her like, I mean, what the fuck are you wearing? It's like that's not useful, right? It might be tough love. It could be tough love, but it's not useful in any way. So it's like, how does the toughness benefit anyone? Right? There's no utility.
The problem is that like the way that it works is we tend to be reactive with our commentary.
Yeah.
So we play this same game every single time there's a mass shooting in the United States. Mass shooting happens and you get a bunch of liberals that say like, hey, we need to do something about guns. Then you get a bunch of conservatives saying, oh, don't politicize this issue. And it's like, well, we're probably not going to talk about guns if people aren't getting shot. But like after you've got like another Me Too story, another story comes out and it's like woman went out, strange guy, first date, got drunk, got raped. And it's like, Jesus, like, are we doing this again? Like, I think it's heartless and it sounds bad to be like talking about it afterwards.
That's
but I mean,
the point.
in terms of like chronologically, that's always how it's going to go, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be like seeing a woman on the internet. It's like, hey, what's up? I just saw you chatting. Just make sure that you don't take a drink from a stranger. Like nobody's ever going to say that unprompted. It's just because of the chronology of our events, it usually comes afterwards, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm completely agreeing with all of that, right? And we can't control that in wider society other than being like, come on, man, have a heart or whatever. But like on this panel or whatever, or in these conversations, I think that's where it matters, right? That you're like as soft and as tender as you can, and you don't say things even that would allude rhetorically or whatever to having people feel like you're saying it's your fault, you shouldn't have been there, you dumb bitch, why'd you get raped, right?
Or
like,
I think
obviously no one's saying that, but people hear it.
No, I think on top of that, I just think the rhetoric that we're using isn't necessarily, or yeah, I would say I was going as far to say it's not necessarily effective because it can get so muddied. So I don't know if we should like think about like different terminology or different word we use because we just use responsibility. Yes, there is. We just have to be creative about it and think about it a little further.
I don't think it's the word.
Can you pause it like an alternative?
Neither do I.
Stop, please. Stop. Pxie, finish your point, but then we'll go one at a time. Are you done with your point, Pxie?
Well, it's like one more sentence, but basically, the reason why I'm saying this is because I think it would just be a lot more productive in terms of conversation if we did have separate terminology or separate words, so that this can stop getting muddied, and so we have to stop retreating over and over
from those words, whatever words we adopt, from carrying the same stigma later. Right?
Yeah, they just will.
That's a later problem to deal with.
No,
it
is. I'm going to tell you about stigmatizing language. It's completely useless. Changing language doesn't actually change the way people feel about them. We've done this in tons of stigma research. We've utilized stigma research for like
wait a second. Okay, wait, Erudite, I need you to send me what you're talking about because as far as I know, like the invention of like new terminology and words has completely shaped like basically our legal system or justice system before. So like the idea of marital rape, I don't think that was a word until like the 70s. 70s. Like we had no way to conceptualize this wrong against women. Like it was very difficult.
We're not talking about legislation, right? We're not talking about.
You're conflating legalese.
It's super simple. I hear you. Wait, we all know what you're saying. We all know what you're saying. The point, though, is that
let her finish.
I think we all understand.
We get
it.
it.
It's
No,
pretty
let her
simple.
finish. No, let her finish.
Shut the fuck up, dog. Not you, Pxie.
What I'm trying to say is that the creation of like new terminology or new words can help us investigate concepts into a deeper.
Okay, sure. The issue is, hold on. The issue is the connotations that we all feel when we say responsibility. The fact that when I talk about, for example, equipping women with these things, and people immediately launch to calling me a pick-me, even if I swap to a different word, say I said autonomy, I don't know what word I said. What we see in stigma research is almost all stigma research is not effective. What we find is that if you make people say alcoholic and you force them to switch with person with substance abuse disorder, all that happens is all of the negative stigma attached to alcoholic now is just attached to person with substance use disorder.
Okay.
Language swapping isn't effective.
Maybe the word necessarily, language swapping might not be necessarily what I'm trying to convey. I'm trying to convey terminology that actually reflects what we're trying to say better. Okay.
Well,
terminology that is more, rhetoric that is actually trying to go into line with what we're saying, right? Because when you say like responsibility, okay, it could be all of these things. Okay, well, let's choose a word that is like more specific to responsibility that you're talking about, because that is going to make for a more effective conversation. And like we say this in philosophy all the time, basically. Like we see it when people are like talking about like, let's say what a being is, a human being. Well, now you have like 20 million different conversations going around that. But then when we decide to make the terminology more specific, like let's say 𝕵𝖔𝖎, whatever. Okay, now you could have a conversation specifically about that type of being.
Sure. Could you give us an example? For the sake of this conversation, maybe use the word like control. What is within your control? Is that an okay word?
Sure. I'm just like stating it out there that I think it would be beneficial, because we wouldn't be repeating the same round of like, oh, what do you mean by responsibility? Somebody said you mean something different.
Do you think that there's a responsibility on interpreters though? Like if you read somebody's statement or you hear it, is there any onus on the hearer to try to hear it with some level of charitability or at least not bad faith?
I agree. However, I think because like this panel is having like more people coming in for the first time, et cetera, they don't necessarily know exactly what you're meaning, even if they're trying to read it in good faith. They might honestly like be lost, or even people who are just hearing this for the first time. So that's why I think like it's a little bit different.
I don't know if it's necessarily the word here, because it feels like there's a lot of conceptual baggage behind what's being said, where it's not just the word, like we need a new word to describe something. Because for instance, like I'll see people say something like, oh, the woman has no responsibility, and then they'll follow this up. And this is fairly common. I feel like in over 50%, people will follow up and say like, oftentimes there's no action the woman could have taken to avoid things. They'll say things like she was either date raped, it's a person that she thought she knew and she could trust, or it happened within a relationship, in which case there's nothing she can do. So if that's the case, I don't know if picking a new word would all of a sudden give somebody like a different conceptual framework, because it seems like regardless of the word itself, people are still loading things behind it. It seems like they have a deeper understanding that women are indeed helpless and totally incapable of avoiding most sexual assault.
And the reason why these words the reason why they changed words wouldn't even matter is because the way the zeitgeist, the way people feel around these words is that it's a way of avoiding accountability because of trying to protect yourself. You don't want to deal with physical responsibility or moral responsibility, because in that moment you have felt harmed, you're in the midst of trauma, and you don't even know how to deal with these words. But
I mean, that's
yet
literal,
these
like,
words
political
in their
correctness, right? Like substituting a word for a different word because you're like wanting to placate somebody's
Okay,
feelings.
but that's not what I'm trying to do here. Do you understand that? Like I'm trying to say that we should try to use terminology that conceptualizes what we're actually referring to as specifically as we can. So there's like
but
more
the terminology
clarity.
all means the same thing.
No,
so it's
it
not
doesn't mean the same
terminology.
thing. We literally just established, there's a difference between self-responsibility and moral responsibility. So obviously these words don't mean the same thing if we have to make that distinction.
Okay, everybody here knows exactly what we're talking about, right? We're talking about rhetoric, okay? And rhetoric isn't just the words, it's not just the terminology. It's the words you say, how you say them, the tone with which you use them, the body language that you communicate it with, what you preface it with, and what you say after the fact, right? All of these things matter, right? And I'm gonna victim blame Mindwaves for a second here. It's like, this a whole thing fucking derailed because Mindwaves said something in such a way that Lav really didn't appreciate, right? Didn't like the rhetoric, so she comes in, she starts fucking, I fucking hate you, man, whatever, and then it can't be like figured out because you guys have personal beef, right?
I don't think it was a good faith interpretation to begin
It
with.
definitely wasn't, right? But like if someone's charged and you don't preface, they're going to get fucked up over it, right? And I think those people are worth trying to worry about with your rhetoric at least some of the time. You don't have to, but if you want the best outcome, you should, right? There's a few people that can never be won. They're just fucking deranged. They're insane, right? You can't catch them. You don't have to worry about everybody.
Okay,
Not
so,
you, Krantos. You're very reasonable. Very
So
stable
with the
genius.
word responsibility, right, that means there has to have been something wrong that the person did, right? And
Not
in some
morally
situa-
wrong, just
no,
wrong in the
but
sense that it's
there's a
incorrect.
wrong, right? Yeah, there's some kind of a wrong, and in some situations there are, but in other situations it's not quite so clear, right? And it's not. I'm not talking about the people who've done nothing obviously wrong. I'm saying, for example, if we're going to blame drink, for example, as a reason that has put you more at risk. How many drinks till we ascribe a blame? Because we wouldn't say one,
It's not about
right?
the amount
That
of
would be
drinks. It's
unreasonable.
about the amount of drinks
One
in a
drink.
particular situation with a particular type of person and in a particular type of environment, right? It's it's not
Yeah.
just about how much did this person
And
drink.
all right, to
But
propose
that was an
new
example, right?
to
But
propose new
so
rhetoric.
you wouldn't always blame alcohol because it would be on that's being had. The amount of people that would still blame someone for going out and having a couple drinks and then getting fucked is just, I don't know.
Okay, hold on. What is the point of this interjection? Is there a single person in here that would blame somebody for getting raped if they had a couple drinks? Does anybody here think
Yeah, but
that?
where is the
That's
line?
why-
How
so
many
why
drinks?
are we arguing it?
Well, Torontos, didn't you just say
Because
that
it's
like a
definitely
while
something
ago?
put
Like,
on there.
weren't you just saying like,
No,
oh, that's just how
what-
life is? Like, you know,
No,
like you,
what
yeah,
I
it's
said-
your fault. Or
No,
was I
what
wrong?
I said is there will always be bad people out there. There will always be fucking rapists, and it's on you to fucking protect yourself and keep yourself safe to the best of your abilities. And I promise you, you are not protecting yourself if you're getting fucking drunk to the point where you can't fucking read right from wrong, left from right. You're fucking wobbling all over the place. You need somebody to go, like the fucking case.
But just having
where
a couple
the girl,
of drinks can
the
affect
case
the
where
way
the girl
that you
got
think.
fucking raped at the Kai party, for example.
Okay.
Apparently she got fucking so drunk that she just fucking passed out on a stranger's
Okay,
bed.
we're gonna
Now,
cycle
of
some
course-
people
Okay,
out.
let's not go
We're
there.
gonna cycle
No,
some
no,
Just
no,
people
having
out
a
whoever
couple of
thinks it
drinks
should
No,
be.
can
it's not on
affect
her.
your,
Now,
like,
now it's not on her. It's not on her that she got raped. Nobody's saying that it's 100% like on the fucking woman. But again, you need to be accountable. You need to be smart about the fucking shit that you do.
But the point
wait,
is,
let's
even a
talk
couple
about
of
that.
drinks,
No.
could change your decision making. So
And
if that's
Then
the
don't
case,
drink.
then
How about that? Then don't fucking drink.
yeah, but that's what I mean. That I would consider that unreasonable.
I
at that
think
point. Then
blame
we're
is
telling
the-
women not to drink at all.
Yeah, I think
Drink
blame
at
is
home.
the
Drink
wrong
where you're
word
safe.
here.
I
I
hear
think
Stardust.
blame. Sorry.
That's so unreasonable. That's
Hey,
so insane.
I want to hear from Stardust. Go ahead, Stardust.
Yeah, I think blame is the wrong word here, right? You're never going to know 100%, right? Hindsight is 20/20, but there are things that there are precautions you can take that will put you in a safer position in the future, right? So I think blame is the wrong word to be using here.
Bro, why the fuck are you niggas arguing words? I don't give a fuck. Fucking call it blame. Who gives a shit?
Shut the
All we're
fuck
saying
up,
is,
Torontos!
bro,
all
we're
you
fucking
do
saying
is you pollute
it's
my
not
brain with
100%
your
on the
stupid.
fucking woman.
You're,
Guess what? Neither is it.
why do you sound like Hawes, dude?
Okay,
Alright, so-
I
Get
will-
off your
Stop,
mic,
stop,
bro.
stop,
Take your
stop.
mic away from your fucking face, dude.
I'll
No,
stop you
what the
both.
fucking
I'll stop you
point?
both. I'll
You
stop
know,
you
talk
both.
about how Andrew Tate is really
I'll stop
cool
you both.
instead.
I'll stop you both.
Wait,
real
so
quick.
Pixie,
Look,
now I understand why you have a
I'll
problem.
stop you too. I'll stop you too. Okay. So, yelling and screaming is fine to a point. No one can understand you. Stop that shit. Okay. Go ahead. Carry on.
Karantos, honestly, man, I'm gonna have to side with you a little bit here. I would love to get off the words too. But going back to the Kai Cenat situation, okay, right? Wouldn't it have been really great if there were a few like conscientious masculine individuals, kind of with their head on a swivel, right, paying attention to what's going on, that were like, okay, they see something untoward, something's a little off, something's a little strange, and they step up and take accountability. You know, wouldn't that be good too?
My black brother, you are now getting into the Islamic fucking zone. Beautiful.
I know that. I was trying
Women
to
should
connect with
only
that.
go out with a guardian. Women
That's
should
not
only go
what I
out with a
said.
male guardian, 100%. You know how much the fucking rape cases would fucking diminish if women just went out with their husbands, with their fucking boyfriends, with men that would fucking protect them? Just think about
Probably
this.
not
I'm not
much.
talking about
Saying
fucking
that
this here.
Majority of rape happens from
We say
people.
that-
Majority of rape happens from people that
I wanna-
you know.
I want to hear what
Oh yeah,
Destiny has to
because your
say.
husband is gonna
Okay.
fucking rape you while you're outside.
Maybe it's called marital rape.
I want to give space to Destiny. Go ahead.
I was gonna say real quick, we saw that with that Gillette commercial where it was like guys stopping other guys from being creepy, and I think the internet lost their fucking mind over that. If anybody,
Because that shit
remembers.
was the most pandering, pathetic, pussy ass shit ever.
Well, but
the
how
way
does
they
that
was.
not- how does it not sound pandering or pathetic when you say like, "Oh, don't drink"?
Who the fuck are you selling the razors to? To fucking men. That shit was pathetic. Bro, focus on shaving the fucking stubble on your face. That's the only thing that Gillette should be focusing on. Not how to tell men what to do. But I don't want fucking Barney telling me how to be a good guy.
I think half the problem with the Gillette commercial, because I wasn't a big fan of it either, was the focus on words, right? Like half the commercial was 90,000 dads down the aisle on the grill going, boys will be boys, boys will be boys, boys will be boys. It's like that fucking slogan that maybe even people say, like, that's not the problem, right? The problem is that
that is part of the problem.
It is part of the problem.
I think it's part
Rhonda, we can't get off the fucking words.
No,
we'll never, Nick.
Part of the problem is that we socialize men, or we basically don't hold young men accountable when they do actions, right? We literally talked about this earlier, that we're just like, oh yeah, like you have to be aggressive, or it's okay if they're like that because they're just men, instead of actually trying to fucking parent.
Yes. The ideas behind the words are the issue. The issue is getting super pedantic about the words themselves, which is what tons of people do when they're trying to correct the problem. But this is the issue, is that's what's like driving a large portion of this conversation, is like just the words that people are using rather than the ideas that they're trying to convey, and like the socialization behind these words that actually matter.
And even beyond that, with the slogan "Boys will be boys" too, right? Sure, it gets used in a bad way. I've never actually personally seen it be used in a bad way, but there's an idea behind it that's positive as well, right? It's okay for young boys to behave in masculine ways, and society is trying to take that out of men in general, right? I think we can all agree that there's a crisis of
I
masculinity.
could be totally wrong, but I feel like boys will be boys is always used to excuse some bullshit behavior. I don't think I've ever heard that in like a positive sense. But
so have you when you were in school, right? Elementary school, right? Were you ever kind of like play fighting with your homies or whatever, and it gets broken up by a teacher? Nothing wrong was happening. Like you were just hanging out, playing, having fun.
It wasn't. My school was anal about that, but no, outside, yeah, of course, we'd beat each other with sticks and shit. Yeah.
Well, I'm not even talking.
Boys right there.
I'm not even saying necessarily the extreme stuff where you're beating each other half to death with sticks.
I mean, like we're 8 years old, so we're not like doing major damage. But no,
Okay,
yeah, I know
sure.
what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, but even the play fighting where you literally don't make contact, you're just going, heh, heh, yeah, like whatever the fuck, right? I would have loved for a teacher to say, I mean, come on, boys will be boys, but that wasn't allowed. All the teachers in my school cracked the fuck down on it. They were super anal about it too, and so I wasn't able to express my masculinity. And like rough and tumble play is really important in boys, especially developing emotional regulation. And so it's like,
yeah, but there's a time and a place. Even in the boys will be boys, that's why they want men to come back into education, because they want men to be able to assert themselves, to teach young boys that in certain situations you cannot be physical. It's called discipline.
okay. I mean, kind of agree to some extent.
But that's just a little input. I really want to just like move on. Because, like, I'm the one who said we shouldn't be getting mad over people saying, and I'm not just, like, we're trying to move on from the fact. We shouldn't be mad over someone saying some responsibility. Because now you're taking a very useful word that is used in many situations, in most situations, and you are just taking the power from it because of the way society conflates it with blame and fault, which are synonyms. But yes, we understand all the socialization around it. We're trying to move forward and say, hey, you should think about this or interpret this in a different way.
I think part of the problem too, though, is when we decide to talk about these things. And I think that's why we get such a reaction from a lot of people on the left too, right? So the moment in which you decide to question what the woman's responsibility is shouldn't be the same moment where you found out the woman was raped, right?
True.
And a lot of men respond to, hey, this act of really heinous sexual misconduct happened with, well, what was she wearing? And that's a heinous response. And we need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to be able to say that a rapist is a rapist and holds 100% of the accountability for a rape. And we also need to be able to have the conversations that like Erudite's talking about, like Nick's talking about, like Destiny's talking about, and say, how can we communicate boundaries in a clear and mature and effective way? And what do those boundaries look like? These things don't have to be mutually exclusive, but there is a level of empathy and common sense that goes into how and when we need to discuss these things.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for bringing it
steal
all the way
something-
back.
I'm going to steal something that Joe just said in the chat, and that is the problem with the responsibility conversations is sometimes they do reinforce rape myths. And you just mentioned clothing, and that is a rape myth. And we should really all stop bringing that up because it's statistically not true. Your clothing
Yeah.
doesn't affect your likelihood of rape. But people give it by accident, probably. Maybe you didn't know, or maybe you were using it as a rape myth. I'm not entirely sure. But it does perpetuate ideas that we think make sense, but in actuality don't end up being true.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with that one, right? That's the issue, is that people, like Steven was saying, jump the gun and do the reaction, right? They're like, okay, something went wrong. I have to be fucking FBI super soldier, and like, here's what you got to do. You got to not let that happen again. It's like, it's just not useful, right? It's
Let's be
mean,
real though.
and
If,
it's not
if
useful.
dressing a certain way increased your likelihood to get raped by like 500%, we'd probably be like, all right, well, maybe you shouldn't dress this way, right?
Because then it'd be
then
useful.
there is room for that
By the way.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, because then it'd be useful, right? That's
Right,
exactly the thing. Is
exactly.
like tough love only has a place when it's useful. The issue is that a lot of these big conversations, people are giving tough love. They're being brutally honest, but in reality, they're not being honest. They're just being brutal, right? I think that's the trouble with it.
Yeah, but who the fuck on this panel even thinks that you should tell somebody who just got raped what the fuck were you wearing?
I don't think anyone here is saying that. We're saying other people are saying that. We keep getting hung up on the
Wait.
goddamn words.
Allie looks like she wanted to jump in. Allie, would you say that?
Well, no. I'm very confused. Obviously, this is a confusing thing to walk in on, but I would say when we're talking about clothing outside of rape, we're trying to warn women that there are unhinged men out there that will sexualize them, even if we're just not thinking about it. I've had that experience myself, where I was walking around in biking shorts, and what's the first thing that happens? Some meth head on a bike saying, "Damn, you look good." I'm like, okay, well, maybe I could have worn sweatpants, right? But that's a different conversation. I think when we're talking about clothing, it's mostly just letting women know that they have a certain level of autonomy to mitigate for sexual harassment, because that's true. I mean, the more I've covered up, I've just experienced it less, and I've been in a lot of positions in my life to where I just would rather be able to do something about it than not. Because I just don't want to pretend like men are not going to look. But that has nothing to do with rape. And I honestly don't know anyone who's ever been like, what was she wearing? And I think that these are online conversations.
No, it's happening. It's happening offline.
Point
It's
of
happening
clarity,
among
might
very
not be what was she
conservative
wearing
people.
specifically, but it's always like, was she
Say
drunk?
where.
What did she do to prevent
No,
herself?
saying she was drunk is not the same thing as saying what did she wear.
So me growing up, right? Like I grew up in like a pretty rough neighborhood or whatever, but I can say for sure that all my boys would say that shit unironically. Like not those words exactly, but like, what the fuck was she doing in like in club clothes in that part of town? Like that sort of shit. Like
Think of
that
the
just
gym.
happen.
Or
I-
it's like, oh, she was wearing that. Well, it makes sense, right? It's
Think
like
of the-
It's not specific to like that phrase. It's the intent behind it of hearing about the rape and then immediately trying to figure out what percentage of accountability the woman had for the rape.
Allie, think of
I
the.
think the
Allie,
best
think of the.
approach. I think the best approach in a lot of this is teaching people to be proactive, right? It's not that I'm telling you that like you are how could you have done this? How could you have shown up to this party? How could you have been this drunk, right? I would rather us start these conversations before and start these conversations with people when they're younger, before they get into these situations, and say, be proactive, right? Exercise your agency. You have choices that you can make that will protect you. And I think that's fair enough. That it's not necessarily putting blame on somebody, right? It's just saying you have the ability. These are things you can do.
Yeah, but that requires
I think
teaching.
It's an extension of self-defense.
Pxie,
You
Allie,
guys are all so
Karantos.
horny to get a word in. Just chill.
Pxie, Allie, Karantos, go ahead.
I feel like I'm going to steer the conversation in a way that people don't want to, but I think it's just an extension of self-defense, basically, or I guess preemptive self-defense might be the word, what you were thinking about, Stardust. Okay, whoever wants to go next can go next.
You mean the clothing is
Don't
an
tell
extension
them
of
that. I
self-defense?
gave a specific list.
Not the okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
I meant like the being careful of like what you drink, or knowing, like having a plan for when somebody ignores your no or your first no, like what Erudite was saying previously. Like,
or
okay,
to avoid being in that situation altogether, right?
Sorry, just to understand, you're saying that there's concerns about the aesthetic that's being communicated, or what's the concern there specifically? Maybe I'm
She's
misunderstanding.
saying that's what it is.
No, I'm saying that's
you're just
what it
describing
is.
what
It's
it
a
is.
preemptive.
Yeah,
It's
I
self-defense,
agree.
basically.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I would agree, and
It is
that's what it is.
self-defense.
And I think it's a good thing to teach. The issue is that, like, when we have the React Andes,
Can we talk? Look, can we talk just real quick? And I know this is an aside, right? But given that most of the rape happens with partners, people you know, etc., what are some things that people can do in those situations, right? Why is
the same stuff we've already just stressed?
So guarding your drink, like, and things like that, you would. I just don't. How does that map on to?
So not guarding your drink, but all of the other stuff that we've talked
Establishing
about. That would be
boundaries,
establishing boundaries,
communication.
being better at assertiveness. The sleep stuff, I'm gonna need to look into it. I can't find any scholarly article that's actually like talking about the sleep rape. So if sleep rape is like super high and I don't know about it, that's a whole other problem that to be honest, I will need to address probably differently.
Statistics, so reported in England and
like UK census stuff. Is that?
Yeah, I've looked at all the methodology that I've been able to
UK.
find on it, and it was
Of
like
UK.
yeah, it was not the level of rigor that I would want to figure out like prevalence rates. Because if like sleep rape is happening at like a quarter of the time that rape is occurring at all, to be honest, based on everything I've understood about like sexual like violence in like criminology at least, that's like not a well established thing. And we would need to address it differently.
Yeah, it's only based on reported rape, right? So it's
Yeah.
not representative of everything, but it was just Britain's
I want
reported
to
rape.
hear from
20%.
Kratos and Ali, please.
Whoever Ali is, go first.
Oh, Ali, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes. So everybody needs to listen to Kyla about assertiveness. I don't care what anybody says. Just listen to what she has to say, because it makes the most sense. And I really like she has a 3-step plan if you're unsure how to do it in the most agreeable way possible and to put yourself first as a woman. But I would say, like, a lot of these conversations, we're just not very practical about the dangers of partying because there was an invincibility factor. I speak anecdotally a lot. Anecdotal wisdom is not stupid, okay? Like, how do you think your grandparents learned? But I remembered being, I think, 18 to not even, so like 15 to 19. And I had no idea the amount of dangerous positions that I was putting myself in because I was going to parties. When you go to parties, there are drug users, there are addicts, and there are alcoholics. And just like the crew itself just has more of a prevalence for criminal activity. If I knew then what I knew now, I just would have restructured my social life and chosen to maybe just drink with my girlfriends at their apartments instead. But we just keep convincing women that there's all this freedom and liberation without consequence or possibility. And this is where, I'm always talking about marriage, right? So Kyla, Nick, they're married. You guys obviously know this. So I just think that having that husband to check your blind spot, you're like, oh, I'm going to go party. And it's like, wait a minute, why are you going to a rave? Like, who are you going with? Who are these people? I mean, do we even know what substances we're using? Is this even wise? To just be covered by that man who has your best interest in mind. Because my husband now, if I was to tell him, like, hey, I want to go to a party, and I was to tell him who was going, if there were suspicious characters, he'd be like, baby, you probably shouldn't go. These people might put you in harm's way. And I think that's a much more practical conversation. I know marriage doesn't sound practical. I mean, that's fine. But even having like a brother, you know what I mean, who's in your age group. Yeah. Well, no, because like guy friends are trying to sleep with you, so it's just you gotta.
What the fuck?
This is
Yeah,
where,
they are.
Oh, sorry.
No, wait, let me just get this in right. Everything she literally
It's your
just
turn
said,
anyway, bro.
I am 100% in agreement with. I literally advocated for having a guardian as a woman. Either your husband, hell, even your boyfriend. You need to have that male guardian that's gonna watch your back. If you're gonna go out to drink, you should probably drink indoors, which the KellyJean chick said is unrealistic. I don't think it's unrealistic. I just don't think you want to keep yourself as safe as possible because this is the best way to keep yourself protected from men that want to do harm onto you. Again, you need to recognize that the world is filled with bad actors. The world is filled with people that are trying to rob you. That's why we lock our doors. That's why we keep our belongings in a safe and we keep it away from people that are trying to take from us. Just like we try to keep ourselves protected from people that might want to violate us. Again,
we're looping.
you have to stop.
Yeah,
We're looping. You guys are talking about like, oh, you should have this person to protect you, but the person that you most likely think is going to protect you is going to be the one who rapes you. So then the question becomes,
can we
how do
hold
we
on?
determine who do we trust and
No.
not?
Right. Okay. The emotionalism is not helpful. So I just got here. So you guys might be looping, but I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know Q. I'm gonna call you Q because I don't know what else to call you. Okay, so Q, he might have brought up marriage. I have no idea, but I mean, I just happen to have that perspective myself. But I just walked in here.
Oh no, I'm not. I was specifically. I went off when Q went off because he kept being like, "Oh, that's why we need to have a guardian. We need to have a guardian."
This
And
is
it's
too
like,
meta. Yeah.
okay,
Allie, I have a really specific thing that you said that I want to disagree with a little bit. So you said that specifically encouraging women not to go to parties is a useful discussion. Is that a fair recap, or am I mischaracterizing it? I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, no, like hell yeah. Like I was listen, like I was in Central Florida. I mean, I feel bad saying this publicly. I used to hang out at trap houses, and now I'm older. I'm like, oh my god, like I was hanging out with criminals with like records. No, it's not smart.
I think it could be useful in some cases, but when we say it's useful, I don't know that I agree with that characterization, right? Like, does it have some use? Sure. But when we're having a conversation about how to mitigate the risk of like sexual misconduct with women, I don't know that it's useful enough to be at the forefront of the conversation. Because even if we were to achieve that goal of like, okay, girls, the way for you to reduce your risk, you don't go to parties anymore. No women at parties. That's such a stopgap.
That's
right?
not what she said.
Like, that doesn't really solve the cultural
it's not.
problems of helping women establish boundaries and helping reduce the rates of rape.
That's the
doesn't
boundary. I
solve
don't hang
anything
out
in
with
the culture.
criminals. I don't hang out with addicts. I don't hang out with alcoholics.
But
Like
not
that's
only
a good
criminals
boundary to
party.
have.
There are people that party that aren't criminals.
To
right?
be
Allie,
clear, what
what
she was
if you're-
saying wasn't necessarily don't go to parties. It was about curating the people that you surround yourself with,
Yes.
right? So knowing the types of people that are going to be at that party. If you don't know it and it's just a random party filled with a bunch of strangers and you don't bring a friend or have some sort of, backup
hold on.
plan in case things
Well,
go
what
wrong.
is the
Right?
advice?
That's the
Is
type
it
of
don't go to
behavior.
parties or don't hang out around bad people? Because they're two very different things.
Bad
Because
people,
don't
I
hang
mean,
around
it's
bad people,
both.
they
It's
can all
both. Like,
wait
let's
and move
be,
on, right?
let's be clear. Let's lean into the darkness here, okay?
Yeah.
I'm sure some of you have been to raves, right? And it's fun when you're young. Okay, very cool. But if you look at it in the darkness, well, I haven't been, right? I'm just from Central Florida, so a lot of my friends have. If you look at the darkness, like what are people actually doing at raves, right? And there's some elements of promiscuity. There's strangers. There's, like I said, addicts are around, which means they probably have a prevalence toward criminal behavior. But you're out there in the hot sun getting dehydrated doing ecstasy, and you're usually young when you're doing this. Like this isn't like a wise 35-year-old that's like, oh, I have my
But
head
there's
on
a
my
way to go to
shoulders.
those concerts responsibly and not engage in those things and
Right.
not surround yourself with people like that. Yeah.
I just think that's like it's such a hard thing to do. I
It's
think
not.
that
It's really not that hard. Go with a couple friends that you know are reliable, that you trust, right? That you've known for a while. Don't engage with it, or like don't take drugs from people that you don't know, and don't do drugs that you didn't already plan on doing or that you don't have experience with. Like there's certain precautions that you could take when you go to concerts. Like any live music situation, if you're going to big concerts, I don't care what genre it is, it's going to be a similar situation. And to say that like, well, you should just shouldn't
I have
go.
to go.
That's
Can I make a last statement?
Yes,
before I
there's
go?
black
societal
statement,
normality to it.
Let's
People
get
aren't gonna do it.
Pxie needs the floor for her last statement. Go ahead.
Okay, so I totally understand what you guys are saying. I agree with a lot of stuff, et cetera, et cetera. Women are failing. And not just, I guess everybody's failing, but yeah, we're failing at the first step, which is identifying what friends you can trust, identifying who you know is trustworthy or not. So to me, the whole thing of like, go with people you trust, well, that's already a problem because we're making these judgments where we think we can trust someone or somebody's very convincing at being trusting and then they're not. So I think it would be very useful in like future conversations or after I leave or whatever, to have that conversation because this step is already not working out. So we can't like follow from the rest of that if this first step is just failing. So yeah, gotta go. Bye.
Can I follow up on that first
Yeah.
step? quick?
Bye.
Yeah, Pxie.
I think it's
Can I follow up on
possible-
that first step real quick? Yeah, because I feel like women are failing because the type of individuals that they want to go with to the rave are usually the individuals who have that who have the proclivity or the capacity to have that lapse in judgment, to take that ecstasy, excuse me, or whatever drug they may take at a rave, Molly, that whatever drug they take, or they give into the influence of the culture of the scenario that they're in, and then those individuals that they thought they can trust become those individuals who may cause harm. And the type of individuals who would never do that are usually the individuals who would never put themselves in that scenario. They would never go to a rave. They would never go to the bar. And women don't want to hang out with those individuals, or the type of women who keep finding themselves in that circumstance don't want to hang out or don't want to date, don't want to be friends with those type of individuals because they themselves want to be in that risky situation. So what then do they do?
Yeah. So here's the main issue that I have with what you're saying. Like it's an issue of utility, Allie. So like, I don't think we're ever going to live in a world where we can eliminate some of these spaces and women going to them, right? So it's not going to be a popular enough idea ever to be useful, right?
Well, because you guys shoot it down, though. That's why.
But it doesn't matter if
very
I
useful
shoot it down
idea.
on this panel. You're not going to get women to stop like partying and having fun and putting themselves in some sometimes precarious situations.
So
I did music for a living for a number of years, and out late at night and hanging out in some pretty shady places.
Hey,
but
thanks for the super
at
chat.
no point in time was I ever in a situation where if I had a female with me that it was necessarily unsafe for that female, because we were surrounding ourselves with people, even in those spaces, that were emotionally mature and making good choices and being respectful of boundaries. So I think the conversation needs to be more centered around what we as people can do and promote culturally, rather than talking about what spaces do we need to self-restrict from.
But then you know what you're asking of those individuals who are going to be responsible. They then will go to the function, but they will not they cannot partake in any substance or any drink because they have to be the designated driver.
No, I don't
They
think
have
we have to
Yes.
This is really bad.
No.
This whole thing is just about risk mitigation, right? The reality is that the more risky behavior you participate in, the higher risk you are to having negative consequences. The negative consequences aren't necessarily your moral fault, but the issue is you have to balance those things. Girls are allowed to go to the club. Girls are allowed to drink. There are ways that girls can go out and do things that they find fun and do it safely, and there are things that they can do that can make these fun things more dangerous, right? Riding on a roller coaster is higher risks than riding on like a fucking merry-go-round. However, the roller coaster is funner, which is why a lot of people want to do it. It's just we mitigate risk by putting in like better seatbelts and better straps and doing like better maintenance checks with roller coasters to mitigate maximal risk.
But talking about the mitigation of risk is going to loop us again back into simple
looping.
extrapolations that we already made
So
about physical responsibility and moral responsibility.
Go
I
with
think
somebody
that we
that you trust, your husband. It's that simple.
I think that we can. I haven't said anything in ages.
You can't trust, don't go. If you
Okay.
have somebody that's trustworthy, don't fucking
I
go.
don't
That's
know why
simple.
everybody wants
Stop.
to
Yeah,
get all
everyone wants to
excited.
talk over me, and I don't understand it because I can mute you, and please don't. Kelly, and then go ahead.
So when it comes to so we can cause change in places that do seem unsafe, because women should be allowed to go to gigs and see musicians or go to raves or whatever without or at least with a reduced mitigation of these things happening. So we can put pressure on the people that are organizing these types of events to make them safer for women, and that has been successful in some circumstances with bars and clubs. Thankfully, there are things like Google reviews, so you can at least make sure that you're not walking into the absolute worst part of town to the absolute worst dive bar possible. But yeah, like there are some things we can do, but we should also probably be putting pressure on certain places to actually be better.
Okay, gang.
Which fundamentally change the areas, unless you're going to those, you're checking your Yelp and you're going to those prude bars, where
Things have got better.
suit and
though.
tie.
Things
and
have
it's
got
like-
better. We just need to keep pressuring them to be better.
Yeah, because people are afraid. but-
Probably.
Okay, I love you all. I really do. But gang, it's late. I'm tired. We've had a wonderful discussion. We are beginning to loop a lot, and you know what? We can have this conversation again someday, where we can all sit down, and I'm sure this topic will come up again and again. Hey, gang, if you liked this content, you're watching me on YouTube, because we had to end on Twitch because we had a special guest, okay? But if you like this content, like and subscribe to the channel. We try to have these conversations every week at least. Tomorrow we're going to have another fun one, okay? Is being pro-sex work, pro-rape. That's what we're going to be talking about.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. This
Where
is
we
what was
loop
brought to
again.
me. If they wanted to talk about it, Nick's going to be there, right? And we'll see what he has to argue. So 6 p.m.
It is.
Eastern, both on Twitch and YouTube. Check us out. Twitch.tv/WhickTV. Also, YouTube.com/@WhickTV. Mindwaves-TV.
Who else is on it?
Oh, we have, let's see, Miss Lumi will be there.
Who's on the pro rape side? That's what
I don't know. To be clear, no one is pro rape. It's
okay.
Doobie will be arguing.
Lav was right.
Yeah, that if you are pro sex work, you are pro rape.
It's a swerf battle.
That does sound like a laugh argument. No.
Wait, is Lav on it?
No.
That was right.
Oh,
I'm sorry. We have Lumi, Katie, Doobie, Meth. So you can get Smeth on there. And a new person, Nico. And we'll talk. And we'll have an open discussion after, I'm sure. So maybe people will pop up. I don't know. But yeah, so thanks for coming, gang. I wish I gotta learn how to raid out on YouTube. How to Erudite, guide me through this. Guide me through this right now.
Okay, go to edit video.
Edit video.
Go to customization.
Is it really that hard? What the fuck?
It's a little
really
bit
unintuitive.
Okay. It's very
It's
unintuitive.
out of the way.
Video,
Yeah.
No.
Go to
You're not that
customization
old.
and then see the little subheading redirect.
Okay, I'm going to customize. I'm looking for it. I see the stream. I see expand menu. Add stream, create, insert ad, share. I don't see a customization.
It should be right under details.
I don't see a details.
You need to pay that $14.
I know,
Wick. Come on,
probably.
get that
Man,
YouTube
either
buck.
way, I'm sorry. We'll do this another day. But for now, we're just gonna end. I just don't know how to do this. But anyway.
Good
but
panel,
yeah,
Wick.
check us out again. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Peace. Thanks, Wick.
Peace and love, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
I hate